Nobody's here. Yeah, the meeting hadn't started, so.
So it should be okay?
Give me some of that money. Hey.
Hey, that's what's, man, when you,
What's happening?
yeah, you gonna go back to the studio, get some more, I ran out, some more, the dead president, that's right on time, I was just thinking, yeah, that's what.
Excuse me, for the public, if you are here to speak at the committee meetings, the speaker slips are out for committees right now. If you want to speak at the special city council meeting, those speaker slips will be put out after the committee meeting starts. So the speaker slips that are out right now are just for committee meetings, and the special city council meeting speaker slips will be put out after those are picked up.
Ward? What up, bro? All right. No.
once again, I'm about to pick up the speaker slips for Finance Committee, the committee meetings. If you want to speak during committees, you need to fill out a slip now. And then once I pick those up, we'll put out the speaker slips for the special meeting that starts at 7.
what time was this meeting supposed to start? It's 5:30.
The time is 5:23, and I hereby call this Finance Committee meeting of the Flint City Council to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Alamin.
Present.
Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Present.
Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Mushat.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. Before the agenda changes, I'd like to have our new city attorney introduce himself. If you could speak into your mic. No. Nope, make sure it's turned on.
There we go. Okay, can everyone hear me just fine?
Yep.
Perfect. My name's Zach Huckabee. I'm an assistant city attorney with the City of Flint Attorney's Office. I will be here tonight on the city attorney's behalf, and yeah, hopefully it's a good session.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Welcome. Okay, I'm now going to request agenda changes. There are 2 add-ons, and which the city clerk will be passing along. One is for WPC sludge hauling, and the other is to appoint Raymond Robson for another year for 2024 audit. And also, Madam Clerk, you have some corrections to the agenda?
Yes, and actually, the WPC sludge hauling one is not an add-on.
Oh.
It's just to replace the resolution on page 7, 240412. It's just a correction to the address for the vendor. So we're just going to do a administrative switch out. I'm just going to give you the copy now, but it's just to correct their address. So there's only one that's actually a new resolution, the add-on.
So the
And-
add-on is for the, is for auditing services?
Yes. And the correction to the agenda is going to be on page 4, Resolution 240404. The blurb that's on the agenda is incorrect. It reads the same as 403, but the resolution itself is correct. So the agenda just has the wrong blurb for that resolution, for the food co-op.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Point of order. She said that resolution 240404, and I did not hear the rest about what was
The wording in
different.
the agenda, in the summary of the agenda, the listing of the resolutions is identical to 240403. However, the wording on the resolution is correct. So don't rely on the wording in the agenda, but look at the resolution for what it says.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any other additions or corrections to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll order those without objection.
Point of order.
Yes.
Can we get these before you order them?
Oh, I thought she had passed them
No.
out. I am so sorry. Here you go. There's 2 of them.
One more thing. One more.
Do you have an extra one? Because Quincy doesn't have one. Okay, I'll get those to Quincy. Oh, he's got one. Okay. All right, so can I now order it without objection? Thank you very much. It's now time for public speaking. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council or its committees should have registered before we began. Each member of the public will have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers? Where are you? Oh, can't see you.
No, just add on 1 and 2. So this one isn't add, so it's just going to be add on number 1.
First public speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Thank you very much, City Clerk Davina Donahue. My name is R.L. Mitchell. Back again to address my council of Flint, Michigan. And the peoples of New York, stay tuned and see what we're going to do to these peoples who poison the water. Madam President, Ms. Priestley, are you the president for today? Chairman, well, we the peoples want to know, did you get your advice from Ms. Fields to spend our opera money instead of using the Red Cross money to that building on Saginaw Street? And we want to answer from that. They say they're going to use the rest of the opera money and then they'll go to the Red Cross. That's Ms. Fields' idea or yours idea? Because she used to be in your seat. And another thing, because I seen my wife went in there one day. I was on the bus, and I got off the bus and went in there, and I was told that she passed away. So they want money for health problems and health. Anyway, I want an investigation to that building before they can get another cent of our We the People money. And how this is the mayor running this city. And to you the fireman talking about they want put a $25,000 fine up for burning these woods out in the yard, running away from mosquitoes. I'll pause to that because they ain't never settled that. The burning of the Mitchell boys over on Pulaski Street. They already fired the fire chief. He don't want to handle that. And they mean mugging people's coming in City Hall. I came in last week, I was sitting up at the financial office down the hall on the second floor. He came up there with a pistol on the side. The fireman, what are you doing with a pistol on the side? And the peoples ain't got their ass stopped. And then a little while ago, another one came, but he ain't had the pistol on. I like, hello, Mr. Mitchell. I said, who are you? But he looked just like the other fight. That's hostile and people's in here. Don't pass that law to get the fireman. No, people's are getting tickets because Murphy ain't saying about smoke burning in. Yeah, that's the third ward, and they hostile and people's and they ain't checked Mr. Murphy about the lawnmower. Won't you check? If they check Murphy about the lawnmower, check them out. Me mugging people's in the place. My time to run. I just and.
Thank you, RL. Next public speaker.
The next speaker, this speaker put Legislative Committee, but the next speaker is Kenneth Miller. The next speaker is Kenneth Miller, but they did just check Legislative Committee meeting. So I just want to make sure they only want to speak at the Legislative Committee. Kenneth Miller.
Point of order. Is it customary or for the administration to speak during public speaking?
Eliminated from that. We cannot, right? Is that correct? Under the Open Meetings Act, we cannot disallow anybody to speak under public speaking. No, but that's,
Yeah, one thing at a time, we'll get to that.
Hey, what's this happening?
Madam Clerk, is it acceptable for members of the administration to speak during public comment?
I will speak to precedent. Normally they don't because they have other opportunities, but again, as a member of the public, if he wants to talk about something that isn't on the agenda, so, but normally
Go ahead.
it's not disallowed, but.
Go ahead. You are.
I apologize for any confusion that I may have started. I just wanted to address the council as well as the public that I consider my customers to help everyone understand something that's been a concern for me and my department. I've been here about 6 months. It's been a pleasure to work here at the City of Flint, and I've expressed that it is one of my goals to enhance the customer service experience even more. I want to share some information to all that I consider my customers, you, the City Council, those present here in the chambers, as well as anyone watching online. What I would like to implore is that everyone use the avenue that is available to contact us over at the Water Department. What we are experiencing in some cases is that our customers who are dear to us call City Council or call the mayor's office before they even call our emergency line. So what I like to do is share that emergency line right here at the council so that everyone understand it is much quicker response if they call our customer service line, which is actually published on the city's website. For any water-related issues, water main breaks, low pressure, or water quality issues, 810-766-7202. That's 810-766-7202. For any sewer-related issues, flooded streets, flooded basements, water in the basement, or sewer odors, 810-766-7079. I'd also like to add the caveat that once you call customer service, you can always email me personally. Those are my departments. kjmiller@cityofflint.com. kjmiller@cityofflint.com. I will respond expeditiously. And that's all I wanted to express to the public and to the City Council. Please feel free to contact me at any time. Thank you.
If anyone's cell phone is not on silent, please put them on silent now. Next public speaking, please.
The next speaker is David Peachy.
David Peachy, 4th Ward. I'm here to bring to your attention how bad the east side is getting. I've taken pictures of, they're scrapping cars right on the streets. They're tearing them apart on Broadway and Lynch. They're tearing them apart. They've got all the streets blocked off. They had a fire the other day. They were burning one of the cars. The fire department showed up. 3 firemen tried to put the fire out, and this guy was stripping a car at the same time, right in the street. No cops. That's what I'd like to know. Where is the police force on the east side? We haven't seen any, and I showed my representative there pictures. They got a scrap yard right at the end of the street. They actually got cranes there and everything. They're a 24-hour-a-day operation. This is a city. I guarantee if it was happening in any other ward, it would be taken care of. But they actually got the street blocked off and stripping the cars. And the houses shouldn't even be lived in. There's people living there. And the other day, there was a woman actually come out of this house naked, walking down the street on Broadway. Naked! Not a cop. Nobody even cares anymore because they don't get no representation. It's just ridiculous. Nobody should have to live like that. And we ran this morning over to 5th and 6th Ward. They got more. I ain't taking away with what they got, but we deserve a little our neighborhood being taken care of too. I mean, I just seen all them new streets resurfaced. You got sidewalks being taken care of, and I'm not taking away from that. But we can't even get a car towed away that's being stripped and burned and left on a street, right in the street. I got pictures of it to show you. Now, that ain't right. Now, I don't care what anybody says. That's not right for us to have to live like that. Okay, thank you. I hope we can get to the police department and find out why they're not over there doing something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening. I'm going to try to, I hope the new lawyer put on the seatbelt and be prepared. I hope it goes well, too. I thank the DPW manager, director, for being transparent and coming up here, giving out information, because it's been a long time since we heard something about the water, and then somebody coming up here giving out a phone number and then giving out an email address, you know, their email address, and saying contact them. That goes a long way. I know the administration didn't put him up to it, not with they non-transparent ass. Man, my fault. That one slipped out. You got ARPA funds on this agenda, and it's the same tired ass people getting the money. Can I ask you, have they showed what they did with the money that they already got? Have they had to show you that they spent the money that they already have gotten? Has Liddell turned in any paperwork showing what Cyrus Park has done with money that they already have gotten? I mean, you done got about 4 times. And then you want to do vacant lots instead of doing roofs. I mean, it's nobody going to be there to do vacant lots. I mean, you can look at me crazy, but it's the truth. I mean, you on council, and I have seen a lot of people in different states get locked up just by knowing the person who's getting the money. But you were the director of Cyrus Park Associations. And matter of fact, you got money prior to taking your name off of it. You still have contact and you still have association with this organization, this 501c3. Leon, I hate you got up because you know I was going to talk about you. I know you can hear me, Leon. All right, Leon, listen, man. You and I done worked together, man, back in the day during the water crisis. I know you. And you say that you're an independent thinker. But seeing you on here has not shown an independent thinker, because you constantly and consistently vote with those 5 people. That's not an independent thinker. For real, I ain't seen you go against the rules when they done read the rules and you vote with the same 5. That's not an independent thinker. And I thought you'd be better than this. And by saying this, I don't think that you would make a good council person. I mean, this is political. Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. I didn't say anything personal. I said politically. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Carol McIntosh.
Good evening, council, members of the public. My name is Carol McIntosh, first ward candidate for city council. I'm coming first before you guys because I have a couple concerns. Number one, I hear that you guys are going to change the voting site again for the people that voted at Aldrich Place last time, moving it to Foss Avenue. The problem is a lot of people that voted at Aldrich Place thought they were supposed to vote at Cathedral of Faith. A lot of them didn't get to vote because it was such a big mix-up. And now those that found out that they're supposed to be at Aldrich Place, are you guys going to make sure you notify them thoroughly and let them know they're now supposed to go to Foss Avenue? Because a lot of the voters weren't aware that they had even been changed. A lot of them didn't get to vote in the last election. I think we're derelict in our duties when we have elections and the people aren't even aware where they're supposed to show up to vote. I mean, I think that as a city that operates in a democratic process, it is definitely, when you make these decisions, it's definitely your responsibility to not just send out one notice, but several notices, maybe some advertisements on the radio, I mean, because you have enough time to do that. And I think it was just terrible for people to have been voting for decades and have their precincts changed and not have anybody giving them information, telling them anything. So I hope that we do better with this upcoming election than we did with the last ones and the ones in the past, especially with this precinct situation. If you're going to keep changing it, then you have to give out several notices that you're changing it. I mean, I don't think it's fair to keep changing these precincts and not have a process of notifying people and being sure that they've been properly notified. So I hope we do better with that this time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Yvonne Penton.
Good evening, Council. I just have a prayer for the legislation, if I'm permitted to read it. Thank you. Thank you. So, am I allowed to read the prayer? Okay, thanks. This is a blessing of a prayer for the Council. We honor you, O God, for our infinite wisdom, or for your infinite wisdom, in providing leaders whom you have established to protect the innocent and to punish the wicked. We know that you established authorities, setting the times of their administration. So we want to bless our civil leaders, whom you have appointed to lead our society, our community. May you give them wisdom in their tasks. May they trust in you and uphold your law so that the people of this community may live their lives in the security of justice and peace. Amen.
The next speaker is Doug Matthews.
I'd like to thank the last speaker for her prayer. I'm Doug Matthews, and I'm a good government activist from the 7th Ward. Recent events have shown a troubling pattern within the Ethics and Accountability Board. The board's leadership, Chairman Joseph King, Vice Chairman William Harris, Board Secretary Trishelle Young, and former member Carol McIntosh, played a major role in manipulating the hiring process for the ombudsman's position. At first, HR Director Eddie Smith only sent the 3 qualified applicants for the ombudsperson to the EAB, but under pressure from the board's leaders, especially McIntosh, he eventually sent over all 14 applications, including 11 that were unqualified. This wasn't about choosing the best person for the job. It was a move to make sure Mrs. Little's name made it to the board so they could vote for her, even though she didn't meet the necessary qualifications. And that's exactly what happened. By hiring Mrs. Little, knowing she wasn't qualified, the board set her up to fail. When she was no longer useful to them, they let her go without any respect, humiliating her in front of others. This was not just poor judgment, it was a planned setup, and there's video to prove it. Even though McIntosh is no longer on the EAB, the culture she helped create, where manipulating the process is okay, still affects the board. This isn't the first time McIntosh's actions have caused trouble. During her time on the Flint Community Schools Board, her involvement led to a legal battle that ended with the district paying over $600,000 in a settlement to the former interim superintendent, Anita Stewart. This settlement was for lost wages and damages to Stewart's reputation, showing how serious the consequences of bad leadership can be. This kind of behavior is not only unethical, but also a deep betrayal of the public's trust. King, Harris, Young, and by extension McIntosh are not fit to lead. The EAB leadership team should resign. We need leaders who are committed to fairness, transparency, and public service, not those who manipulate the system for their own political agendas or egos. As the legal process moves forward, I remain committed to exposing the truth and holding those responsible accountable. I encourage everyone to stay informed and continue demanding integrity and transparency from our leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Joe Tolbert.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Tolbert. I live in the 7th Ward. I have come to this meeting to address the water fees and how much you guys charge minimally just to get water. My wife and I are paying, we are both retired, we're paying over $100 a month just to have access to water. And I don't think that's good. I don't know of any city that charges that much, and something needs to be done about it. In addition to that, I've contacted Candace, and it's difficult getting in contact with the city of Flint. I'm a senior citizen. I should not have to go back to school to learn how to do computers again in order to contact the city people that work here or to express my views. Everything is locked up here. I was almost arrested the other day following the instructions on the back of a form that I got from the city, and it's just no accountability, it seems like. I don't know what's going on. Also, I sent Candace a letter, and she didn't get it because of the debacle that was going on here last week, and I can understand that. However, I do have some ideas on way the city can generate money so that it doesn't have to charge so much for the services that its citizens receive. This city is 40% senior citizens, and I don't think that anybody wants to move here with the charges and the fees and the lack of police protection, the fact that people don't have to have license plates to drive around. If you go to Grand Blanc, that is automatic. You get stopped. Here, they just drive around. This is a city that needs a lot of work, and I don't know what the solutions are, but I'm hoping to get in touch with Candace and express those views in more length with her so that she can come back to the council and maybe something can be done. My sister lives in a city that is smaller than this. Their streets are swept every week. They have cheaper services than we do. I don't understand it, why everything is so expensive here. And I'm not going to take any more of your time right now. And I want to thank you for hearing me, and I also want to thank you all for your service because I know it's a thankless job. But we need you. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The last speaker for this meeting is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today?
I'm gonna keep it short and simple today. I'm not gonna challenge y'all to see what y'all would say in the council anymore. I ain't gonna do that. But my friend has a fundraiser going right now, and the Cash App is Cash App Flint Lies, all lowercase letters, and that's to build a memorial for Eric Mays. So I just came up here to say that. So if y'all want to contribute to having that memorial put up on Saginaw Street, I just made the invite. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of public speaking. Now, each council member will have the opportunity to respond to to public comments with 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to address?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I do want to, because we spoke before the meeting and you showed me where the email bounced back. So definitely thank you for your patience. The past 2 weeks have not been easy for myself or my colleagues with trying to figure out what we've missed, who we've missed, and what issues we should be addressing. And so I do thank you for your patience. Thank you for coming here tonight to show that the email did end up bouncing back. I do want to hear a little bit more about what paper you're referring to and why you almost ended up being arrested, because that is disturbing. So I am going to follow up with you about that. As far as the Fourth Ward and the comments that were made about the Fourth Ward, I do agree. The Fourth Ward does need a lot of attention. It does need, we do emphasize the North End specifically and some of the things that happen on the North End, and we try to get a lot of services over there. But we do need to acknowledge the fact that the Fourth Ward is also in need of a lot of services, in need of a lot of enforcement, and that our colleague in the Fourth Ward does need our support as she addresses you and your issues. And so I do want to say to my colleague in the Fourth Ward, please let us know what you need for us to be able to properly support your ward, because what you described tonight about them running a chop shop in broad daylight, as well as someone who may have very well been having a mental health episode running down the street, that those are, you know, huge signs of neglect, and we want to make sure that every resident recognizes the fact that we want everyone to have a beautiful life here in the city of Flint. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to the residents for taking the time to share your thoughts and concerns. It's greatly appreciated, and your voices are being heard. And I also want to address the individual, Mr. Art Woodson, who had a comment about me. Let's clear something up real clear. I can care less if you feel like I can be a politician or so forth. But what I need you to quit doing is coming up here lying about me and you working together in the past and things like that. The only thing me and you did was a water drive in the past. And when I seen how you move and how you lie and how you disrupt people's camps and things like that, I blocked you on my phone as well as on Facebook, and we have no communication, sir. And when you keep coming up here talking about we changing pipes and things like that, let's get this corrected. Me and my organization and some other nonprofits were the first ones in the city of Flint to change pipes at some homes that I own. You had nothing to do with that, but actually you and another individual who loved to come up to council meetings and disrupt it came and tried to disrupt that, and that's all on MLive and it's all documented. So please stop with the lies, sir, because you don't make a good activist, a politician, or anything else. You're just a good liar. And the city deserves better than that, sir. And it's not personal. It's just giving you the truth. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Woodson. Mr. Woodson. I'm not going to say it again. Anyone else? Go ahead. Go.
Point of
Gentlemen,
order.
Gentlemen. Art, this is your first warning.
Point of order. Point of order.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Yeah, hold on. First of all, I think that they have both stopped, and if we're going by council rules 27.2 or 3, that we should not be argumentative. The councilman in the first ward was argumentative, and I was waiting for him to stop addressing Mr. Woodson. So I would probably say at this time, let's just let it go so I can get my 2 minutes.
Go ahead with your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Order. Point of order.
What's your point?
Are you withdrawing the warning?
No, I'm not.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, there's an appeal to the ruling of the chair because Mr. Woodson continued to talk over people and I had asked him to stop very politely, and he chose to continue. I had given him his first warning. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So the councilman in the first ward was going back and forth with him after his time expired. So it's unfair that Mr. Woodson would get a warning when Mr. El-Amin was, I believe he was saying, the truth hurts past his time. So I think that it's probably, let cooler heads prevail, but to give a warning when there was clearly a back and forth after the time expired is probably unjust at this moment.
This is the vote to appealing the ruling that I gave Mr. Woodson his first warning. A yes vote overturns the chair's ruling. A no vote sustains it. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alamin? No. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no. My ruling stands. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So disappointed in my colleagues because we need to start having fairness. Clearly Rule 27.3, which states council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. That's our council rules. And so when we get these 5 votes, which stay the same, it's not fairness. It's not fair. To Mr. Tolbert, our water prices are crazy. If you don't use a drop of water, you will be charged $60 for fees, period. And it goes on. It took me a long time to figure out. It's the size of your line. If it's a ½ inch, a 1/4 inch, or 3/4 inch, or 1/5, and there was no, people have different size lines. And so I don't know what size line that you do have. We do need to work on it. I agree completely. And like I said, if you don't use any water, your bill's going to be at least about $60. 75.
One line. We have 2 lines.
No discussion.
So I understand what you're saying. And to Mr. Peachy, when it's about the city, I understand what you're saying, and I've had it in parts of my ward. I've got drug issues in my ward, dumping, and I understand what you're saying. And it's for the city. And I've had Councilwoman Priestley call me about a home, that a person basically was I'm going to say a chop shop, a repair shop. And she felt more comfortable. She called, and we have to all work together for that. And it is a process, because people come here and will just set up shop and do anything. So we do have work to do. We do. But that is my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. McCarty.
Yes, thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the speakers. Thank you for bringing forth your insight, your opinions, issues, and your concerns. Thank you for being engaged in the process. Ms. Pendleton, thank you for that lovely prayer. It's needed always, so thank you. Pendleton. And Mr. Miller, thank you for the information that you shared as well. Mr. Torbert, our water fees are outrageous. Outrageous. And yes, we do need to do something about it. And Mr. Peachy, thank you for that information. All of the wards are having issues, drastic issues. And one of the things that I see is that the ordinances, the city ordinances, are not being enforced. So we need to work on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else?
Yeah, with a freedom of speech. I should be able to talk what I want to.
Whoever's speaking out.
That's malarkey.
Point of order.
What's your point?
The audience member is out of order.
My last name Lewis, so watch yourself.
Mr. Lewis, please. There's no back and forth between the audience and council.
Point of order.
Mr. Lewis.
Okay, I'm done.
Go ahead. Anyone else in the public speaking?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you to all the speakers who spoke. Mr. Miller, if you could.
Point
Mr. Lewis,
of order.
that is your first warning. I just gave him a warning.
It's a meeting. I don't care.
Point of order.
What's your point?
He's persisting to disrupt this meeting, therefore he's in violation of the Flint City Code subsection, which states that if you disrupt the meeting, you will receive a warning, and if you persist.
Yes.
And if you persist to disrupt this meeting, violators shall be removed. Again.
Mr. Lewis, if you have one more outburst, you will receive your second warning and will be asked to leave this meeting.
Y'all full of shit.
Please leave this meeting.
I don't care. You know what?
Mr. Lewis, please leave this meeting.
You wrong, bro. You could have told him that in the elevator. You ain't had to bring that on the
Mr.
forefront.
Lewis.
If you got a problem.
Mr. Lewis, please leave the meeting. Mr. Lewis, you've been asked to leave this meeting. Mr. Lewis.
Why don't we do something with him? Okay. To the administration, if y'all could put a list of numbers and put it in the back so when residents come, or if we need to have one for ourselves, it could give a list of all the different departments that people can contact, like the blight department and other departments, versus them going around trying to figure out how to maneuver getting in contact with a department head when they got a situation going on, they don't know how to go to it. But I also want to thank the residents for their prayers. I was in the hospital for a couple of days just for being dehydrated. I told 2 of my colleagues and I told 2 of my family members, because I did not want it to panic about something, because I thought I was going to be in and out. It did not work that way. And next thing you know, it was all on Facebook. Anybody know me? I don't do Facebook with my personal information. and I don't know how it got out. My mother did not even know. My brother and
point of order. It is now time for council response. The audience has had their opportunities. They are still yelling out.
I was trying to figure out who was yelling out. Audience members, this is the time for council to address your comments. Please be respectful as we were respectful for you. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Next thing you know, I was getting calls that I was on Facebook and I was dying and all of this different kind of stuff. And that's what took me down in the hospital. I was doing just fine, getting ready to get released until somebody posted it on Facebook, and then this person posted it, then that person posted it, and they ran with it, and they added some story on it, and I don't like that. I don't like that personal stuff. I don't be on Facebook going back and forth with people on what they think. They talked about Jesus, so if they on Facebook talking about me, let them talk about me, but I do not like my business, especially personal, being spread out in the community like that. If I want somebody to know that, I'll go and post myself up in a hospital.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there anyone else? Excuse me, the gentleman back behind the woman in the third gentleman sitting back. Yes, this is going to be your first warning because I have heard you. I just didn't recognize whose voice it was. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Seeing none, I will take my time. You know, the Fourth Ward is a mess, and I have many fires that I put out on a daily basis. Mr. Peachy, you and I've gone, the one home that you were talking about with the crane, which is actually a tree services truck that has the lift in it, that is on the list to be cleaned up. It's just on the list, and they will get to it in order. I have checked on that multiple times, and I actually followed up. And I was driving around the ward on Friday and noticed a man coming out of a land bank owned property. And as I drove by that house, I thought, man, that house looks pretty bad. I wonder if it's on the demolition list. And here comes a guy coming out of the building with a blanket on the door. So I feel bad for those people. I have your situation is just one of many in the Fourth Ward. I appreciate Ms. Machat got somebody over. She had the ability to find somebody to mow a property in my ward, and I appreciate that. I work with a number of people on our council as well as administration. It is very frustrating when I can drive around and go down 3 streets and I filed 10 complaints. And I cannot speak to our NSO anymore. They've been told, the neighborhood safety officers have been told they cannot communicate with us. Before, if somebody was parking on the lawn, I could call them up and say, hey, that person who we've been complaining about is on their lawn now. Can you head over there and ticket them? Now I can't. So if they're not parked there when he drives by, he's not there. And we're shorthanded in the NSOs. I have suggested that that's my time. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to highlight 2 important events that's coming up. First, I want to highlight Councilman Elaming's town hall meeting, which is Thursday.
What's your point?
Where are we at on the agenda?
We're still under council response.
So you respond. Normally the chair speaks last.
That is customary, but that's not a rule. It's not in our rules that councils. That's just customary that everyone else speaks first. I must have spoke over Dr. Lewis. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Okay, thank you. And so we want to make sure that the First Ward, that they are in the know about the town hall.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying is that the chair does speak last, but because you did not see when Dr. Lewis requested to speak, you're allowing her to speak this time?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Okay, thank you. So just want to make sure that we are in the know about some positive things happening in our city. The First Ward Town Hall meeting will be taking place tomorrow at the Northside Mini Station. You can refer to the First Ward's page for more information. Have a lot of great speakers, a lot of great information. I really want to encourage that, as different council people have had different town hall meetings, want to make sure that we keep our residents in the know. Furthermore, there is a sickle cell walk, It will take place this Saturday at Max Brandon Park. That is our version of Central Park, right in the middle of the north side. So please bring your family, bring your friends, bring some walkers, bring some children. We're walking for a great cause, and this is spearheaded by by the Booth family, Metropolitan Baptist Church, Elgar Credit Union, Hurley Foundation. So I want to encourage everyone to come out. A lot of us, we know someone that has been impacted by sickle cell, so we want to make sure that we support this initiative. And I will leave. Oh, and then we're also having young ladies programming. It starts Monday, September the 30th. It's called Tessie. I've witnessed the great things that this organization has done for young ladies. It teaches them. I don't want to use the word how to be a lady, but how to be a lady. They teach them etiquette, self-esteem. It even teaches them about the importance of voting and et cetera. So if you know a young lady that could use this kind of mentorship, Ms. Tanisha Jones, you can reach out to her, or you can just reach out to me. I'll make sure that you receive the flyer, or just follow me on the Flint 2nd Ward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed you. All right, now it's time for the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with any separations.
Is there support? Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. Are there any separations? Go ahead.
240-324, 240-404. Did you say that number again?
240404.
240-404.
It's on page 4. Go ahead.
And just for quick discussion, add-on number 1, which is the
Raymond?
Can you speak into the mic?
Raymond. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Raymond Robinson.
Right. Okay.
And that is called.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
I'd like to separate 240-348.
Okay.
240-402. 240-403. 240-405. 240-406. 240-407. And that was all I had.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Let me go back there because they have pretty much named everything that so I'm going through. I wanted to separate 240-410, and then I don't know how which is the add-on number because we got a lot of.
It's just the Raymond. It's
Okay.
the auditing services.
Okay, I don't even think I have that one.
You should have.
Yeah, it's the 280. Okay. All right, thank you. And then no, that's the hauling.
It's the staple one.
Yeah. All right, the 259. Okay. All right, thank you. And then I would like to. This 230. Okay, we got a lot of stuff up here. A lot. Thank you, Jerry.
Is that it?
No, hold on, because I had highlighted, I think that is, yeah, because I think they named off Pfeiffer and Jared named off the other ones.
So which one did you?
It was just one that they had already called up what I was going to circle, so it was just the one. And that was, I had some questions about complete towing's contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Correct. Yep, that's it.
Okay, anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer. That was discussed prior to the, it wasn't an add-on, it's just a correction. Yep, okay. That's why I was wondering. Yeah. Anyone else? Anyone else? No, it's not an add-on. Just a second, I'll tell you. All right, so the consent agenda consists of 240400, 240401. All of these have T's after them. 240408, 240409, 240411, 240412, 240413.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before you ask for the roll call, can you have the clerk explain what the T is to the audience?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, could you explain what the T stands for?
The T is just for our own internal purposes, because right now our legislative program that we normally use for agendas and minutes is still not working. So this is just, it stands for temporary. It's just for us so we can follow up later with what we need to do. Right now we're just doing these as Word docs.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Can you say what's on the consent agenda one more time?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
240400, 240401, 240408, 240409, 240411, 240412, 240413. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mushat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alami.
Mr. Jones.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda will be sent to council. Our first separation is 240324. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to move 240324 to council.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to move 240324 to council. Is there any discussion?
Point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not asking for the floor. I'm just asking that my colleagues speak into their microphone so that everyone can hear.
Thank you. Speak into the microphone. RL. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you to Ms. Dorr.
Ms. Dorr.
Good evening, Council.
Hello, Ms. Dorr. Can you enlighten us on how this money would be utilized? What is the funding actually going to be used for?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, the original resolution. So I'll say this: when this resolution was first passed, it was passed with, which was Resolution 240143. It is resolved section had an incorrect account number in it. We have spent some more time figuring out what is happening with the use, the alternative use of vacant lots. And at this time, I would request that you keep this in finance, because they have not given me the information and I cannot answer you. So I would request more time, because we followed up with them again, and I think that they have a plan, but I need specifics. I want the lot, I want the specific use, I want everything, and that has not been provided. So that's the best I can do.
Okay.
So.
Then I guess I will yield the floor.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. To you two. Hi, Emily.
Hi.
So you're waiting on specific information for it?
Yeah, I can. So, for example, the last time we talked about this resolution, the thought was that the lot that was the focused alternative lot for vacant lot for use was a specific land bank lot that they were going to have an agreement with about cleaning up so it could be used. We've dug into that more. A few things came up that they might actually want to look at a different land bank lot, because the one that they were looking at, they uncovered some contamination, and so they are looking to pivot. And I said, great, I think that's a very good move, but without confirmation about which lot it is, I wouldn't with good conscience ask you to move. So they are hoping to have that all confirmed in the next week, and I can then provide you with that information.
Okay, so are you looking for next week before the meeting, or for Monday's meeting, or? And how long are we going to hold this? Because we're getting down to a deadline with ARPA funds.
Yes.
And I absolutely love what you were working on with Councilman Jarrett, with G-Card. That was fantastic. I love that you're staffing your department. I mean, there is some normality there. And to get that out. So our date for making sure these funds are allocated is December 31st of this year, correct?
That is correct. They obligated. So not only does a resolution have to be
Not
passed, it has to be under contract or an MOU in place. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so the money has been already, well, I don't even know what our ARPA budget, because I can't read email on our phone, so maybe I'm going to have to get a copy from you, Judy, or yeah. And I don't know if you can print yet. Go ahead, keep going. So I get what I listened to what you were stating with Councilman Pfeiffer. I'm going to yield the floor so my colleagues can have it.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you to Ms. Doerr. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
Happy to be here.
So you say you have requested information and have not yet heard back. Would that have been from the neighborhood engagement hub or directly with Sarvis?
Both.
Both?
I think, and again, I'll reiterate that the issue is that the lot they were focused on had, revealed that there is some contamination, and so now they're looking to pivot to a different lot. So I think they were trying to do their due diligence and actually have because I had said we need an agreement with the land bank.
So they're looking to acquire, someone is looking to acquire a lot.
Even if not acquiring, and even if they just want to use it, I still think that needs to be.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And I guess that's what I'm also trying to understand.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to have ownership and responsibility of and for whatever lot is procured?
Yes.
And then is this $25,000 going to be to prepare it for a food truck lot or station? Mm-hmm. And then what funds are going to be needed thereafter to maintain it? How have you requested that type of budget to understand how it's going to operate?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, because that is something that I would want to know, because I would imagine it's not just necessarily here's a slab and people come park and there's no kind of anything even outside of just zoning, any type of liability concerns and that kind of thing, I would be interested to know how that would work in total. So I look forward to hearing what you hear.
Yes.
and then we go from there, because it's an interesting concept. The concept is interesting. I would also be curious to know how, is there a window of time that's going to be open, or is it year-round? Is it seasonal?
Right.
How does some of that work when, and if this doesn't get approved, what other funding stream what's the backup plan?
Right.
Is this a go regardless as to if ARPA funds are available, or it's only because we got the potential for ARPA funds, so we'll find a way to spend it? And that's what I want to guard against going forward. I want to make sure that the plans are viable the year after we give them these funds, what's in place. And when I say them and we, I don't necessarily mean just this particular resolution, but this will be a recurring theme of mine, particularly with ARPA funds. What is the plan, or what was the plan before ARPA was available, and how are we going to function hereafter? So that's it. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy-Cartier.
So it sounded like, and thank you, Ms. Dewar. It sounded like Ms. Dewar would like for this resolution to stay in committee. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make the motion to keep the resolution here in committee.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to keep resolution 240324 in committee. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to keep resolution 240324 in committee. Roll call, please.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
4 yes, 5 no. That we are going, that will not, that will keep going on. Okay, any other discussion? Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, thank you. So just want to respond, because, I've been accused of stealing money for Cyrus Park, so I'm pretty much the go-to person to ask if you have a question about Cyrus Park. So just want to bring a little clarity to this. So I had a meeting with the president and with Tom Wyatt, and so the neighborhood association, they pivoted. And so they pivoted to using a lot already attached to the park. So if you're familiar with the park area, then you will know on the 4,000 side of Wisner, there is a spot with some, a few spaces that need to be redone and everything. And so in that space, that's where they were going to utilize the solar-powered picnic tables where you can charge your personal devices. You can also, like I said, we're repaving a lot and creating signage. So that will be directly on the side of the park that has the parking slots. So in lieu of using land bank property, because it has been known that the place that we want to use, but we're still going to help beautify that, is maybe a brownfield and not safe for a food truck. We went ahead and pivoted, and they're going to utilize those lots for that. So it definitely is an interesting concept. I encourage my other colleagues to consider it for their wards. And if you have any more questions, you can please feel free to ask me, because we're trying to do something great in the 2nd Ward and starting with that area. So I would like to give a special thank you to Tom Wyatt and also to Shell McDonald for spearheading this and for utilizing their time to apply for ARPA funding to do something better than amazing in the area. So I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Ms. Dewar, with the, excuse me, through the chair to Ms. Dewar, with the explanation that we were just provided, are you comfortable with moving it out of finance?
Yes, we reached out today and we're not giving that information. So I'm glad that thank you, because maybe he was busy, but Tom was unable to give me that information. So I'm sorry that I was unable to get that from him. So, or else I would have said exactly that. So, again, thank you.
Mm-hmm. No, it's no problem. I know that the Neighborhood Engagement Hub, they are serving as a fiduciary for quite a few ARPA projects. And so I know they are feeling the load of what comes with, taking on such a heavy task. And so I know we'll probably have to give the Neighborhood Engagement Hub a little bit of grace in this instance for the simple fact that, they do amazing work in the community. They're generally very timely with information and things that is needed from them. And so I am happy that we did get an explanation. I'm also happy with the fact that with that explanation, you are comfortable with moving it out of finance now. I yield my time.
Thank you. Any other let me see. Any other discussion? In the first round. Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll call the question.
Okay, there's a call for a question. Is there support?
Just the corruption. You just support.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Let's call the question. Roll call, please.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because the amount of corruption that is just pure visible right now is obscene.
Point of order.
Yeah, what's your point?
According to the charter, that is not a reason to abstain. You abstain if you have a conflict of interest. Either your vote would be yes or no. That's according to the Flint City Charter. Thank you.
Point is well taken. Go ahead. Continue the vote.
Mr. Jarrett?
It is true.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Point of order. No, it's not.
Point of order.
What's your point?
We're on a roll call. Go ahead.
Thank you. To you, Madam Chair, I don't have my charter, but to the city attorney, if he could read what it is to abstain so that we'll have a correct definition of what abstain is, so that my colleagues and as well as you, we can all be on the same page, since the colleague in the 2nd Ward was given legal advice.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Are we supposed to be doing this during a roll call
No.
vote? Like, I don't have a problem with us getting the correct definition from the attorney, but we're in the middle of a roll call vote.
No, we must continue the vote. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's a no on the call to question? No. Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. That will be sent. That call for a question. This is the vote to send resolution 240324 to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because there's clearly questions that need to be answered, and they are just being puppets right now and sending it along.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. That will be sent to council.
Point of order.
What's your point?
My point is, when we voting, we are individuals, and we get to vote the way we want to, yay or nay. And we should not be called puppies or whatever my colleague.
Point of order.
Pfeiffer is
What's
saying.
your point?
I said puppets. Puppets, as her hands up your ass. That's puppet.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
That's my point right there, and that's what'll get us into it, because my mama ain't raised no puppet or nobody with
All
their
right,
hand
no
up
back
in
and
their-
forth.
up their ass.
No back and forth. We are not going to
I
do
ain't
this.
going back and forth. I'm just letting you know.
I
You didn't
understand.
stop him when he called us, said we was a puppet.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There has been no ruling of the
That's
chair.
the point.
Point of order.
I mean, now, come on.
That was out of order.
Point of order.
That is out of order. I was going to give both of them a warning. You both have warnings. Go ahead. The next resolution is 240325. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move that we send this to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 240325 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. When Emily, I looked up and you were there. So can you, I have not read, and we got the, can you tell us what this is about?
Miss Dorr, can you explain these for the other ones too, because it fits the same, those
Absolutely.
resolutions?
So there was an original resolution actually passed last fall, Resolution 230414, and that resolution for this Odyssey House for mental health, and it was approved, but the It is resolved section had a typo in it. It had accidentally had the wrong agency, and so we can't process a contract. And so we
What
would
was
like
the typo?
It said Latinx in the it is resolved section instead of Odyssey House. So
Okay, so it's actually the Latinx instead of Odyssey House.
but it was a resolution for Odyssey House is in the title. Odyssey House is in the account box. Odyssey House is all in the staff review, but the it is resolved section, which is the specifically most important section of a resolution, had the wrong agency. So, it happens. We are in front of you now to actually offer the exact same resolution, but with the correct agency in the it is resolved section. I did want to just follow up because you did ask me a question the last time I was up here about this. There was a question about this resolution, instead of being funded with ARPA monies, there was a thought that it could be funded with opioid money. I did want you to know that staff has been working on figuring out how that could work, because I know that the question was, is that eligible for opioid given the population that this is going to serve with the mental health services? And the answer is yes. Here's the catch, and we've looked into this. Because it was approved last November, I believe, this 230414, the original, it got reported to the federal government as an amount that was going to be allocated to this agency for this amount of work for that amount, and that report's already in. And so we've actually been trying to figure out, were we to move this amount, even though it is a new resolution being passed now, it was in a previous report, and that was prior to the movement of funds that happened.
Can we,
So,
is that not something that we can amend? Because that would be the same, because if we can use, and would that fall into that 30% of opioid money that we can use?
I guess my concern is that because these funds for this agency with ARPA have already been reported, it might cause an audit issue in the future. That's my response.
Okay, and I understand that.
Yeah.
Were the funds for G-Card for the $850,000, was that the same issue?
Correct, but what we are presenting is still the same use with ARPA, and so this would be taking the money out of what was an ARPA reported expenditure And so that's where we would say, while I thought it was a very lovely, very good idea, it could cause an audit issue in the future.
So we would be taking, so it's the $36,000 that should be for Latinx, and it's not for Latinx.
Odyssey House should be for Odyssey House.
Should be
We
for
are just
Odyssey
correcting
House.
it.
Okay, so you had a name issue.
Yeah.
Because I really am not, and this was something that we had already seen before, because I really think that at this point, and some organizations have double dipped, I want to see, like we did for that $850,000, to do something for the residents finally, because they haven't seen it. You know, and I get where residents want certain things and do certain things, but I think we have nothing that is really like tangible. Like with that $850,000, you're going to get 72 roofs on there, which is great. You know, but I would have liked to have seen this to come out of opioid use, because we have got money in there. And dealing with that money and putting this, I would like to see this for ARPA be used for something else. This could get about 3 more roofs done if we, you know, take this money and, you know, use that opioid instead of ARPA. We could do something for some residents, some seniors who need it. We haven't did it. Saginaw's on phase 3. I love what you're doing with this with Councilman Jarrett, but I would really like to see this to come out of opioid. And I get, you know, it's a different use and it's already in the report. I get what you're saying with that, but I'm going to listen to the rest. I actually want to listen to the rest of my colleagues and hear their thought process. I yield the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
Through you to Ms. Dorr. So with that being the case, can't we reallocate this to another partner in the city that's doing the same services similar? Just change the name? Because we allocated all the money to the general fund and now we're reallocating a bunch of it anyways. So our report to the federal government is probably all over the place anyways. So what's another bucket of water when you're drowned in? So why can't we reprogram this to?
So I don't do the ARPA reports. I've been talking with my colleagues who do in finance, and so I reflected to you what they shared with me. I think that it would be less of an issue to take this $36,000 and keep it of ARPA and keep it in mental health, because that's how it was reported as a line item in the report. That would be less of a potential audit flag in the future versus saying this 36 is now moved to a completely different use. But again, I don't file those reports.
So here's where I'm at. I hope we do get audited, because the way we've spent these ARPA funds and the people, like, how can I promise that we get audited because we need it? Because to me, I mean, with the vote that just happened, is astounding when you don't have the answers on how the dollars are going to be spent. And my colleagues don't seem to care, and they just want to pass something. For an institution that apparently one of my colleagues is no longer allegedly involved in, but her name is still on the bank account. But I don't know what to say here, because we clearly have money in the opioid and it would be better served under the opioid. But I don't know. I will abstain from voting on this one. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
And Emily, forgive me, because I generally like to stick to the agenda item that we're on, but you can't, if you allow a lie to have legs, it'll run right on. Everyone witnessed, it's clearly on camera, where you were given an explanation, and I asked you, are you comfortable with moving it out of finance with the explanation you were given? And you stated yes. And so because a vote doesn't necessarily go the way everyone thinks, I would urge and encourage my colleagues to refrain from the name calling, because as we see, it becomes explosive, and nobody's here for the explosive energy that happens when passions run high, when people are not satisfied with trying to make something fail simply because they do not like a colleague. I would urge everyone up here, let's consider the residents. I consider the residents in my vote. I considered your opinion in my vote when I asked you, are you comfortable with us moving it now that you have that explanation? And so the last thing I would want to do or accuse anyone of is trying to make it seem as though people are attempting to be corrupt when out in the open the question was asked and answered that you are okay with moving it forward out of finance, because your original request was to not move it forward because you didn't have an explanation. You received an explanation, to which I asked, and I'm going to keep reiterating this, because again, if you allow a lie to have legs, it will run off. And I learned that over this past year of being on this council. Unfortunately, sometimes things get contentious to the point where we simply give out misinformation even when the truth happened right in front of everyone's eyes. I do thank you for your patience with this council, though. I thank you for your explanation with this, and I yield the floor.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am, in the round. Yes, Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you.
Okay.
I didn't hear you.
Fine. Go ahead.
Okay, you're next. Go ahead.
Okay, through you to Emily. So is that to say is the biggest concern that there is, or this could, as you say, flag an audit? Is that the biggest concern? I mean, because it would just, as I've seen and done grants with the government, some of this is a matter of documentation or just sharing what occurred. You do that, if that creates a question, it creates a question. It's what happened, and this is our best effort to remedy what happened. I agree with my colleague about doing what's in the best interest of the residents. I absolutely agree with that, which is why I would rather see these funds be taken out of opioid and as opposed to ARPA, because we have more latitude with ARPA funds with being able to directly impact residents. So I would really like to see us do all things, I guess one of our phrases is all things necessary to continue on the pathway of having this come out of opioid funds. And if it means, you know, I don't know if it means you or whomever getting additional clarity on the best way to report it going forward, and we, you know, I don't know if you can get that between now and special affairs, or if we leave this here in finance. I don't know, but I would like to see us have the flexibility with ARPA funds to do something other than what can be done if paid another way. I yield.
Dr. Lewis.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for bringing clarity for this and for cleaning up the resolutions. Although, like you said, some of them had the wrong account number, so you're just trying to make sure that you're making sure that all information on the resolution is clean. That's very much appreciative. But you know what I don't want to see happen, I don't want to see, as my colleague in 7th Ward say, lies develop legs. What you are witnessing is nothing corrupt. This is called a legislative body moving business forward. Everyone had their opportunity to speak for 5 minutes about Cyrus Park. And again, I am an active person in my ward. I attend all meetings. I have a relationship with all neighborhood associations, even the ones that I am starting.
Point of order. What is your point? She's not being germane. This is about Odyssey House and Latinx. She's talking about Cyrus Park. It's not germane.
Okay, well, I will definitely appreciate the same energy when your colleague in the 8th Ward, who decided to join us after 2 months, have come back and he is pointing.
Of order. No decorum and personal attacks. Let's just get this meeting done.
Right. Okay. So again, as I was stating, When we have a colleague that states that corruptness is happening and they're stating what someone is a part of, you must address it, because lies will travel, especially when they're on Talking with Tanya. And so I want to make abundantly...
Point of order. You need to warn her because she's not germane. Just like she didn't know to abstain is to vote. Read and comprehend the charter. Page 27, section D.
Pause for time, please. I'm going to read the charter. Section 3-204 under voting. Excuse me, let me turn my microphone on. Section 3-204.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your
point of order? Are we being germane to the resolution
I am using the chair's discretion to answer a
no,
question.
We're
yes,
on this resolution. We're
this
not
is
even
what I'm
talking
doing.
about
Point of order. She's arguing with the chair. She's out of order.
You are out of order. Section 3-204, under voting for council. Whenever city council shall hold a vote, all members shall be required to vote either A or no. All members shall vote on every matter before the city council unless the member has a conflict of interest precluding their vote as set forth in Article 1, Section 1-602 of this charter or as provided by law. So by charter, you are required to vote a yes or no.
Point of order.
What is your point?
My point of order is Section D. If you read further, you only read partially the way down. Section D states, an abstention shall be considered a vote, providing the council member states a reason. Read further down, Madam Chair, please.
Ms. Burns, as I am continuing, unless the member has a conflict of interest precluding their vote, as set forth in Article 1, Section 1-602 of this charter or as provided by law. So you must vote yes or no unless you have a conflict of interest as described under Section 1-602. Going on, go ahead. Whose time was it, Ms. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis. Go ahead.
A lot going on for no reason. If we just follow the rules, follow the charter, we will be getting city business done and we'll be out of here in record time. I want to emphasize that I just wanted to address what my colleague said, but it doesn't matter because he may take another 2-month vacation and we won't have to see him again. So I'm going to go ahead and just...
being germane, and she's not using decorum with taking shots at Councilman Pfeiffer. And she's the president of the city council.
Please be germane.
Thank you. So and absolutely. So therefore, our colleagues can't talk about sticking hands up asses. So let's be clear. So as we like to play like we dumb. According to this resolution, and Ms. Dorr at the lectern, she said that everything that has been put into place has been done, and if we change where the funds are coming from, it will mess up the reports it will falsify the reports that have been submitted to the government.
That's not what she said.
That's not true. Well, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Dorr, I want to make sure that I'm clear. So, what did you say about if we remove the money? So, what did you say? I want to make sure that I'm clear. Go ahead.
So our finance team submits a quarterly report to the federal government about ARPA funds, and so the one that was submitted that included the original resolution 230414, which was for Odyssey House for $36,000 for mental health. Obviously, that resolution should have never been passed because there was a typo in the It Is Resolved section. So that's the problem, but it got passed, and now we're trying to clean it up. And what I said is that since the federal report was filed with that the concern is that if we were to, since this resolution that is in front of you is replacing that one, were it to change, it could cause a flag that in what would be an audit of these funds, which will absolutely happen. We will be audited, but because, no, that's how, you guys, we get audited by HUD every year. We get audited every year by HUD. So that's not a thing that we're going to avoid. What we want to avoid are flags for inconsistencies, flags for things that should have been caught. That's what we're trying to avoid.
Request for information. What's your request? Because this is going to help with my vote. So basically what Councilwoman Lewis just said was correct?
I'm not exactly clear on what she said. That's
Request for information, Madam Chair.
What's your request?
Should be directed towards the speaker.
Request for, point of order,
No, the request
I
for
have the
information is
floor.
directed towards me. Is it that directive point of?
I don't know if
was it a
Candace
point
is
of order
done
or
with
point
her.
of information?
I had a request for information.
Okay, and that's through me to the speaker.
Yes, okay. My request for information is, did Ms. Dorr state that records, that we will be falsifying records? Because I didn't hear Ms. Dorr say we'll be falsifying. Did she say that, Madam Chair?
She said that could be an audit flag and
She didn't say
potentially.
falsifying. That
Right.
Audit, a flag and falsifying are two very different issues.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Is it possible to get clarification? Because if I heard correctly, it was basically a polite way of saying, because it looks like we're falsifying records, it will flag this. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. We need to take a recess in the middle of Dr. Lewis's time to do the council meeting that was posted at 7 o'clock. So without objection, I will recess this in order to start the council meeting.
Thank you. All right. Ready to start the meeting?
Hey, you can't start the meeting.
What?
You can't start the meeting. How we gonna do public speaking? How we gonna do public speaking? Where the sheets at? Where the sheets? So how we gonna do it? You gonna let us just come up and speak? It's not that many people here.
Madam.
Yeah. Start the meeting and you just ask anybody want a public speak.
All right. So the time is now 7:01. No, we got a special meeting so we can pass a special. Good. Welcome. Oh, here it goes. Well, oh, here, right here. You gotta change the code. Okay.
There were slips in the box.
All right, 1-1. All right, then time is now 7:01, and this special city council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Excuse me. So, I know that he's passed the black line. All right. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin.
Present.
Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy.
Present. Present. You.
Oh, present.
Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Present.
Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Present.
Mr. Jarrett. You have 9 members present.
All right, we have 9 members present.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Because we're not going to just ignore that an employee was being disrespected by a member of the public.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. So, Mr. Woodson, I didn't give you a warning. I'm just bringing you to order. But we like to be brought to order, so let's not do that. So now it's time for, sir, that's your warning. So now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Priestley, could you please lead us in Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, now it's time for the prayer of blessing, but before we do that, we'd like to acknowledge anyone that may have transitioned. Do we have anyone that would like to be acknowledged at this time?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I'm sorry, just a second. I do want to honor, and so we can have a moment of silence for resolution, well, for Mr. Willie L. Miller. I think I did see Fire Chief back there, but he did serve on, I believe, the Flint Fire Department, and we can give a moment of silence for him and his family, please.
All right, anyone else? All right, so seeing that there is no one else, I would like to have a special moment of silence for Mrs. Linda D. Norton, Miss Linda D. Norton. So we will have a moment of silence starting now. All right. Now it's time for our prayer blessing. I ask the council member in the first ward if he will lead us in the prayer blessing.
Dear council members and esteemed members of the audience, we gather here today. Let us take a moment to reflect on our shared purpose in the diverse community we serve. We may come from different backgrounds and walks of life. However, let not our differences stop us from uniting in our commitment to the betterment of our city. May we be guided by wisdom and compassion in our discussion today. Let us honor the voices of all who call this place home. May we join in prayer that embraces and uplifts us. In the moment of collective reflection, let us remember those facing hardship and difficulty. May they find the healing and support they need, and may we as a council and as a community be ready to assist them in ways that will best help them. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, let us pray for our residents, our families, and our council. May we all be inspired and encouraged. Almighty God, in your many names and forms, we offer this prayer. Amen.
Amen. So now it's time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. And it states that any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault, battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from meetings. So now it's time for public comment. The first public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first public speaker is Carl Lewis.
Yeah, you got put out.
The next speaker is Kawana Mack.
Good evening. Lord have mercy. Oh, I want to talk about Elamine. I saw you yesterday. Did you see me? I saw you. And I saw you on Flint After Dark, where you said that Miss Tanya Burns was already suspended when you got here on your seat. No, I was here. You were sworn in, and you called the question on her suspension. So you would, oh yeah, let's go with that misinformation that's always putting out there. But I also say, we seeing the real Elamine. You ain't have to have your mic turned on tonight, did you? Talking loud, and I thought you was gonna jump on the doggone Hasselbreen seniors. Y'all see the work I'm doing? You see it, you see it. You get out of here, bully. But oh Lord, y'all so corrupt. You hear me? Emily, we need to be audited. IRS, FBI, whoever, federal government, the U.S. Treasury, get down here to the city of Flint. Here we is, everybody in America thinking Flint's water is safe. The mayor, Neely, said it was safe. The governor, Whitmer, said it was safe. No, we still buying water in the city of Flint. None of these crooked five want to say anything, and one of them work for the water testing lab. Anything about this water, a right, a necessity that you need for life. And also, I want to see on here, y'all reallocating money that was supposed to go to GC Card to help with roofs. I want to say it's 800 and get over here on it. $850,000. Y'all reallocating it because y'all done reallocated it from the people, the ARPA funds. Y'all stealing so much, you're double dipping. You got Emily up here, can't animate the right way that she normally do. Well, y'all speaking for Emily, Mushat. But, woo, I just say y'all the cesspool of corruption, okay? And we tired of it. Can't wait when y'all do that perp walk. You hear me? I'm gonna take a day off work to come see. And Quincy, people prayed for you. We didn't know what was wrong. So don't come back and clap everything else. You be glad somebody was praying, okay? Sometime just take what people say, okay? Don't be so quick to clap back all the time. I'm done tonight. I'll be back next meeting.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Zachary Hairston.
Good evening, Council. I'm not a resident here, but I do have parents that live here. I do pay their taxes. I do a lot of things for their homes here. And it's appalling of what's going on here in the city of Flint. I was born and raised here. I'm 62 years old, and the things I see in this city today is appalling. Just yesterday, I was in the city at a stoplight. I had a guy go around me to do a right turn at a stoplight. Where are the police in this city? I remember when I was growing up in this city, police were everywhere. Couldn't do nothing. Couldn't do nothing, especially on the north side. Now I know it's been a lot of animosity on the media. I remember the backlash the media got, Flint Journal, Channel 12, Channel 5, about always reporting bad things on the north side. But now things happen, there is no reporting. I heard there was a murder on Atherton and Hammerberg Road this weekend. This is where my father lives at, in a retirement home over there. I heard this on the internet. I didn't hear anything about it on the news. I was in that area. Again, what is going on in Flint? I hear all this animosity going over here, up here with council. Everybody got attitudes. Citizens got attitudes. We pay y'all wages. This is our house. You want to throw us out our house every week. Every week, especially you, Liddell Lewis. You call yourself a doctor. Okay, there's a doctorate in many things. You must have a doctorate in foolishness, because that's all I see out of you is foolishness. I know where you can go, you know, it doesn't matter to you. I know what Cyrus Park is. I know what Cyrus Park was, a square block of nothing. You put a playground over there in one corner and call that a park, and you want money, and now you want to call another corner with a concrete pad, and you want to put, what, food trucks? Really? Really? Okay, bet. The city of Flint deserves better, and I hope we get better one day. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, I want to point out for the record that the council is enforcing the registration for meetings. I have 2 additional speaker slips here, but they were filled out, but they're the slips for the committee meetings, even though they were put in the box for the special city council meetings. So it appears as though Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Jones picked up slips twice, but these are the slips for the committee meetings, so they are not properly filled out. In addition, this meeting, I made a point, as was requested by the public before the meeting started, and I said that their slips for the committees are out, and that once the committee meetings start, we would put out the slips for the special council meeting, and that's what we did. So they were out there the entire time that the committee meeting was going on, and then they were picked up. So these slips,
Mr. Woodson,
the committee
please.
slips were removed when the special meeting slips were put out. So they would have had to pick these up and hold on to them and fill them out and put them in with we have 2 different slips that say different things. So there are no more speakers for this meeting.
Mr. Woodson, that's your warning. Please stop. Proceed, Mr. Woodson. Are you done, Madam Clerk?
Yes, and the committee meeting slips have been replaced, and they're back out there for government ops and legislative. So the slips out there now are for the next committees. Yes, I'm done. So there are no more speakers for this special city council meeting.
All right, so thank you. So now we will go on to
Y'all not gonna stop me from speaking.
Mr. Woodson.
Can y'all ask
Mr. Woodson, you are removed from this meeting. Council will be at ease until Mr. Woodson is removed from this meeting. You do not have the lectern. You are not a speaker at this meeting. Excuse me, Mr. Woodson, you're not a speaker at this meeting. Could you please have a seat, Mr. Woodson? Mr. Woodson, could you please? Mr. Woodson, Mr. Woodson, Mr. Woodson, again, you're violating council rules. Please, Mr. Woodson, you are removed from this meeting. Mr. Woodson, you are removed from this meeting. Mr. Woodson, you are removed from this meeting. We will notify the police, so Mr. Woodson will be removed from this meeting. It is unfortunate that Mr. Woodson will not follow the rules. Mr. Woodson, you are removed. I'm saying that you are removed. You refuse to stop talking. You are removed from this meeting. Yes, you are.
So Davina's saying that the slips were out there. He's saying. So, I mean, and it seems rather confusing, because if you got two different slips.
And she should have made that known.
She
Yeah.
did.
I'm not talking to you.
Well, you, whatever.
And what should have happened
Extra bitch.
even before the meeting, there should have been a little time right here so the residents can go back here and listen.
Yeah. And it's really.
All right.
People speak.
So, council is now brought back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Rich Jones, that's your warning.
This is crazy.
And that's your second warning. Ms. Jones, Mr. Jones, you're removed from this meeting.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What rule is being broken, Ms. Burns?
First of all, I'm asking, well, I appeal the ruling of the chair then, because I'm not understanding when the amount of time in 10 seconds, what he was even called for, and then you gave him a second warning.
That's an invalid use of point of order. Mr. Jones, you are removed from this meeting, and now we will move on to council response.
Madam Chair.
After we have our roll call.
Madam Chair.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
We are.
Point of order.
What is your point?
The councilman in the ninth ward was calling you. I don't know if you
There was
heard
an
him.
appeal to the rule. You need to ask for a
For a
second.
second.
Pardon?
There was an appeal of your rule. You need to ask for a second.
Who appealed it?
I did.
I didn't hear it.
No, I didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
I did.
She did a point of order. She did not. Did not hear
yes,
it. We
I
in the
did.
middle. We in the
appealed the
middle
rule
of
of
the
the
chair.
chair.
Go ahead. So she appealed the ruling of the chair. Okay, well, not a problem. Is there a second? Is there a second? And there's support.
I second it.
Okay, so supported by the lady in the fifth ward. So again, Mr. Jones, you received your second warning. You received your second warning, Mr. Jones. You received your second warning, and so go ahead. The chair has been ruling has been appealed, and so
Sorry.
go ahead,
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
You have technically not returned the meeting to order. The warnings were given while you were at ease. So we have not taken a roll call. You have not formally, just for the record.
Thank you. Yes, they do not count because we're trying to have a roll call so we can restore order back to the meeting. So, are you ready? For the third time, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin.
Present.
Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Mr. Murphy.
Present.
Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Present.
Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Present.
Mr. Jarrett.
Present.
You have 9 members present.
We have 9 members present. All right, so now we are going to council response. Any response from the body?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I want to respond to the young lady that told me I shouldn't have a problem with people posting me being in the hospital on Facebook. I don't care what her or anybody else say. Thank you for your prayers for those who prayed, but I don't want my personal business out on Facebook. And if I told somebody I was in the hospital, I did not tell nobody for them to go run with it. I told 4 people. That was it. And I don't want my stuff on Facebook so she can right and do whatever and trot up and down this aisle with her sign all she want to. I don't want my business on Facebook by her or nobody else. So you keep on trotting.
Ma'am. All righty. Are you done, Mr. Murphy? Yep, I'm done. Okay. So, ma'am, would you please exit the chambers? That is your warning. Thank you. So, anyone else for council response? Ms. Burns?
I don't know where our process has gotten so muddied, but letting the public speak, and especially about this, which is changing a precinct, the cutting off, the warnings, the throwing out, East Point is paying 4 people $17,000 apiece. And people are probably going to sue Flint and win, like East Point. It's the same precedence. So the power, when we're talking about how you exert it, you have to bring that back in. People were confused with the slips. We know RL speaks every single meeting because it's his constitutional right, his First Amendment of free speech. He was not allowed to speak. People did get confused. And I think sometimes, there is gray area. And the quickness to bring everybody under control, it's rude. It's rude. There's another one where someone is suing for receiving $100,000. The quickness with throwing out people. Let the public speak and then sit down. It's a public meeting. Let them speak. It doesn't hurt. I don't like you got to fill out a slip. And then saying that the slip, and when you fill it out, that you're giving up your right to free speech. East Point lost that case. East Point is paying the residents for the same thing that is happening and has happened in our council chambers. And everybody probably got the article because it was emailed. I implore and would ask my colleagues to read that because East Point is having to pay these people. We can't censure them. They have a right to speak and say what they want. It's their constitutional right. The First Amendment, freedom of speech. They lost the case. There's case law, clear case law now. And we just we got to bring this back in. We haven't been here. Let's just bring this together so we got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. And this precedence is just bad right now.
Anyone else would like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So I just want to piggyback on what my colleague in the 6th Ward said. This is the first meeting that I've attended that R.L. Mitchell has been denied his right to speak because he filled out the wrong form. And it wasn't only him, it was another gentleman as well, with only a half dozen people that wanting to speak. It seemed like there was some unclarified miscommunication. I hear you, I see you over there nod or shaking your head, but this is the first meeting in 2+ years that there has been confusion and R.L. Mitchell has not been allowed to speak. And then immediately recessing and then immediately starting the meeting. Where was the notification of we were going to start exactly on time? That is the first meeting that we've started exactly on time in 2 years. But we immediately gavelled into the special council meeting and not allowed people to properly fill out any additional forms. So, Madam Clerk, if this happens again and we have another special meeting in the middle, I would hope that there would be more clarification and not, doesn't allow this to happen again. So, Madam Clerk, can you provide any more clarity to this?
I was hoping to have the council recess at least 10 minutes before the meeting started, and I had planned to do the same thing that I did before committees, which was explain to the public about the speaker slips. But because the discussion kept going, we were right at 7 o'clock, and we have, maybe once that I can recall, had planned a meeting like this. So I did try to get the meeting recessed in time to explain the slips. So that's
I would just hope my colleagues would provide a little bit more leniency to the public.
Anyone else like to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
So, through you, Madam Chair, to Clerk Donahue, so were you able to let the public know about the slips for the special council meeting?
Yes, before committee started, I went to the microphone at least twice and told the public that the slips that were out currently were for the committee meetings, and that, like in the rules, once the meeting starts, you cannot submit any slips. I said that the committee slips were out, and that as soon as we picked those up, we would place out the special council meeting slips, which we did. They sat out there the entirety of the finance committee until you recessed, and we picked up the special slips and put the committees back. And I explained that twice before the meeting started. And just for the record, this is the first time that Mr. Mitchell didn't do it. He's done it before. He has filled out the slips correctly.
Okay.
So I was trying to explain that because someone from the public asked that I do that during the meetings, and that's what I've been trying to do.
Okay. Now, and to Councilman Pfeiffer's point, there should have been some time between the recess. It should have been 10 minutes, really, so that people were able to go back and fill out the slips. We got to stop doing this. This chamber is for the residents. And we got to make the residents feel welcome and make them feel engaged in the process. This is ridiculous. They should be allowed to speak. And I don't even agree with this meeting being held right now. A special meeting in between, in the middle of our committee meetings.
So we're going to go to the next council member. Anyone else? Anyone else for council comment? All right, so go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman 7th Ward.
Yeah, so I want to just urge and encourage my colleagues to just kind of temper themselves. It seems like it's a little hostile tonight, and so we want to make sure that we are still being respectful of everyone up here per our rules, making sure that we're referring to each other as council person in whatever ward, and just moving forward like that, because the more that we create an environment up here where it seems respectful, I do understand that the audience, who are all full-grown adults, and everybody is here every week minus like 2 people, but everybody else is here every week. The people that have gotten warnings and been put out minus 1 person, they are here every week. When you hear that you're being warned and you should discontinue talking and discontinue being disruptive, and then you think you should still take that to court, I feel like that you, I don't even know how to politely say it. I will just simply put it this way. If you're asked to stop being disorderly, you continue to be disorderly after a disorderly subsection is read, and then you still think you have a case for interrupting a professional public meeting, and then you're being urged to, by council people, to pretend as though you have a case. I just think that that's, it's not fair to waste or to encourage a resident to waste their time and resources on going to court for something that they're on video clearly being wrong. If you're here every week and you know that we have a disorderly person subsection and you know the rules, and as a full-grown adult, if someone is asking you to please stop talking because your time is up, then simply do that. I think to continue to try to steal city resources by going to court for frivolous things when you are in the wrong shows that you don't care about this community. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else for council comments? All right. Seeing that there's no one, I'll go ahead and be the last to speak. I wholeheartedly echo the sentiments of our elected councilman in the 7th Ward. And then I also would like to address the young man that came to the lectern to address the efforts that are taking place at Sarvis Park. You know, it's sad when we have people that are not for change And so when you say that only thing that I've done in that big old 12.8 acre park was install that funky little playground, not just that, we were also able, as a park adopter, to get a Disney-sponsored soccer field on one end. We were able to get bleachers, as well as on the basketball court. Yes, new rims as well. Also working on getting sidewalks around so the people in the second ward, we can battle these health disparities and we can get to walking and getting steps around that park. Also cutting down those trees so it can be a safe wooded area, because we have 4 quadrants there. So we want to make sure that all 4 quadrants, soccer, nature, playground and basketball court, and soon to be softball field, we want to make sure that all 4 are usable and accessible to the residents. So I thank you for bringing up the park, and I encourage you to come out. We have lots of great events. We have events, Juneteenth, July 4th, we have Caribbean Festival, we have things for you to come out and enjoy. So I just encourage you to keep on coming, because I will be there gladly welcoming you. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and close council response, and we're moving on to our resolution at hand, which is 240414. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a resolution to approve 2404. I make a motion to approve 240414.
There's a resolution on the floor to approve resolution 240414. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. All right, any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Davina, could you explain why this move is needed in between presidential election? That's very important. These residents already was confused at Audrey's place. Now they gonna be thinking they voting at Audrey's place, then they go turn around and gotta go to Foss Avenue, Audrey's Activity Center. Why the move so far on the edge of the city of Flint when some of us voted at Burston Fieldhouse, and now we got moved to Audrey's place? Then we got moved to Holbrook Church. Now we get moved to, and just that relocating and moving people around could be very confusing. So what's the purpose of relocating them now? I did go and vote at Audrey's place, and I heard it was some confusion a little bit, but I'm not sure how bad it was. Why is it now that we need to change voting locations in the middle of a presidential election?
So the Aldrich Place location is rather small. We have two precincts there before there was one. And the physical building for the 2 precincts, with this past August we had 6 election workers at each precinct, so there's 12 workers there, plus the voting machines and everything else. The area was crowded, and the consideration for what is expected in November, it's going to be even worse. I had complaints directly from voters about the lack of privacy they felt when they were voting. It wasn't very quiet. It's just a small community room. Not only that, the parking is not very sufficient. So with
where was 8 and 9 prior to this?
8 was in Aldrich Place, and the other ones I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up. I can look it up when you finish I'll look it up now.
Was it at Burston Fieldhouse?
I'll have to look it up.
Because I would prefer for it to go back to Burston Fieldhouse if that's where it was, versus all the way in the far end of Carpenter Road on the edge.
So these changes are just for the location change. that would entail moving the precincts themselves, and that's a different process than this. So this is the only change that we were looking at because of the anticipated number of voters that should, the registered voters for these two precincts.
So you want to move 8 and 9 to the Audrey's Community Center?
Correct.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I support moving in the middle of a presidential election. That's my dilemma. You got 2 months left before the election. Now you want to try to move, and that's gonna confuse residents, because they done got 3 cars. I know I got one that I was moved to Hasselbring. Then I got one that I was moved to Audrey's place. I originally had one that I was at Burston Fieldhouse. It started at Sylvester Broom Center. So within the last probably 10 years, I done moved from the Broom Center to Burston Fieldhouse to Audrey's place, and now we finna move again to the Foss Avenue Community Center or whatever. I'm not sure about that at this particular time. 60 days or how many days before election. And it was already confusion. I'm not sure how bad. I know I had about 5 or 6 people.
All right, Mr. Murphy.
Is that
All
my
right.
time?
Yep.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So through you to the clerk, Madam Clerk, I'm reading the MCL 168.662, and it says that if the polling place changes, that each person voting in that needs to be notified within 60 days. Today is 61 days, so how are we going to notify every one of those folks that are supposed to be there in the 60-day timeline as required by law? Because it states that, if I'm reading this correctly, and maybe not through you or to the city attorney, that they must be notified in mail with either a notice or their new election card. But by having this meeting, I don't think that this is proper notification. So am I reading this incorrectly? Is this too late to be changing?
The notification has to be, we will be mailing out tomorrow, the 5th.
So you'll be mailing out on the day that that is required to notify them?
That is it will be in compliance with the law. So after this is done, we have the deadline to make the changes. I'm not sure which section of the law did you just quote, but
Section 10. I'm sorry. Yeah. So 662, Section 10 and 10A says the 60th day before the election, after the township, and then it goes on to after the township has approved the polling place, you must send the following voter notification cards, a separate notice by mail, and how we're saying that post-dated 60 days is good with the law to notify folks? Through you to the city attorney, is that in compliance with the law? Because I thought notification has to occur before the 60th day, if I'm reading this correctly.
Well, as I read at 160.
RM, you're being brought to order. Yell out again, you will be warned. Proceed.
As I read it, 168.662 subsection 6, that sets the 60 days before the election for which the city council has to make the change. But then as I read...
Where do you, no. Where do you see that? That doesn't say anything. That it says,
No, I'm just backing up a step. I'm
so
saying,
if you go down to section A, it states that.
Correct. What I'm saying, I'm just backing up a step and saying that under subsection 6, the council has to approve the change 60 days before the election. But then if we look at subsection 8A, it does say the notice required under this subsection must be provided as follows. Subsection A says no later than 45 days before an election for a polling place or early voting site established or changed by the 60th day before an election. So the way I read subsection 8A is the notice has to be provided 45 days before the election. The change itself has to be made within 60 days, notice within 45 days.
Or changed. I guess I'm reading this a little bit differently. Or changed by the 60th day before the election. So we're saying we're changing it by the 60th day.
And notice by the
notice within the 45 days. So okay, then that clears that up. Madam Clerk, how are we notifying folks? Are you sending new voter ID cards to every registered voter in the 8th and 9th precinct?
Yes, that's correct. And anything else in compliance, I think we just have to send a general notification. And we also...
All right.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes. I understand that there was a big confusion. Like, for me, since I've lived in my home for 38 years, my precinct changed from precinct 25 to precinct 12, and my voting location changed from Potter to the Boys and Girls Club. It's the first time in 38 years that I've had a different polling and precinct number. But it does save us money. But I want to encourage the residents to come down and early vote. You come down on the weekend, there's nobody here. There's no lines. It's free parking. We vote here in the chambers. People are very pleasant here. They're not rushing. So, and that's throughout the whole week. I know that people want to vote on the election day. I get it, because I would too, except that I'm up here quite a bit. But also, if you vote early, you're saving campaigns money and you're stopping the junk mail from coming to your door. Because they do...
Ms. Priestley, please hold. Mr. Jones and sir, Mr. Jones, you're supposed to be removed from this meeting. Thank you.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He wasn't removed.
Okay, well, this will be the second. Are you leaving? Don't want to miss your bus. Go ahead.
So I do think that we do need to do more than just sending out postcards. We need to do articles in the paper, have maybe do as much publicity on the change as possible, even if it goes to sending an actual letter from the city clerk with a notice polling change on the envelope if possible. That's legal. How much? Is there a difference in price between the two locations, Madam Clerk?
No, it's a flat rate that we pay for use of the facilities.
And how many more parking spaces are there at the new location versus the old?
I'm not exactly sure how many at the new place. It is part of a church facility.
Okay.
At the old place, there's probably about fewer than roughly a dozen. It's a clubhouse at the apartment complex.
Okay,
there.
so absolutely, this would be a better situation. Why did we go with the other location to begin with? if it was that small?
It had been a location before, but when we consolidated precincts, Aldridge Place ended up with 2 precincts, whereas before they only had 1.
Okay. Because I know that at Boys and Girls Club, there was only 1 precinct in that, and now they've got several. So, all right, that was my questions, but I am going to encourage residents to come up to City Hall during early voting, avoid the rush, and avoid any potential weather situations that may occur that may stop you from voting. Take the opportunity, come, stop the mail from coming to your mailboxes, save your candidates money by not having them send out postcards, which are expensive. Thank you very much.
All right. Anyone else in the first
Madam
round?
Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you to the clerk. This is just kind of a follow-up question from what my colleagues were saying. And I might have missed this. You said, what are some of the canvassing efforts that you guys will take to kind of get the word out?
So in addition to what is required by law, we would, as was brought up, do mailings, press releases, and again, I also have a new application that I had hoped to already have started, but with everything going on with the computer issues that we've been having, I haven't launched it. It's a texting app where we would send text messages to those affected by the changes on a regular basis. So there's a number of things that we have planned for not only this change, again, with all the requirements of Michigan election law, but just elections in general for this November election.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So, through you to the clerk, so now you realize it's not enough space. And I think that everyone's precinct is being, I'm not at the same one, but I can get, because over there it is very small. It's very small. And I get that. I don't even know like the kind of traffic, I don't know why that was even ever chosen to be a precinct, because it's so, you drive into that complex and it's, people don't know really where to go there once you get in there. I bet the church would have been a more logical one. But I do have a question, because I know that we have, and that is, I think that serves the 1st Ward and I think the 3rd Ward. It serves both of those precincts, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so in the 3rd Ward, we have, with the presidential election, we have got an election that there were 5 people that were certified to run, I believe, for that one, for that race, which means we'll probably have a pretty big turnout. Presidential generally turn out, I want to say, is it around 25%? Is that like an average?
Yes.
Okay, and so we had 5 candidates, I believe, Councilman Murphy, Carrie Nelson, Rich Jones, Beverly Biggs, and we had, who was the 5th? We had 5, so this will probably, and A.C. Dumas, so those are the 5 voters. One of the questions would be also that it was brought to, we're talking about who's on that, there is an ordinance that states that 1-150 city employees to take a leave of absence without pay upon compiling when filing requirements for elective office. And as of June 14th, I don't know if Mr. Kerry Nelson is still a city employee. Because if so, this ordinance was passed May 5th, 1978, where it states that once you are confirmed to be on the ballot, and if you work for the city, that you have to go on a leave of absence. Do you have that ordinance?
I'm familiar with the ordinance, so we'll have to look into Mr. Nelson's current employment.
Well, I sent it through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. Mr. Cups, I think I sent that to you. I mean, this is going to be...
Please hold, Ms. Barnes. Mr. Jones, that's your, fifth warning. You have asked to be removed from this meeting.
You don't got to be the only person that hear me.
No.
She is. She gotta be.
Mr. Jones.
Point of order.
What is your point?
This is only his first warning.
Yeah.
He got a call. That's not so, Mr. Pfeiffer. Thank you.
Point of order. We were at ease before when you gave those warnings.
When he stood in the hall and swore that was his first. Went back to that. Persisted to talk and disrupt the meeting. That was number
Madam
2.
Chair.
Proceed, Ms. Burns.
Through you to the city attorney, Section 1-150, if a city employee is elected, do they have to take a leave of absence?
If they are a candidate for public office under that ordinance, they are required to take an unpaid leave of absence. They're still technically a City of Flint employee, but they are on leave of absence, and it is unpaid.
Okay, do we know if one of the candidates, Mr. Kerry Nelson, is on a leave of absence, and has he been paid?
Well,
because that filing date would go back to June 14th, and we are now September the 4th.
I can't speak to any specific personnel items for a specific employee, but I am aware of the individuals who are candidates for that position, and I am not aware of an ordinance violation.
Okay, so you just stated if it is a city employee, you stated they must take a leave of absence.
Correct.
Okay.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is not germane to the motion.
All right. You are absolutely correct. Let's stay germane, Ms. Burns.
Okay, and I'll disagree that it is germane because we're talking about voting at that precinct and who's going to be at that precinct. And he is one of the people who will be at that precinct as not only on the ballot, but receiving votes. So I think we need to make sure that our election process is fair, that it is a fair election process, and that we're following what it is. And so it is germane, and it's very clear. It ties to it. That contains the 3rd ward, I believe the 1st and the 3rd ward, and he's a person in the 3rd ward, and people are going to want to know. We need to make sure that we're giving our voters good information.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Burns. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else first round? All right, on to the second round. Anyone in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Through you to Ms. Donahue, so the last election in when do we have the last election at this precinct?
Just last month, August.
In August, and that's when we identified that it was too small.
Not necessarily, but yes, as far as the workers go, not with the public. The voter turnout was just over 500, but because of having 2 precincts there and having at least 12 election workers there, with the anticipation for even more workers in November, it was crowded with just the people that work there and the equipment.
In last election, there was both of those 2 precincts, 8 and 9. And prior to that, 8 and 9 were together the election before that, or no?
Yes, that would have been February, yes.
Okay. But there was You said there was a vote, there was something in, yeah, that was the primary. Okay. And how much does it cost approximately to field an office like that or facility, a voting?
How much do we pay to use the facilities?
The facilities and the workers. I guess what I'm asking is, I mean, either way it goes bad. Never mind. I yield.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So if we move 8 and 9, what will be left over there at Audrey's place? First ward or part of third ward?
If you approve this resolution, there would be no precincts at Aldrich Place. We would not be using Aldrich Place any longer as a polling location.
I ain't gonna even lie, I do not know what you just said.
If you approve this resolution, then Aldrich Place would no longer be a polling location. We would not utilize it at all.
So 8 and 9 been there how long?
8 and 9, the specific precincts were moved from St. Luke's with the consolidation of the precincts so they've been there since January, technically, the first election, February of this year.
And I think what my colleagues was asking, how much will we have to pay Foss Avenue if we move the precinct over there? And how much do we pay them?
We pay facilities approximately $400 per election. So
$400 per election?
Correct. So it would cost $400 to use the facilities.
So if we approve this, how soon will you get the voter cards out?
We would send notifications right away. And then the voter cards would be sent out based on the calendar. I'd have to check, but I believe it's by the end of the month. But the notifications would be sent for this change right away.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. I'm done.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Through you to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, I'm reading the MCL and it says that we have to notify obviously the constituents, but it doesn't say anything about notification to the folks on the ballot. Do we have any process for that? I don't think that's required by that MCL, but is there a process that we go to notify any of the folks on the ballot?
To notify them that the location changed for those precincts outside of what would be sent. Not anything formal. A lot of the candidates get regular reports just through their office for voter information, so we would make sure that the candidates would know about the change as well.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, it's so hard to hear you tonight for some reason.
I said that there's no formal process in place, but candidates generally ask for reports on a regular basis through an election. So we would make sure that the candidates were informed of this information, as well as those affected by the change.
And will your office also be putting out any kind of a press release as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else in the second round? All right. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move for the vote to approve Resolution 240414. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That resolution has been approved.
Motion to adjourn.
There's been a motion to adjourn. I'll say Mr. Pfeiffer made that, supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mushat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. The special city council meeting is now adjourned at 8:02.
Finance Committee will reconvene at 8:15. Give us a break.
Oh, man, y'all finna lose me. I'm not finna stay here all night.
Nobody wants to take a break? All right, let's, at 8:15. 8:15, because it's so close to, it's 8:03. That's 10-minute, 12-minute break. I know, but you know what? People want to take a break. Let's take a break, get a set time to get going, and reconvene.
Should've did that in 5 minutes. Take a 5-minute break.
What do you get? You got some from Queens? No, I wish. I wish.
I get it, and I'm gonna teach him how to fucking treat me. I hear you. Somebody better talk to him.
The time is 8:17, and I'm hereby calling this meeting of the Finance Committee back to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mushat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett? You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. We have 1 minute and 23 seconds. And Dr. Lewis, you have the discussion. You have the floor.
Okay, is this the second round?
Yeah, I know, but it's still the first round.
Okay, and
Yes, Miss Dorr.
Point of order,
Yes,
Madam
Alderman.
Chair. What
Yes.
resolution are we on?
240325. Huh? Yeah, she has. You haven't spoken yet.
Okay, thank you. And I think I'm like the last to speak. In the first round, I'm not. Okay. So I don't want to keep prolonging this because the only thing that we're fixing is the account number, and then she made a plain about why we should not switch the account this is coming from. We just need to be forward thinking, so let's not do it after the fact. I feel that we need to just move on, and so we can move on with the rest of all the resolutions that were separated, because it's already 8:19, and so I'm just going to, and it's at the pleasure of this body to vote it up or down. I'm just going to call the question so we can move on. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to call the question.
There's a motion on the floor to call the question. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to call the question. Roll call, please.
Ms. Burns?
I abstained because the deputy CFO just stated that we can change the account numbers, and he said that it was okay.
Point of order.
What's your point?
According to the charter that you read, that is not a reason for abstention. That's a violation of the charter. Just wanted to make that known for the record.
Thank you. Go ahead. We're in the middle of a roll call.
Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. Call the question passed. This is the vote to send 240325 to council.
Did you ask her? She said they can change it.
This is the vote to send 240325 to council. Roll call, please.
Ms. Mushat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because this should be coming out of opioid funds.
Point of order.
What's your point?
My point is, according to the charter, we can only vote yes or no and abstain if we have a conflict of interest,
Point
so
of
therefore
order.
we're violating the charter.
Point of order.
What's your point?
That is not specifically what it says. It says for section 1-602, which is the entire ethics statement. So it is a willful or grossly,
Inappropriate. Let's go.
her point of order was inappropriate.
Let's keep going. Roll call, please.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain because it's coming out of the wrong account, and I will not pass something that is a conflict of interest when she stated it can come out of opioid. You should have had that conversation. This council is voting on something wrong.
Point of order.
Account number.
Point of order.
What's your point?
The Councilwoman Burns is once again violating the charter. Furthermore, it also states that your rationale for abstention should not be more than 10 seconds. We need to follow
I don't
the
think
charter.
Go-
you need to-
we
point
are
of
in the
order.
middle of a roll call.
Yeah, you need to correct her for stopping people.
We
She's
are in the middle of
abusing
a
her
roll call.
position.
But point of order, according
I had the
to
floor.
council rules, point of order,
Point of order.
when
Excuse me.
point of order is called, all talking must cease. Thank you. Regardless whether we're in roll call or not, council rules and city charter must be followed. So if it is identified that someone is in breach of either or during the roll call, it is up to this body to bring them to order, roll call or not. So let's just follow the charter so we won't be interrupted.
Let's keep going. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions. That resolution will go to council. The next resolution is 240348. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Move 240348 to council.
Is there
Support.
support? All
Support.
right, it's been moved and properly seconded to send 240348 to council. Is there any discussion? This is the Franklin Avenue mission. The same problem occurred on this one. Because, and I will take full responsibility for this. For some reason, the correct versions did not save on my computer when I sent them. I do, I'm the chair. Go ahead. Madam. I just was clarifying why this was here. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. To you, to Emily Dorr, can you explain this? I know I just spoken with you about the last one, and you stated that one could have come out of the opioid, and it wouldn't have been a problem when I spoke with the CFO. So I don't understand why we are voting to take even that one out of ARPA when it was clear we could do the opioid account. But can you say, because that is actually your job, thank you, if you can tell what this one is.
Oh, absolutely. So this one, the resolution in front of you, is a replacement for Resolution 230417, which was for food access program funding for Franklin Avenue Mission. And we wanted to put that under contract, and we are unable to do that because in the It Is Resolved section, it has the wrong agency name. And so we are asking for this new resolution to replace that one, so that way that has the correct language in the It Is Resolved section, so we can move it into contract.
Okay, so this one was another typo, basically, then. Yeah. And so we had, okay, so Judy, you said it was your issue? Okay. I don't know, and then we're just now, well, yeah, that's understandable. And so, we are just now getting these, and to be able to go through them. And so, this is, it's, yeah. Okay, and so, what was the date on, you see the date on that? Madam Chair, do you have the date on that?
Huh? I cut a copy and pasted.
So cut, copy, and paste at what, 4 o'clock in the morning?
2 o'clock in the morning.
Same day, same, right?
I don't have the, if you want to know the date, I will get that just.
Yeah, because I'm looking on it, and I know we didn't.
Just give me 1 second, please. It's in my Google Drive.
What day we do? Oh, so it's the date, I'm sorry, I'm looking at 7/29. So, that was in July that we, July 29th, and we just, like I said, when we get in this, I know we don't have access to.
It was approved November 27th.
Oh, November 27th?
Yep.
Okay, and so what is the July 29th date on here?
That was the date that was presented?
So November was when the old resolution was approved, and then there was a new resolution done to replace it for the July 29th date. So.
Oh, and I think we were off during that time. Well, I think was council off, or were we back? I don't. Okay. So this one just replaces it. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? I'm just going to take a few minutes, seeing here there's no other, just to say that I appreciate your help with my ward in providing food access to the needy in my area, and also it takes care of the east side of the 3rd Ward. Thank you. Is there any discussion in the second round?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I visited the Franklin Avenue Mission respond to the impacts of the pandemic for, you know, the work that they do. I think I ate there. I might have.
I don't remember.
But I went to just tour their site. They got a lot going on inside of there. And I see we got on here funding for R.L. Jones Community Center for $250,000, and I believe we just gave them some funding. And I'm not sure why we only giving them $22,000, and we turning around and finna look at giving additional funding to R.L. Jones Community Outreach. And I'm not saying they don't do good work,
That's
and
how
they
they
do be
applied
cars wrapped around the corner, but this center here.
For your information, is because that's all they applied for, was the $22,000.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, they got a lot of different variety programs going on within they center. I'm not sure if somebody applied for only a certain amount and we just gave them that, and if we can increase it, I'm not sure, but I would like to see them get more than $22,000. But I do support this. And if we are, just fixing the accounting situation, this is something we already approved, correct?
This was approved last November, correct?
Yep, so we just correcting it. I would like to call for the question.
Support. I guess no, I take that support back. The question's been called. Is there support?
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded by Dr. Lewis. What was Dr. Lewis, right? Okay, to call the question. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mushat? Yes. The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no. Call the question passes. This is the vote to send 240348 to council.
Mr. Jarrett?
Did you say Jared?
Yes.
Whoa. You didn't get a chance to speak. Let's call him for the question.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain. We did not have, we only had one round of discussion, and I'm sure other colleagues wanted to speak.
Point of order.
What's your point?
My point is, again, we are, as this legislative body that makes rules, we are consistently breaking the abstention rule within the charter.
I abstain.
You must either vote yes or no, or if you have a conflict of interest,
abstain.
you have less than 10 minutes to state that. And so our colleagues are willfully breaking the charter. I just wanted to make sure that it is on the record.
Thank you. Go ahead. Keep
Ms.
going.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstained because they didn't even allow one full round of discussion to happen.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 3 abstentions.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 3 abstentions. That resolution will be sent to council. The next separated resolution is 240402. A reallocation of ARPA's funds first responder mental health reimbursement program. I'll entertain a motion.
I move resolution 240402
Yep.
-T.
Whatever.
Reallocation of ARPA funds first responder mental health reimbursement program to council.
Is there support?
Madam Chair.
Hearing multiple supports, I'm going to go ahead and go with the first ward. Ms. Burns, you wanted to speak.
Thank you. Ms. Sparks Green, is this yours to you, Madam Chair? Or
Nope, it's Seamus. Seamus, wearing his rugby T-shirt.
Seamus, what department are you in, please?
I work out of the mayor's office. I'm the grants management officer in the mayor's office.
Okay, so you work out of the mayor's office?
Correct.
Okay, and so what is your job?
Grants management officer.
Grants?
Grants management officer.
Is that an accent?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've been here before. You've probably just been
Yeah.
a few times.
Okay, I'm hearing accents, so.
It's not Scottish. It's Irish.
Okay, that's okay, that's great. So, can you tell us what this is?
Yeah, so we have a health equity bucket within the ARPA funds, as I'm sure you all are aware. And as a part of that, the administration believes that this would be a good use of funds to support any mental health challenges, difficulties that our first responders may have, where they can receive some level of support, access to services, and that we would use these dollars to reimburse any out-of-pocket costs involved in that process. So as you can imagine with first responders, there's a lot of difficult challenges. There's potential stigma associated with accessing mental health due to the work that they undertake. There might be cost-related challenges around actually accessing that mental health service. So
we're talking like their co-pays, because mental health, the city does provide insurance. So how are is this like a group, like if there's something traumatic?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And so it gives them an opportunity, or does it put like a social worker there or a therapist there at a scene? How does this really work?
It gives the opportunity for the person involved, the first responder involved, to seek the help that they would need to overcome that tragic situation, and then we would look to reimburse the out-of-pocket costs involved with that beyond what they're currently getting.
And so how much of an issue is this? Because this is $200,000.
Correct.
And they have insurance. So your insurance would the insurance would cover for mental health services.
I'm not sure exactly what services are covered within the insurance that we get, but
Is there someone else who does that's here who could shed some light on that? Because therapy, you can go to therapy, mental health and mental wellness, and then it's just a copay. So, unless we're saying like at a scene, because I'm thinking maybe, if there is, let's say the fires with the Pulaski Street where the 2 little boys lost their lives. And then there was a fire on Euclid, I think a family of, was it 5, that lost their lives. And so are we saying that, because I'm thinking maybe this is like sending it to the scene, make sure they get back, to add someone there, like a therapist if they want to talk, to deal with it afterwards, because there's always that trauma. So you're saying this is out of pocket?
Sure. So within these situations like this, the traumatic experience might come post the event, with post-traumatic stress. So there'll be the opportunity for our first responders to receive access post the event itself.
So we've had this before, am I correct? Or is this a first? Because I believe, and Chief Green is in here. Because I believe he had said that he had it before for, for some, his offices, but I don't see him here.
I can check. I know that in the previous they had mindfulness badge training, which was separate. That was through a partnership with the CRIM. That's what I'm aware on mindfulness and well-being.
Okay. I will let some of my other colleagues, because they may have some questions.
Sure, thank you.
I'll yield the floor. Seamus, before I do, how long have you been with the city?
3.5 years.
I never met you.
He's been here.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So what out-of-pocket cost would an employee have that is outside of the copay of the insurance?
Correct. I'm not sure of what insurance covers when it comes to mental health costs, so I apologize. I don't have that information for you. But there might be other services that they would need beyond the scope of what their insurance covers, and that would make sure that any costs related to that we could cover using these funds.
So I guess I'm a little troubled on why
Sure.
we're requesting this and we don't know what the monies could actually be used for that isn't covered already.
Correct, yeah. I can prepare that. I didn't know who was going to be here tonight, so I'll make sure that I'll get that information to you on what insurance is covered or what mental health services are covered under the current insurance.
I mean, is there employees that are saying that my out-of-pocket cost for mental health is out of control and this is why this is before us?
Yes, my understanding is that there are first responders that aren't able to afford access to certain of these services, and it's cost-related impacts on them, so which is why they're not availing of these services.
So, yeah, I would like to know what those services are that we don't already cover through insurance, because
Correct.
I would think that first responders would have access to all of that.
Some insurances cover only maybe half of mental health charges.
So why are we have health insurance for our first responders that don't cover that? That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if all of our first responders, I mean, they probably see trauma probably daily, and we don't cover health, mental health costs?
I would have to refer to someone from HR or chief of police to answer that specific question. I just know that my understanding in the meetings that we've had that there is cost-related impacts on officers or first responders across the board accessing that.
I hear what you're saying, Seamus, but it's hard to fathom that as a city with first responders that we offer allegedly insurance that doesn't cover mental health. So if they see a child being burnt or murdered or anything else, now you're on your own with that?
I'm not saying, I didn't say, and I'm not saying that they don't cover it. The city doesn't cover any of that. I know my own insurance, I get certain health
Chair,
coverage.
through you to the Chief Wiggins that may be able to answer some of this.
There we go.
Chief Wiggins, can you provide, if there's a traumatic event, the city's doesn't cover this through health insurance or something else through traumatic events?
The city has an agreement with alliances. It's Alliance, and they offer our employees that they can go to, and they provide mental health, they provide counseling.
So,
and
Chief
then
Wiggins,
supplementary.
what would any of your employees potentially have out of pocket to assume any of that therapy that they're provided with their insurance?
I can't speak to you what their insurance that they picked, whether it's HAP or Blue Cross. I can't tell you what their individual insurances will do, but the city allows our employees to go to a company called Alliance once a year. In the fire department and the police department, we hire a counselor to come in to talk to all of our firefighters. And they have a chance to do a group setting, and if they need something further, then we let them go to their offices. So
Anytime.
there is something in place.
And they don't have to pay for that?
Correct.
Okay. That's assault, I just seen it. Seamus, I'm confused on what this would actually cover, and what this would pay for.
The potential of any additional cost where there is no coverage involved. We want to make sure that our first responders have access to mental health services.
Well, I want that too, but that should be an ongoing expense. It shouldn't be a one-time ARPA expense. So that should be coming out of the budget to cover that, because that trauma is never going away yearly. So why is it?
Madam Chair. Thank you. Through you to the speaker.
Yes, sir.
So the program that we're speaking to here, First Responder Mental Health Reimbursement Program, this is a new program, right?
This specific program, yes, is new. Yes.
This is new?
Yes,
okay.
correct.
How many persons under this $200,000 is it projected that you will be able to reach?
Depends specifically on the costs involved.
Okay.
So if you're talking, it's $5,000 for this services, then you would say that would be, what, 40?
So it sounds like it could vary.
Correct.
So how did we come to 200,000?
That was the number that I was given.
How did they pick that number? Who?
So we sat down based on what we know the current need is, based on conversations we had with our current first responders, and this is the number that we came with.
Okay. So we don't quite know how.
I'm sorry. With thought of looking at the sustainability piece, looking for other funding, whether that's realigning the budget going forward or some way to sustain that work. This is the start of something that's going to be a bigger program
and
opportunity.
For me,
correct.
I understand the line of thought that my colleague in the 8th Ward was having. You know, when it comes to this, so 2024, we happen to have ARPA dollars. What are we going to have in 25? Because I'm almost feeling like this is a good idea, but not a well-developed program.
Right. Well,
two different things.
Sure.
Good idea. Ideas are good to have.
Correct,
That's where you
sure.
start.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time it gets here, it needs to look like a well-developed program, and it just right now doesn't.
Well, so as in my role as grants management officer, I'd be tasked with looking for that sustainability funding for such programs like this.
So the funding is one concern that I have. What's going to happen next year? Because I'm not comfortable at this point doing a whole lot of new program kickoffs, and we're down to the last of our ARPA dollars. I'm a tough sell right now on that. So what I also need to understand is more about the thought behind this program, because it's a lot of questions, and I understand you may not have authored this, and I don't see your name on this resolution anywhere, which would make me to believe you did author it. But from what you are able to communicate by way of the details tonight.
Right. I can speak to the need and the research that shows that the officers and first responders that receive such
and I don't even question that part.
Okay,
I don't question that there isn't a need.
Correct.
What I question is, what's the extent of the need? How do we quantify it? And then how do we put this dollar amount to it, to where we know that after we do it this year, yay, what about next year?
And that would, again, back to me in my position as grants management officer, I'd be looking for that piece to make sure that we can sustain this work going forward.
See, and I'm at a point now where I would rather you have the money already, because you looked at it and you're saying, and this extra, this 200,000 extra partnered with that leverage gives us, this year and the next 2 years, because we have so I'm really right now thinking that there's still I'm not comfortable with this going to committee, going to council Monday. I'm not going to rob my colleagues of the opportunity to speak to it here now by making a motion to keep this in finance. But after the rounds have been made, that will be, unless something else happens,
Sure.
but I don't think that this is ready yet, personally.
Okay.
And if there are votes to move it, there are votes to move it. If there are not, then I think there's some good work that still can be done for the first responders in the city of Flint. Thank you.
Anyone
Madam Chair,
else? Go ahead.
through you to the speaker.
Go ahead first.
First responders definitely face high levels of stress, trauma, and burnout. Supporting mental health initiatives can definitely provide overall well-being and resources that you guys need. Just kind of speaking to what my colleague said about the sustainability piece, definitely would like to see something, being put in place to keep this going, because this is ongoing. You're going to have issues pop up every single day. So we definitely don't want this to just be a one and done type of situation.
I agree.
So I would be looking for something around like sustainability. And then also, do you have any data to support the benefits of when first responders get this type of training and assistance?
Yeah.
What kind of job performance, does it reduce the stigma, things like that?
Yeah, I have. There is extensive research out there, and I can share that with the council that I have read. It looks at job performance, increases job performance. Studies have shown that first responders with better mental health are less likely to experience severe PTSD symptoms. One study found that a higher sense of coherence within the workplace led to less severe PTSD symptoms. The other thing is the resiliency and efficiency of work. Research also indicates that resilience training and mindfulness practices can improve the overall well-being of first responders, leading to more effective job performance. These practices help first responders manage stress better, which in turn enhances their ability to respond efficiently in emergency situations. So there is research out there, and I'm happy to share that with all the council.
Definitely, if you can provide that, that'll be
For
really
sure.
helpful. Thank you.
No problem.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam
Go ahead.
Chair, thank you. Thank you so much for doing this work. And we appreciate your position in, being a grant finder for the city, because once you, get into the grant world, you notice there's a lot of funding opportunities. We have a lot of funding opportunities right here in the city, courtesy of the Mott Foundation, Ruth Mott, Community Foundation. That's just here, let alone, the other foundations throughout the nation, throughout the world, that support good work that we're doing here in the city of Flint. And so I definitely hear the sentiment of my colleagues, when they ask you for data and stuff. But, there's nothing like real life data when you are working in tandem, side by side with these first responders, and you witness what they have to go through. There's nothing like pulling up to a scene. See, we hear about, homicide scenes. These people see homicide scenes. We hear about house fires and stuff, but we have our first responders, they are dragging the babies out, carrying them. They're suffering burns themselves as they remove these burnt, charred babies from these homes. I've been there when this was when I was doing my clinicals. It was a young girl. She died of cancer, natural causes. And so when the first responders got there, they all broke down, ran out the house crying. That affects them mentally. And so this is providing the help that they need right now. Seeing that this project will get them the help, I am confident, beyond confident, that one of our many gracious partners in this city or abroad will see the need and they will fund this. So I don't want to put off today. I don't want to put it off for tomorrow what could be done today. I want to make sure I phrase that correct. I definitely don't want to do that, because our heroes in this city, they're out here in real time. They're out here as we speak. I would like to just call on I'll say, down in the mercy, I would like for my colleagues to just really think about what's happening here. We understand people talking about sustainability. How will we sustain this? We will sustain it by showing that it's effective, by giving them the services that they need and getting it refunded. We see that first responder because a lot of people say that first responders, whether they are police or fire, that they suffer from substance abuse, alcohol, whatever, because of what they see. This may be the turning point for many. This may be the piece that says you don't need to drink your problems away. You don't need to self-medicate your problems away. We will provide you the help that you need so you can do your job and continue to serve our city. I don't want to hold it up because, again, I didn't read any research. As a researcher, I do lots of research. I've done it in my past. But I've been there, and I've seen the faces. I've seen the tears, and I heard the stories that come directly out of their mouth. So I don't want to hold this up. $200,000, that could definitely be sustained. Let's give our workers the help that they need so they can do this job. It's a tough job. And I have to reiterate again, we only see this on TV when you watch Emergency, Fire, all those shows with our favorite actors. But those actors, they go home. Those bodies they have, they're fake. That's fake blood. Our heroes see the real deal. And so I want to give them the real deal program that they need to supplement the mental health services. So, we passed mental health for the community, but why are we holding up? Why are we questioning if we should pass it for our first responders? I think that this should be a easy win for everyone. We should support this program, and then we as the legislative body, let's attend a conference, make relationships with what we can do on this body. Let's attend a conference. Let's also create relationships so we can get this funding. That conference that we went to in Iowa, we met some great people there working on some great things to bring funding back to this great city. We can help you with this funding if we have the political will to do so. So we don't want to just put it all on you because we care too. That's what we were elected to do, to care. Budgets and ordinances. So we can supplement the budget if we do our job. And I definitely hope that we do it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So my colleague in the second ward, she talked about what we see on TV and how everybody gets to go home and it's not real. And as someone who has lived the experience, lived losing loved ones in a fire, it's very real, and it's real every year, and November is going to be really real for my family. And one of the things that I can tell you is I had the opportunity to speak to the firefighter who, even though, and it's hard to say this, most people might have looked at it as, why are you still rushing into a fire when it is clear that those people have already perished? But that firefighter still went in that fire and got the bodies out for our family. He had the burn on his cheek, so I know what she's referring to. And to know that he still put his life on the line to go in there to make sure that our family had bodies to at least try and honor in the best way we could from a tragic situation. And then I also met the other firefighter who was also there with him. In addition to the fact that even if it's not my family, other families who have had fires or have had first responders have to show up. I think because we see them every day and they continue to do this work, we take for granted the mental toll that it takes on them. We know that suicide is very real. We know that firefighters and police officers, unfortunately, they choose to take their lives because of the fact that they've spent so many days in their lives trying to save other lives and the mental toll that it takes on you. And so what I don't want to do today is say, well, because you may not need it, or we don't know, or we don't have these numbers, that we're just saying, forget it, scrap it all together. As Dr. Lewis said, there are programs, there are grants, there are things available that people will come forward to help sustain a program when they see that it's working. For instance, our firefighters, the Flint Fire Department was just honored earlier this year for being the department in the state to give out the most smoke detectors to save lives. And so the reward for that was more money to continue doing the work. And so what has to happen is the work has to be done. They have to see that this program that we are trying to implement, that it works. And then people would put more money into it. And then not only that, but it would spread across to other cities and possibly spread across this nation to get other first responders this type of help. So we have an opportunity, one, to not only take care of those who are helping and risking their lives or seeing traumatic things daily here within our own community, get the proper services that they need, but we also have the opportunity to be a beacon of hope for other communities so that they can also decide, you know what, we see this model, we see it works in Flint, we see that it has helped with the mental health, that it might have deterred a first responder from wanting to take their lives. And so I want to make sure we do both things, right? That we keep a pin in this so that the funding stays for the possibility of the fire department getting it, and then also to get my colleagues in the 9th and 8th Ward, those were very valid questions. Wanting to know certain things, wanting to know what would be covered and all that. I think all of this is very valid. And so what I'm asking you is some of the questions that were formulated tonight, and I'm sure my colleagues, because they had those questions, are also willing to email you the particulars of what they're asking you this evening, so that if maybe by Monday, we can have this a little bit more well-rounded and thought out. I would like to make a motion, Madam Chair, to move this to Special Affairs, to give them the opportunity to gather some of the information that was asked.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 240402 to Special Affairs. Support. It's been moved and properly seconded. Roll call, please.
Mr. Al-Alami? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to Special Affairs. Our next separated resolution is 240403, a reallocation of ARPA funds for R.L. Jones Community Outreach Food Access.
I would like to make a motion to move 240403-T, reallocation of ARPA funding R.L. Jones Community Outreach Food Access Award to council.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to send. If my computer will type.
So, to Emily Dorr, through you to Emily Dorr.
Emily?
Is she still there?
I didn't give you the floor,
Okay.
Ms.
This allocation of the R.L. Jones Community Outreach Food Access Award, we giving them $250,000. Oh, well, can you, Ms. Sparks, can you speak on it? Okay.
Shelley?
They originally requested how much money for the Outreach Community Center?
I think they did request $250,000.
Say that again?
I believe they did request $250,000.
500,000?
250.
200. I thought we just gave them 250,000.
No. You gave $300,000 to, I think it was Genesee Health System. You gave $300 to Genesee Health System, in which they was part of that grant. They was a fiduciary. So they wind up getting like $50,000 or $60,000 from that.
So we never gave them no money directly?
Not that I remember.
Yes, we did. We gave them $100,000 November 13th.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Was that out of the GHS grant, though? award.
How much, when they applied for ARPA dollars, how much did they apply for?
250,000, I believe that's what it was.
Do you, through Judy?
Just a second,
Do
give me
you
a
know
minute.
exactly how much total they applied for?
Give me a minute.
Because I was just told that they applied for 500,000. And but let me finish talking while you looking. I can still talk because I got the floor.
I know Asbury applied for that, but I don't think R.L. Jones did.
Say that again.
I know Asbury applied for that, but I don't think R.L. Jones did.
Asbury applied
They
for
applied for
500,000?
500, yes.
Okay. So R.L. Jones Community Outreach, we gave them $100,000.
Yes.
Was this a year ago, 6 months ago?
I think it's been about 9 months.
What
at
was
least.
the total amount that they applied for? Did we give them all the money
No.
that they applied for?
No, I think in the beginning they applied for either 250 or 350, and we only gave them 100. Yeah. And we gave them 100,000.
They applied
yeah.
for 263,000. 400,000. We only gave them 100,000.
Yes.
So we giving them 250,000 more of, so they still fit the criteria.
Yes.
Of what they requested.
Yes.
Okay, I'm fine with that. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Okay.
So we still got some wiggle room to fund them based on what they requested.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair? Go ahead. So I'm confused. They applied for 263. We already give them 100, and I think it was 100 and a quarter, right? 100 even. So wouldn't that remaining be 163?
Yeah, they applied for, I think.
She just
initially.
Judy just.
Yeah.
So.
No. No, I
So
didn't say that.
their remaining that they applied for should be 163,400, if I'm not mistaken. So, what are they using this money for? Are they using it to purchase food?
Well,
is this all going to staff? What is this?
Yeah, and the reason why it was increased is because this is a program that mostly serves seniors and senior parents who are taking care of youth kids, their younger grandkids.
No offense
Yeah.
to that, but there's a lot of programs that we should be giving more money to. I mean,
But this
just said
particular-
something about Franklin that I agreed with. Like,
Yeah.
if we got more money to up everybody else, that has, how do we balance who gets what? So, continue.
Okay, so this one is just different because they deliver. So because if you know where the R.L. Jones Center, it's on Dort Highway and Carpenter Road, there's no grocery stores around that area. And so seniors can't walk and get food, so
No,
they
I
deliver.
agree, but they also get services or give services to the Mount Morris and everybody else that's right across the street. So how do we ensure that this is only City of Flint residents?
Well, they have a sign-up form. I'm sure they have some kind of registration form that they get, because they also give to SNAP, and SNAP people are mostly City of Flint, I
understand
believe.
that, but
Yeah.
these ARPA dollars are for City of Flint residents.
Yes.
So, like I said, are they using this to buy stuff? Is this for staff? What is this for?
This is for food and more water, because you know there's an increase in food, and seniors can't afford the cost of food prices right now. They got high medical bills, and then now they're caregivers for their grandkids, and they can't walk. Gas is high, so they can't walk to the store, but this is just an increase to help with that. And then G-Card is also partnering with them to help with like toiletries and washing detergent and things like that, because the need has increased so much.
I mean, at this point, I think we should give the balance of what they applied for, and then go back and see the program that needs the most to up it. I don't know that giving monies to RL, while they do great work, that we can ensure that these 100% go to City of Flint residents.
Well, you're looking at the area that they're in, right, and making that determination.
Right, and
because
they
in Beecher, you know, one side of Beecher is City of Flint addresses, and the other side of Beecher is Mount Morris. So just because they look like they live somewhere else, they do have a Flint address.
No, I get that.
Okay.
No, I get that. At this point, I just don't think that we should be giving more than, and I know there was a lot of discussion in previous council meetings about upping what folks applied for. So I think we should, if anything, max out what they applied for, but I don't agree with carte blanche just giving them basically 350 when they applied for 263, 400, according to the finance chair. So, and I would like to know exactly specifically what these dollars are going to be used for. How much of it is going to staff? How much is it going to purchase food? How much is going to purchase water? I would like all of those answers. And I don't see anywhere in the staff review
if you look
where it
on the
breaks
second
down.
page of the background and summary, you can see that they're serving over 1,000 families a week.
Well, I get that, but what is this dollars? Is this to pay for staff for a year? Or is this to buy food?
It's for food.
But it doesn't say
And
that.
delivery.
Where does it say that these dollars are going to be only for food and delivery?
It says it's through their Access and Functional Needs program, which includes delivering of their food, increased food. It says the need for water delivery for seniors over the age of 60 is increased. They are continuing to provide food with high protein and foods and various vitamin nutrition.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Through you to Ms. Sparks-Green, good evening. What budget information do we have for R.L. Jones Community Outreach? Do we request a budget narrative? So do we know what the cost is to run the program annually?
Well, they did submit a budget. I just don't have it with me. But it is accessible to you all as well.
And is this request, the $250,000, is it the last $250,000 that they need to make their budget whole? Is this in addition to the other? I mean, where does this fit in there?
I don't know if it makes a budget whole, but they are one of the premier centers that give out food, so they know that this food increase and seniors is a problem.
I get that. I'm familiar with the operation there. I'm just trying to, again, understand what information we are working with that helps us to even come to a $250,000 amount when, as has been previously stated, this is an amount different than what they even requested. So how are we coming to these numbers, and what's making up this amount? So
So the first 100,000 that they utilized, they already spent all of it, and I think they have to do a reporting system before they get any more. So I'm sure somewhere there's a report.
Right.
So, and for this to be approved again, it must have been the report must have passed the test. So
who would have gotten that report?
It would have been finance.
They got some other stuff too.
And you're not part of finance?
No.
Is that information that you would have reviewed when you were doing this write-up?
No. That would have been something that E&Y. We sent all of our documents to E&Y for approval before we submit it for a resolution.
So the information that finance gets, right, and the information that you create, is there at any stage in the process, do those two come together to sort of say, this supports this, or this justifies that?
Well,
Or
yes.
they always stay separate?
No, they don't. Well, we have the Planning and Development Department, which is Emily's organization, who does the funding, who does the contracts and the award. Then you got Finance, who keeps up with what they spent and things like that. And then E&Y has a combination of both. And so when they look at this document, they give us approval to
Who
send.
does?
E&Y.
You mean Ernst & Young?
Yep.
Okay. But internally, nobody here is looking at what finance has and what you have to say again. What finance has justifies the request. And
yes, we
so
do
who
have.
does that?
Planning and Development comes out with a report. Emily's department does a report of what we have left, what we need to do, how much, what we have left to spend, what we've already spent. And Finance has the same thing. So they compare their budgets together. So it is a process, yes.
I guess what I'm asking is for this specific resolution, when you completed this write-up,
E&Y, Ernst & Young, has both financial report and Emily's report. So they vet everything that we do, which is their job and what we pay them.
I get that. But Ernst & Young's originally said $263,000. So I guess what I'm asking also, let me maybe ask it this way. This resolution was presented on 9/4.
Yes.
This specific $250,000, Ernst & Young's reviewed this particular 250
Yes.
separate from the 263.
Yes, we cannot send them without their approval.
So how often do you all communicate with them?
Every time we write a resolution. And every time they're on our calls, they're on our ARPA calls, they're always, we always have, can reach out to them.
Thank you.
Any other, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, so you saying $263,000?
$263,400 was their grant application.
And so we gave them $100,000.
Correct.
How much, because they receive other monies. They have received, how much have they received in community block grant dollars?
I don't have that answer.
Yeah, and see, without this, without us knowing that, and I know the help centers had received money, and I get, because I've worked at all of them, I get the need, but we have to share some of it too.
Right, but we shouldn't, ARPA and CDBG dollars are two different things. We can't penalize somebody because they get CDBG.
I'm not penalizing for that, not at all, but I'm saying what all have they gotten?
All that I know that they gotten is I do the research for ARPA.
Because the help centers got a lot of money.
450.
And 450,000 each help center got?
No.
A total?
A total of $450,000 was given to the United Way.
United
Yes.
Way,
And they
Jamie
split
Gaston.
it, I think,
Yeah.
between three.
Split it between three groups.
150,000.
Yeah, and I'm,
Was it 150,000?
I was,
so
I can find it.
So, and I'm very well aware the CDBG community block grant dollars is not the
Yes.
same. What I'm saying is when we look at where city funds are going, and those were community block grant dollars from the city.
Yes.
And so we need to be making sure we're sharing them. And I know I've worked there, and it ain't easy work. So I know I've done the work. But if they're saying 263.4, and we're giving them 250, in the math, we should have been giving them 163,000, which gives them to their max, and give that money to somebody else who need it. Because I like to put it back in the pot to do some more roofs and do something for people. Because if their work may be great, but there is a greater need for other things as we get cold and we don't have one furnace put in yet.
Well, I don't know what greater need is eating and bathing.
And I've been there, I worked them. I know that
Right.
we keep giving money to the same ones. ARPA should be spread out.
Okay.
We should be sharing it. Well, not just consolidated to one great agency, because Asbury, Bethel, and
But y'all
so
denied Asbury.
we don't have anything on here for Calvary United. You know, we gave only 75,000 to say I've worked at all of those. So what I'm saying is, I'm not I think it needs to be taken down to 163.
Okay.
I think that we should have the answers since how much funds have went to R.L. Jones? I want to know that.
Now, wait a minute now.
You know, how much has went, and I guess they're figuring this out now. And so I'm gonna let them do the math on the side. That
Okay.
part, and here comes Emily, and maybe Emily may have an answer.
walking fast.
Because I
She
think
got
that
that.
that's what a lot of us are saying. How much have we given to R.L. Jones?
They received a contract for $10,000 of CDBG in 21.
In 21?
In 2021.
Okay, what
They've
about
not received CDBG.
450,000 that they're having the sidebar? I think this was,
I
and
think
they
you guys
split
are
it.
counting the United Way money that was split between 4 organizations.
We gave it to the food bank? Because I'm trying to have this conversation, but I want them to figure that out.
Yeah, exactly.
10 grand.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have it up? Because I don't have a computer, and this little thing we're trying to do, I can't read that small anymore. So that,
was
and,
the
and
United
that is,
Way.
and that is my concern. And maybe I want to know what all R.L. Jones has got. I don't want to keep giving to agencies that are the same agencies, even though they do good work. There's other agencies that do good work that we're not giving any funds to. And that's just the fact. So we can even say, you know, I want to help some of the ones who are really, really sure, because this is a big amount. And I get where my colleagues are saying, too, that some of those have Flint. My mother lives in Mount Morris Township. She has Flint Water. Is it Flint Water? It's Westwood Heights Schools, you know, but she has a Flint address.
Yes.
That's on her driver's side, but she is Mount Morris Township. And so I'm looking at how do we keep our Flint people. And I don't think that we can. It's almost like we'd have to micromanage it, because those lines move so quickly when you're loading the food in the cars.
But you can, if they have a Flint address, they Flint.
Yeah, but it's not in the city of Flint. Yeah, my mother's life is not. She don't live in Flint.
Right.
So I don't know, and I guess I'm gonna listen to the rest of what their conclusion is.
Okay.
So what was the number?
So the question is, they received $150,000 from the United Way. $150,000 from United Way. And that was back in August of 2022. And then in November of last year, they got another 100,000.
Okay.
Request for information. Was that for food?
That's food access. They did receive other monies, but that was not for food. So this is just for food access.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at right now. And they did apply for $263,400. I want to clarify what they applied for. They applied for the $263,000 after they received the money from United Way.
Yes.
So the United Way money should not be considered as part of their application dollars. I had to think that through. We were just over here.
No, but the 100 should.
The 100 should, yes.
Right. Is there any other discussion before I have my time?
It is the first round.
First round still.
Sure.
Let me just a second. Let me get back to it. Let me see. So, 3rd Ward, 8th Ward, 9th Ward, and 5th Ward have spoken. So 2nd, 1st, 4th. I meant 6. I typed. I always do that for you guys. And then I typed 6 for Candace. So the only people who've spoken is the 3rd, 8th, 9th, and 6th wards. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in the first round? Okay, I'll take some time here. When we approved the $100,000, we were very concerned about sustainability. How soon would they be coming back to us asking for more money? So this is 10 months, 9 months. And I understand food costs have gone up, transportation costs have gone up, everything has gone up.
And I have no problem giving them all of the requests. And I understand that the extra amount is probably going to cover the costs of the increase of food since they put in their grant. But I'm also concerned about sustainability. That was a big issue that we had back last November when we discussed this proposal. And I wish she was here so that we could talk to her about it. Because it is an issue. Because when ARPA runs out, where is she going to get her funding? And we don't want I'm not worried about the population she serves, because she keeps track of that. She was very clear about that the last time she came here. She keeps track of those people who receive food. They have to give their address, they have to give their identification so that they can track that for their metrics, which is for reporting, specifically for ARPA, but other dollars as well. Because I'm sure she gets funding for less served residents. So people from Grand Blanc, people who live in other areas will go to the food giveaways to get free food. Doesn't matter if they're from a disadvantaged area or not, they're gonna go there. Some of them need it, some of them don't. But it is a concern. So, that area of their metrics do not concern me. That does not concern me. It's their sustainability. I'm very concerned what happens when the money runs out. I have no problem giving them up to the $263,400 that they applied for. And I actually don't have too much of a problem giving them beyond that because of inflation. But I'm very concerned about how they're going to, they can't keep, ARPA will be gone. It's got to be gone by December 31st. How are they going to survive after that? That's my concern.
I had on here how long they've been doing this. I know it's been
I don't care how long they've been doing it because their service area has been gone up, but they're coming back to us again for more money. And is it because the money's there?
No, because we never gave them the amount they requested in the first place.
Like I said, I understand, and I have no problem giving them the difference between the 100,000 and what they requested. I don't even remember why we gave them only 100,000 at the time. And I have no problem giving them the rest of their award plus a little extra. But I am concerned about sustainability.
Okay.
But I'm just going to do a quick. Does anybody have any problem with me sending this special affairs right now, or do we want to do a second round? Okay.
No, can we do a second round?
I already have. I will yield the rest of my time. Is there any discussion in the second round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr.
I would
Murphy.
like to make an amended motion to move this to $170,000 because of inflation and food prices going up. They applied for $263,000. We only giving them. I would like to make a motion to give them $170,000 instead of $250,000.
Okay, there's been a motion to amend the amount to $170,000, supported by First Ward.
Hold on, I said to bring the $250,000 to $170,000.
That reduces the amount.
I know it does.
Okay, that's what I said, amended amount to $170,000, that's what I
Yes.
said.
Oh, okay.
That's what I said,
Madam
okay.
Chair.
I was just okay.
Yes.
I thought I heard something different.
So,
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yeah.
can you hold on, is that all?
yeah. you
So
made
it's
the-
been motioned and now we have discussion.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, I'm not, I just think it's a very slippery slope if we start adding dollars for inflation. Like, why didn't we just do that to Franklin? Like, well, they only got 22,000, so it's a very slippery slope where we start throwing dollar amounts on this. So I'm not going to support this. I'll support the 163 all day. But I don't want to just randomly pick them and say that you get inflation dollars.
Can I amend my motion?
It's already been seconded, so we have to vote it.
Seconded.
So,
We're in discussion.
but I will make a substitute motion to take it to 163, 400, and I so move.
Okay. There's a substitute motion to change to $163,400,000. Okay, is there support?
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. Now we'll go into discussion on this.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I would just say, Ms. Sparks-Green, if they need the money, the additional money, they should be coming back before us with a revised budget.
Okay.
And then we can reallocate or relook at any additional funds. And I think if we open that up to them, we should notify all the prospective people that you have an opportunity to amend your amount.
Okay.
So if we're gonna, offer R.L. Jones that they're gonna get the opportunity to amend their requested amount, then that same request should go to everyone that received ARPA dollars that we have money remaining in a category. So there's R.L. Jones does great work. There's also others that do great work. So we want to make sure that the money is spread around equally. And so that's my only request is if they need the extra money outside of what they requested, then one, alert everyone that we're offering that opportunity. And two, they should submit a revised budget.
260.
Noted. Okay.
And that's my only request. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
And one thing I always said with the R.L. Jones community outreach, they may not really didn't care for it, but who cares? I said, what are you guys going to do to sustain yourself longevity? If we keep giving you money, what's going to happen when we can't give you the money? How are you going to sustain yourself? And there has been many people coming before us requesting funding that we have turned down, that do similar work to what R.L. Jones doing, and I won't take away the work that they do. I went and visited. I toured the inside. They do a good job. They do a lot of different things, but there are a lot of other organizations that do a lot of good things. And we barely push some money in the Fourth Ward, and we're giving them $22,500 when they deal with poor, underprivileged folks on the east side. And we only giving them $22,000. Here we done gave them almost $500,000 when you think about it. And we only done gave these people on Franklin Street that's been struggling, that's doing great things, $22,000 and how shameful. But because that's all they asked for, we want to turn around and give them $250,000 when they only asked for $263,400. We already gave them $100,000. Then we turn around and give them $250,000. They winning, while the other people losing and requesting funds and ain't getting them. And I'm not saying we shouldn't give them no money, but we should share the wealth with other organizations too around town that's doing stuff. That's just who I am. That's what I believe, and I think we should be equal across the board. I'm done.
Madam Chair.
According to council rules, there are no debating on this issue. There's no debating on the... But there are lists in the rules. What page is that? What, can you, don't have my rules out.
It's page 7, Rule 11.1. And 11.3 on page 8.
Yeah, when we amended it to limit debate, if it's amended, there is no discussion. And that was because amending was taking so much time, and we were amending to amend, to debate. So,
Madam Chair, I make a motion to finish this round.
okay, there's a motion on the floor to finish this round of discussion, and that's suspending this rule. Yeah, and there's been support. Roll call, please, to complete this round of discussion.
I'm sorry, I didn't
It's
catch
been
who
moved
seconded
by, it was seconded by Fifth Ward. Or Sixth. I do it all the time, I'm sorry. It was Ms. Burns. I told you I right here.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 2 no. We will finish this round of discussion. Ms. Burns, go ahead.
Thank you, and I'll make mine real quick. So Councilman Murphy, I think, Mr. Pfeiffer, you amended it to the 163,000 as to not arrive at a number, because how do we put in for inflation? That's not our job. So I will be supporting it for the 163,000, which is the difference of 86,600, and maybe we can figure out to do something else for some other people to put that money where it's also needed. Flint has a great need in everything, and even if we're taking that money, I know this was out of food, making an adjustment to add that to the roofs, or something with the furnaces, or because I think with that one we're only going to do about 9, and I think that spreading the wealth, no one's going to disagree that. I don't care what side of town. All of us have a side of town that has a great need. It's just Flint right now. And I will be supporting it for 163,000. That is an 86,600 difference. And they applied for 263,400. They've already received 100,000. So I will be supporting it for the amended motion of 163,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to amend Resolution 240403 to the amount to $163,400. Roll call, please.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. This
Madam
is
Chair,
yes.
I make a motion to send 240403.1 to council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send 240403.1 to council.
Support.
Supported by Mr. Alamin. 3.1. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote to send 240403.1 to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That resolution will be sent to council. The next resolution.
Can I ask a question?
Pardon?
So do I revise it and send it, or is that something you guys do? Who revises it?
Talk to the
You
clerk.
do it? Okay. All right, thank you.
The next resolution is 240405, reallocation of ARPA tree removal match funds program. Do I have a motion? Oh, did I skip one? I did, sorry, I put an X through it. 240, I looked at my screen and saw it. 240404, reallocation of ARPA funds, North Flint Food Co-op. Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move that we send Resolution 240404 to council.
Is there support? Support. Okay, it's moved and properly seconded to send 240404 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
through you, to you, did they apply for ARPA dollars?
Their application was incomplete. We've discussed this multiple times on this.
Yeah.
It was totally blank for any details.
So, is there anyone, Seamus, your name's on this one again. Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Seamus again?
Seamus.
Seamus? Seamus.
He's causing me to mispronounce your name.
How do you get Seamus from that? Ireland don't know how to spell?
Come on, I'm Irish.
Come on. All right.
Wouldn't
So
have
it's
known.
Seamus?
Seamus, yeah.
Seamus. How did we come, Madam Chair, did they have 300,000 as their dollar amount?
They didn't have any amount.
They didn't have any amount. Perfect. How did we come across this dollar amount, and what exactly are these dollars going to be used for?
Through to you.
Yeah.
So my understanding was that there was a dollar amount attached to that incomplete ARPA application. And this is a reflection of that initial application that was incomplete. This is to be used for the job training component. This North Flint food market is going to be creating jobs and career opportunities, and that's what this money, it's written in the staff review on the resolution, is going to be used towards.
I'm sorry, it's going to provide, so this is to pay their employees to work at the food market?
This is to get them into a position where they're able to start employing people, yes, create the jobs that are needed in that space.
In what So what exactly ARPA category is this going to be funded under?
That's in the job training allocation, youth job training.
And how much are they going to be paying these people? How many people is it going to? How many people is this going to impact?
I believe.
Are they only hiring City of Flint employees?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. A lot going on.
So are they? How many people is
Yes.
this going to impact? For how long? Are they only employing City of Flint people?
I believe that's the plan, is to only employ City of Flint people. Yes.
Well, these are ARPA dollars, so it would only be able to impact.
Correct. I agree. Yes.
I guess I'm confused by this. If they didn't submit, if they have, our records show them having an incomplete application. Did we was there anybody else that had an incomplete application that we reached back out to them?
I do not know that information. Sorry. I'm not sure on that one.
Madam Chair, do you know, was there any other incomplete applications? This was the only one.
I'm sorry. Is he okay? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's just sleeping. He's fine.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
Just checking.
I would like to know how many people this is going to help, or for what duration of time. $300,000 for training for employees that's going to work there seems excessive.
It's coming from you're coming from the youth job training category.
So yeah, no, but for what age bracket are they only hiring?
Well, youth, due to the United Nations definition of youth, goes up to 24.
So this 300. So every one of their employees is going to be under 24.
I'm just giving you my understanding.
No,
of
I
youth.
understand that, but I'm just like, how many people they plan on hiring, and how long is this training where they need $300,000 for training?
Is it 300? I think I have it as 250.
Better yet, if they completed this application, we obviously don't have a copy of that. Can we get a copy of that application? Because what the finance chair is saying is what we have is incomplete. So can we get this completed application?
Woman of the hour.
Hi, the application was for gap financing, and they were looking to just gap finance. So we are trying to work with them about their actual needs now, because at this point they don't have that same need. So we want to work with them. So.
Okay, that's the time.
So.
Okay. Any other discussion? Don't run away, Emily.
Oh, hello.
Okay, and who are you asking for the floor?
So, you to Emily.
Emily, you were told to stay close.
Emily.
All right, I was scared. You're gonna bring the room.
So they're asking for gap finance. Okay, so here's the thing. I think they needed 1.5 million. They needed ARPA 300,000. They were trying to leverage funds. Is that part of it? Because this, and I don't know how to process someone incomplete application.
So I don't have a copy of it. When we had talked with Pastor Flynn, he had said that was the category he applied under. So I do not have a copy of the application.
Because there isn't one.
So he had said that the application was to be submitted under gap financing. So.
How are we giving funds and we don't even have an application? We're giving $300,000 with no application.
250.
No, it's 300. I'm sorry, it's 300. It's the wrong. We got that. We got that in front of us. The wrong thing.
Oh, sorry.
It is 300. No, it is 300.
So it's 300.
Yeah,
sorry.
The resolution's right.
Yeah.
So it is 300, and we don't have an application. So how do you get something that you didn't even apply for?
Burpee.
Do you want me to?
Yeah. What?
This is the staff review. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Got it. All right.
We, like I said, they did give it an application, and we are trying to work with them on changing the direction of where they initially applied for. So we're looking at the youth job training piece and using the funding from there.
Okay, so but the ARPA had a deadline in March of 23. We shouldn't be looking at this now then. The deadline was for a reason. We don't even have an application. There's no application. The ARPA committee couldn't approve it because it was incomplete. And so this is not fair to other people. You know how many calls we get? I get when people come here and say, no one called and told me that I didn't get money. Pastor Hicks' church was one of them. And several, the guy with the tree thingy or the garden. I mean, if people come to us and say they didn't get a call back or, and here it is, we don't have application. We're past our own ARPA guideline, deadline. We're past it. Then it was incomplete.
We're all going to stay there.
So I don't. Why are we doing this? I mean, I get they need 300,000. I understand that part. And then they're not here. Nobody is here. And this is, you want 300,000? You can't answer the question because you don't work for them.
I don't personally want it. I'm not looking for it.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. If I worked for him, the place would be open. Let's be clear. I just want you to know. I just want you all to know that.
And so we know that the ARPA committee didn't approve it because the application was incomplete. So incomplete application, they're not here tonight. It's maybe gap funding, we're still figuring that out. This is not ready. I'm a no on this right now. I'm a serious no, because I think that we have to be conscious of what our deadlines are. And a lot of people are upset they didn't get it. And this just does not, no. And I'll let my colleagues speak. I don't even, and I understand that they need to close it, but that deadline or boundary keeps moving. Well, we need 200, then we need 100,000. I mean, the ball keeps getting kicked a little bit further, you know, and so, I mean, the place looks nice. It actually has Dr. Flynn's name on the part of the building. He put his name on it. It's on the event center. His name is on it. I do have a problem with that.
Isn't the event center open?
That's a part of it, though. His name on it. Connected to it. I understand the step, but his name is still on it with public funds. Yeah, his name is on it with public funds. Yeah. And I got a problem with that because it's a public place. It's like that ball just keeps getting kicked down. You know, every time they ask for money, what was it, 600,000 before?
No, it's always been around 300,000.
The application, is there a way that we can get a copy of the application? We don't have that to see.
Request for information.
Go ahead. What's your request?
Are you aware that I just sent it to every colleague so they can take a look at a copy of the application?
I don't have a laptop, you know, and so right now I don't. So I don't have a laptop, and reading on this phone is
very
tiny.
hard.
I'm 55. I'm not trying to read this with tiny right. Print it out for me, please. So this little phone is what we have been reduced to. So I would like to have a copy of the application if Councilmember Lewis could send that to maybe the clerk so we could see it, so that we can make an informed decision. But I do know, do we know where they're gonna get the other gap funding from? So we give them 300,000, they need 1.5 million. Do we know where that's coming from, Shane?
I know there is funding source there. I believe it's a foundation. One of the philanthropic partners has funding there, and I believe that's public knowledge if you did a Google search.
$2 million for them? So that's what
I can't give you the figure. If I did a quick Google search, I might be able to get it up for you.
They should be here. They're asking for money and they need this. They should be here. I'm gonna let my other colleagues speak because it's unfair to you to speculate on what this is their project.
Sure.
You know, and for you, it's very unfair. If Dr. Lewis or Ms. Councilmember Lewis in the second ward could send a copy, I would greatly appreciate it. So I could read it, but the application wasn't even complete. I don't know how you get money with incomplete application. I don't. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, let me go ahead.
I heard Dr. Lewis first, and then Mr. El-Amin.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So it is unfortunate that no one was able to come tonight to explain this further to my colleagues. But what I don't want to do, I don't want to, I want to look at it for what it is. And this is a food market that is being erected on the north side in the middle of a pandemic. That's what we have going on right here. And we all know how technology can fail. All right, I see no one else may have had an issue submitting their application. However, they did. And so when the ARPA committee asked them to submit a copy of the application, we're thankful that they bagged it up, that they saved the copy, and they sent it to us. And we had this copy ever since, I believe this says April. We were in the food category, because again, we were hopping around, and as I keep trying to impress on my colleagues as well as administration, let's get through entire categories so we'll stop skipping around so people will know who's being funded. But we were looking at the food access way back in April. It is now September. And so they probably didn't know to come. But they submitted their application as soon as we asked. So for them to just make up an application, that didn't happen. So I don't want to make it sound like they didn't do their work when we all know that technology can fail. We all know what can happen when you deal with technology, hence what we're currently undergoing with our IT system. We know how things can fail. So moving on to this point, again, we are, at first, Councilman Mays, he brought it to the floor when we first brought out ARPA saying $600,000. We had people that were in favor of it. I abstained because I was a member. I pulled out so I can vote to support a food market in my neighborhood, because what brings up your neighborhood? Yeah. Schools and grocery stores. When people have a place where they can live and thrive, I can live and I can shop and I can do all this in one area, that's what boosts up home values. And we need that extra boost on the north side. So I have submitted a copy for all of my colleagues to take a look at, hopefully sooner than later, and they can see their full application. I know that some members of this body, that they are still members of the co-op. It's still a great idea because, again, it's serving a need on the north side. I don't want a good deed to be spoken of ill. We had a repast there this weekend, and we were able to utilize the Gala Center, because the Gala Center is all that can be utilized until they get full funding to fund the grocery store. Well, just know inside that grocery store, everything is in place. The kitchen is in place. All of the deli things are in place. The meat places are in place. The fruit racks, the refrigeration, everything is in place. Let me be clear, we still need some money. Mostly everything is in place. When I saw with my eyes, again, it's a difference when you're on the ground and when you speculate from up here. I go and I see about it. So with my eyes, I saw everything that was set up in that food market. I saw everything set up in that kitchen. What they need now are employees, food, and they need to open those doors. And I don't want to be a hindrance to them.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Speaker. So, Councilmember Lewis, are you stating that their application, there was a computer error, which is why it wasn't submitted correctly or complete?
Yes.
Thank you.
And so the market is ready to go. So since they can't get the funding that they need to fill it with the food and the employees at the moment, they open up their Gala Center doors, and the Gala Center is also nice. Very, very nice. It's a great space on the north side. So I'm not going to hold it up. I'm not going to speak ill about it. They applied for it. Somehow the portal showed it incomplete. He submitted the application that says we have everything we need. They started off asking up for $600,000. Now they reduced it to, this resolution says $250,000, but you said $300,000.
Yeah, there's a discrepancy there. Let me just double check it. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read that now. So to be clear, the resolution as in the packet says, oops, let me find it again.
Okay, this is what be it resolved. It is resolved that the appropriate city officials are authorized to do all things necessary, including executing any necessary agreements to appropriate funding from the funding source account number blah, 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 101-287.000-963.000 to North Flint Food Market Cooperative in the amount of $300,000. Based on review and validation of the appropriate fund used by the city's compliance firm, implementation of these funds will be consistent and compliant with U.S. Department of Treasury requirements and previously approved authorization. That's the legal part of the resolution. Any other discussion? Go. Wait a minute. Oh, Mr. Alameen was supposed to be next, right?
Yes, Madam Chair, you kind of just answered what I was going to bring up, because mine was saying the 250, so I just wanted some clarity, and you said it's 300. And then to the speaker, you said, is it from the GAP finance or the youth job training?
The job training bucket is where this, youth job training bucket is where this funding is coming from.
The youth job training?
Yes, sir, sorry. The youth job training bucket is where this funding is coming from.
Okay, what was the discussion about GAP finance and that was just...
So that was the conversation so I have had one conversation with Pastor Flint about what, he did call to ask about ARPA funds, and I had said that there was a gap financing category, and the indication was, well, then that is what we need. We have a gap. So I think that but now that I look at the application, actually the application looks like it was for the food access category, and I had not seen that before. So I think that the application from March of 23 is different from the conversation that he and I had a few months ago when he called, and I, just happened to chat with him about the whole thing, the whole project. And then now from what this is in terms of the job training category, there were funds in that category that had not been allocated or resoluted by this body, and so that was the discussion around where is he at in terms of the, as the council president just said, he's, what's next? And next would be hiring, I believe it's 23 full-time employees and 15 part-time, or maybe I have those numbers inverted, but it's a mix of full-time and part-time.
Request for information.
So what's your request?
Yeah. Yep.
So it seems that we've been told this is for gap financing, this is for food access, now this is for youth job training. My first question is this for youth job training? And then my second question is, as she just named off all of the different employees that they will hire, how many of those are going to actually be youth?
I think that's a rhetorical question.
No, I promise you it's not. I'm being very serious, because my vote's gonna depend on that.
Is that to
That's to whomever. I got it directed to you, to him, to them. So just come on.
Can anyone answer that question? No.
I think also...
Go ahead. Are you done?
No. Also, if this was approved, I know last time a group came up and spoke about the grocery store. They said if they were given a certain amount of money, it wouldn't be until like 6 months that they would be able to, I believe, open or operate it or so forth. If this was allocated, how soon would individuals be employed? And if they're employed, if there's like no food and things like that, what would they actually be doing?
Yep. We cannot speak to the rest of the funds that would be needed. This would be a portion of the funds, and these funds we would be using very specifically for the job training component. If you obligate it by the end of this year, it could be used again between now and 2026 for job training of youth. We would make sure, if the allocation was resoluted, we would make sure the funds were spent on that. But again,
request for information.
What's your request?
So this is ARPA funding, and we know that we are only giving up to 20% upfront of ARPA funding. So if they need the $300,000, and they need the 700 whatever from whomever else is going to give them that, but they technically don't have the $1 million because we're only giving 20% up front and then we're reimbursing. So what's going to be the process? Are they going to take from that 700 to fill in until they can send invoices for the 300,000?
Good question. Can anyone answer that? Okay, seeing none, go ahead.
I'm definitely in support, but I think it is a lot of questions that need to be answered, and someone should come to speak to these questions and concerns. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm not, were they made aware that this was going to be on here tonight and they should show up?
Yeah, I believe they were, yes. Yes.
So will they be able to show up Monday night?
I can follow up at
Because
your request that they can be here Monday night.
I will
highly suggest they should be here Monday night.
I will make a motion for them to, I hear you, I'm still going to do it. I would like to make a motion to move this to special affairs and have them show up.
There's a motion on the floor to send this to, then it's moved and properly seconded, to send it to special affairs. Vote, please.
Supported by the council in the first ward?
First ward.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Mr. Jarrett.
No.
Mr. Al-Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no. That will be sent to special affairs. Moving on to 240405, reallocation of ARPA funds, tree removal match funds program. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like to move this resolution to council.
Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded to send 240405 to council. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer. Heather?
Yeah, I can
Apparently
start
wants
the process,
microphone.
yes. Unfortunately, I don't know some of the ARPA questions that you may have, so I'll just refer that to Seamus. So when all of this began and we started talking about trees and we're looking at allocation, one of the things that kept coming back from the residents and also from council is, okay, well, what about the resident? When does the resident get some of that money to go towards something that they have? That's what this program is for. It's to give options to the residents who would like to do something with trees. It might be a private tree. It could be another, like a right-of-way tree that maybe they're in discord or we don't have funding for, something like that. So it's broken down into 2 options. One would be for the resident who can do a matching. So we would allow for the resident to provide 500. We would provide 500 and allow us up to $1,000 to go towards a tree service. That would be including up to a removal.
Who's getting a quote for this tree service? Like, is this the resident comes in with a quote? How are we verifying that it's a valid quote?
It would be an application process for the resident to receive the monies, you know, because there's a limited amount of money that's available. So it would be an application process, and then we would require them to bring that quote as well.
So this is a reimbursement?
It would, well, technically, yes.
So the resident would have to come up with the full amount for the quote, and then the city would reimburse up to 500 or 1,000 if they're low income? Is that it?
Yeah, it would be, that part of the detail, I guess, I can't give you 100% that that's going to be reimbursement versus they bring the quote and then we provide costs at that time. I would have to ask that question.
So would we be, if it's not a reimbursement, would we be writing the check to the resident or the tree service?
It would have to go to the tree service, would be mine, if we did it that way.
How does that work for, if we are paying part of the tree service, don't we have to require their insurance and all of that stuff?
That'd be part of that application process.
So
when the person, for example, if the resident says, yes, I am a resident, I'm showing that I have a residency, and that I am requesting assistance in getting this tree removed. So in that process, we would recommend that they bring, say, 3 quotes, and then if they have a specific one that they're choosing, they would ask for that documentation to determine that the person's eligible to provide service in the city and that they're insured to do such.
This seems messy, Heather. Why can't we run this the way we run the sidewalk 50/50 program and have a city
to have
vendor,
a contractor?
Have a city contractor, and we give a quote.
Mr. Pfeiffer, I discussed this with the mayor today.
Mm-hmm.
Can you pause this time?
Yeah.
Pause this time. And those are exactly the same things that I suggested to him if he wanted to run this program without giving, I still don't know how I'm going to affect this, but that we have a list of approved vendors that they can use.
Yeah,
and that is probably how we're going to proceed.
I just think that it would be cleaner if we actually put this out to bid for tree service. I think we're late in the year where we could get, a la carte tree service from a different contractors and run this similar to the 50/50 program. It seems the reimbursement or anything else seems a little messy, and I don't know how that works in with ARPA, but I agree that this is definitely a need. I just don't know that then get 3 quotes from who knows who or what, and they're requiring their insurance, and does that mean
that's just
the city,
a possibility, though?
Yeah, does the city have to be put on as additionally insured because we're paying them? Like all of these questions seem like it would be better ran if it was more mirrored to the 50/50 program. So
that is one of the options,
without
obviously.
any of the,
There's a second program, though. I don't know if you wanted to hear about that portion. And that's referring to a person who maybe don't have the ability to pay that matching cost. And so that's a separate application and separate process. So like I said, this is still being defined, those details that you're referencing. We just want to know that we have that money available to assist the residents who are looking for support and tree services. So there are many options. Obviously, one I shared, but the other would be Councilwoman Priestley and what you had recommended with the 50/50. That's obviously another option.
How did we come up with this dollar amount? Is that's what we have available?
That is.
Yeah, that's essentially what we have available. Yeah, that's what we have available, and we know it's a drop in the bucket in the need that's out there.
Well, I mean, if it includes $500 or $1,000, I mean that's really only up to 324 trees, which isn't nearly probably what is needed.
And I agree with you there. I just say it's a starting point again to doing getting the work started.
So, how do we get more information on this program and the details finalized? Like, to me, like the details should be finalized and the program should be I's dotted, T's crossed before it's brought to us. I mean, we can allocate the money, but I want to make sure that the program is, not a waste of dollars and resources and make it obsolete.
You want to make sure that the money's going to where it's supposed to be going and people aren't coming in. Correct. I get what you're saying.
And if we're requiring somebody to get 3 quotes and all of this unnecessary things, seems like we could streamline that process by getting a few up front.
Any other?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to preface this by saying, and Heather, you already know what I'm going to say, I am in support of this, especially when we've had storms happen and the amount of trees that are falling over, splitting, or huge branches are coming off of them for whatever the reason. I get calls all the time where the tree is on the person's property, and tree removal is not cheap. And a lot of times they can't, they simply can't afford it. Even if they were to save money, put money aside, it's not something that would be actualized for them. And so I think this is an amazing program of the fact that, one, it's, okay, we're going to go in with you to remove these trees, but then we're also going to help get you some funding toward being able to remove the trees that are on your property. So I'm with my colleague of fleshing out what that looks like, because what if the person has 2 trees that need to be removed? Or, how do we decide how much money, or how do you decide, okay, well, we'll remove this tree for you and not that tree? And I know we have arborists and everybody that comes out and does that, but it would be nice to just have some sort of understanding for what that looks like. But I think that this is a really good program on its face, and just if I had a few more details, that would be amazing. I am going to let my colleagues ask any questions that they may have, because they might spark something in round 2. So thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
As my colleague mentioned, this definitely is a great program, I think. And I know over in the first ward after the storm, we had a lot of trees that fell. I got a lot of calls, and I even personally paid out of my pocket to have some elders' yards removed with trees because they couldn't afford it. I just wanted to catch, I think you said, or I maybe misunderstood you, is there going to be funding put aside to where for those like elderly and senior individuals who don't have the funds to have trees removed and so forth? Because that's real important, especially in my ward.
My understanding is those that are eligible for the HOPE program would be eligible for that full amount, because they would be within that threshold, household income threshold.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you.
If I may, I just wanted to share, I didn't get to stress about the tree companies. Trees are not seasonal when you're hiring a company for tree service. They can do tree services year round. So I just wanted to stress that it doesn't just end because of the season. Okay.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Through you to the speakers, do you have just a sort of a guesstimate of what it costs to take down a tree?
Yeah, unfortunately,
I mean, I know
there's
there's different shape sizes, but
yes, it all makes a very big difference. If you got a locust versus, say, a conifer tree, it's going to look completely different on what that cost is. A lot of it's based on the height, the diameter at breast height. They call it DBH. That's another size they look for, and the species. That all makes a big difference. Some trees are harder on saws versus another wood that's softer. That makes a difference if it's going to damage some of their equipment, or they have to do more restorative work when they're done. It ranges.
Okay.
I mean, the low end, 700. The high end, I've seen 4,500.
45?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you mentioned earlier the 324 is all that was left. Is that
that's what we identified as left for this specific program? Tree removal.
Left for the program under what guise?
There was tree removal funding set aside.
So there was ARPA tree funding.
Yes, existed already. Yes.
Okay, so this was a category. Tree
Correct.
removal was a category.
Correct.
Or is a category.
Is a category. And just again to preface what Emily Dorr said earlier, we're at the stage now where we're hitting the deadline of obligating these funds. So we're needing to obligate these funds. We will go back if needs be and fine-tune this to meet the requirements or the requests that you all have. If you emailed me the questions that you have for this, we can do that.
Okay. So once again, new program. Again, I agree. I like the concept. How do we go about getting? Because I sort of agree with the councilman in the 8th Ward. I think the program should be really, almost fleshed out and ready to go, and all we need to do is add the money to it. Versus sort of still trying to, you all allocate the money, then we'll figure it out. That's all. I mean, I'm not saying that's what you said, but that's what it felt like I heard. And that's hard when I don't represent just me when I make this vote. I represent these constituents. So for me to say to them, yeah, I approved it, I didn't have the details, and we all just got to be all right with it. That's a hard conversation to have. So how do we, what more do you all feel like you need to get for the program to be sort of really, short of a final approval to up and go?
Well, normally when we bring some of these here, we don't always bring those details completely with you. So that's my fault that I did not respond in a way that represented that well. So I guess my answer to you would be, if the 50-50 program has been discussed and that is an idea that we've seen, we've been doing that for years, that would be my recommendation, is that we would continue with something like that. If that's what's going to make the body happy with that decision and feel comfortable with moving forward, then I would recommend that within the entities that are involved in this.
Yeah, and don't
it's
get me wrong.
worked. It comes out of our office. I'm very familiar with the program. It looks a little different, obviously, than what this would be, because there are certain circumstances that are a little different because of the persons that are eligible for the HOPE program. In that category, they might have to actually be a competitive applicant.
And I'm not saying it has to be a particular way, yet I do need a way to be identified.
It is an application process.
Yeah, no,
the 50-50 is also an application process.
Okay. And do we have a sense as to how we're going to award approval? I mean, because if there are those that can quickly turn an application and they may or not be low income, how do we sort of make sure it goes where? How do we make sure it's fair and equitable in that way?
Yeah, it's a first come, first serve situation. If they meet the criteria of either of those categories.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So real quick, because we know city trees are a problem on the city side, and the sidewalks are city sidewalks. So we're talking about trees within a property owner's entire yard or property within their property line. So this isn't just city trees.
That's correct.
So this is,
it's for the private side as well.
Okay,
yes.
So this will be for the private side.
Yes.
That we were getting into the tree business with residents then.
Yes, because that is one of the categories where we can't assist. Over that sidewalk in my department, we don't have funding that allows us to cross over that sidewalk. So it gives that resident an opportunity to do some, general maintenance in their property.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? In the second round.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, through you to you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Didn't we allocate the full $2 million for removal of city trees? Because that's the only category that I see that has trees in it.
Because of the time off, et cetera, I don't have everything updated past July 22nd. Let me see. We did. I don't see anything for trees in my spreadsheet. Give me just 1 second. Let me do a search. Tree removal. We did 2 resolutions for $862,500.
Times 2, or that's included that?
That's times 2. So take 862,50 times 2. I hate not having a 10 key.
So that's.
So that is $1,725,000.
So $1,725,000.
And I believe we had $2 million in the budget.
We do have $2 million in the budget. I found that. So
So 275,000.
275 is what we have available in that budget, so how did we come up with the 324?
That's what was reflected in what I seen in the paperwork was 324 remaining, so, let me see if I have it here.
And that was a budget for removal of city-owned trees, so is the city-owned tree problem 100% fixed?
I can't answer that one.
Okay.
Are you referencing the whole program itself versus this money being allocated to work on the program?
Well, if we needed $2 million to put in a city tree budget, was $2 million too much? Or are we leaving some residents with problem city trees?
Yeah, I think we're estimated at $24 million to try to get our program up to just maintenance. Right now, we're just doing preventative and working on things that are going
so I guess,
emergencies.
Heather, my question is, so the city tree problem isn't solved, and we don't have enough money, but we're going to move on to another program.
No, in order to do anything with this program, you've got to start doing some of this management. That's what we're doing.
No, I'm saying,
Yeah.
well, but let me rephrase this a different way. So during our budget discussions when we put the ARPA budget, someone told us that we needed $2 million for the city-owned tree problem. So far, we've only allocated 1.725 towards that problem. So my question is that 1.725 all we need, or are we starting another project before that one is finished?
No, it's a dual program. It's sidewalk with trees. So the tree work being done is based off of the sidewalk needs. So money was allocated first to do the assessment of the sidewalks, and then do, with that inventory and assessment, take that information and determine.
So we allocated another $2 million for the sidewalks.
No, the $2 million, correct, that is correct.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Yes,
So,
that is correct,
so
yes.
the allocation that I'm speaking
Yes.
of specifically is only the sidewalk, or only the city-owned tree problem. So I'm asking you, is the city-owned tree problem no longer a problem with the 1.7? Or do we still have a problem?
No, it'll always be a problem.
So that's my point, is we are starting another program with non-city trees before the city trees is fixed. Is that
The idea is we can't fix all of it at once, and so we're trying to get things back into that level of maintenance.
But we're starting a program that we can't finance beyond the 325.
So I guess I don't know how to answer that. The idea was when we brought the money.
My question is,
it's
should this 325 just continue with the city tree program to try to help that before starting another program that we don't have the means to finance going forward?
But again, this all started because of the sidewalk. The program didn't initiate with this ARPA funding because of the tree itself. We are focusing on sidewalks that are affected because of trees, but that's not how it started.
Thank you.
It's sidewalks.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion in second?
Yes, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Heather, so what you're saying, this program will fund those sidewalks that are damaged or messed up because of the city trees?
That program's already in place and already functioning.
That's what I thought.
We're only talking about the money that my understanding is we're here to talk about the money that's being allocated for residents that are in
so
need
this
of
is strictly for private properties, residents who may have trees in their yards that need to come down.
Yes.
Okay. All right. When will you start the program? And how are you gonna, what is the criteria? I know it's for low income, but what percentage of low income?
So it's two different programs. based out of that same funding source. One is any person who is a resident of the city of Flint would be eligible to apply and ask for a matching fund to help support any tree work that needs to be done. The second part of that program is someone who is eligible for the HOPE program, which Seamus is a little more informed with what that program entails and what that criteria. I don't have a percentage on that. I'm not sure if you do. So I don't know what the.
So I think it's 200% of the poverty line would be eligible for the whole program.
Okay.
So that's the income. I don't know what that figure is off the top of my head, but it is 200% of the poverty line, which I'm almost certain almost 70% of Flint falls under that category of households in Flint.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Not going to hold you long. This is a great idea because we know a lot of residents, they do not have the funds to tend to trees on their property. So just like we're adamant on, home repair, this is a part of the yard repair that people need. And seeing that the city is matching and you're also giving a bigger match to residents with low income, this is a big win for the residents. Although, I wish that we had an unlimited pool of money so we can fix all of our trees in the city. We don't. But what we do have is this program that you all are initiating. And again, this is a great idea because you were pretty low in your numbers when you said like 7 to 4,500. I've heard trees costing like 10,000 to get fixed. And so, I mean, every little bit helps. And after the storm, I've seen so many trees falling on garages, trees just leaning. And I'm talking, and it just so happened that that tree is on the other side of the sidewalk, making it the homeowner's responsibility. So I can only imagine how, if I put my 500 up and you give me another 500, how I can call someone out to chop that up and get it out of my property. And so it is a great idea. And too bad we didn't come up with it sooner, but we didn't have ARPA funds. This is a pilot, and if this is successful, you're looking to expand this?
For sure.
Yeah, so this isn't, this isn't, she's like, yes. It's not a new program per se. I mean, obviously for us in ARPA, yes. But one of the things I did when I started working with the urban forestry program is like to call around and talk to different foresters in the states and just find out what other states are doing. Mm-hmm. And they couldn't cover the cost. One of the states, I think Texas was one of them, that pulled out like $50,000 or something to share. And they did like 20 trees and they shut the program down. They're like, it's not cost efficient, leave it up to the communities. So this is our opportunity to take that opportunity and try and bring something to the residents who may need some help.
So what you just said is you stepped outside of the city of Flint to see what other places are doing, mm-hmm. and you're bringing it back, mm-hmm. so we can stop moving so antiquated, do new things. Yeah, I appreciate that. And go ahead.
Just to add, we talked about sustainability on a couple of the ideas that we in these pilot programs. And my experience with grants for the city of Flint and other places is a lot of the entities that would fund won't fund something until they see it started, seeing the work and seeing the benefits of it. So that's been my experience when applying for funding. It's hard to get it. So this is kind of a initial seeding that we can see the benefits of this to our residents in the city of Flint, and then we can show the work, show the impact, and bring that to the potential funders that we would want to fund this going forward and other programs. That's how I've had to do my grant applications and grant management in my experience.
Okay, so what I just heard you say is funders don't want to fund a cold program willy-nilly. They want to see if it's working, the impact, and then once they see that the funding that was used was working, sustainable, and impactful, then that's when they bring their funds to the table?
That's been my experience.
Okay, well, and how long you been here?
3.5 years.
All right, how long you been working with grants and stuff?
About 15, 20 years.
Oh, okay, so you might know what you're talking about?
A little bit.
I'm going to put my money on you because I like to stay in my lane. If I'm a legislator, I just want to legislate, and I want to let the grant man do grant stuff. So looking forward to passing this. Hopefully my colleagues feel the same. And I know that the Second Ward residents, well, I would just say the North Side residents, they thank you because this is giving them a hand up. So as they get their home repairs through various programs, they can also have a nice yard with decent trees to match it. So thank you.
I want to share another thought too. We have a lot of residents who don't have homeowners insurance. The first thing that you're told when that tree falls on your house is call the homeowner's insurance. Well, just to get the tree off is a whole another cost separate from that. And I get lots of these calls, and it's heartbreaking to think that they're afraid to call us to tell us there's a tree on their house, literally, because they're afraid that we're going to make them have to take the tree off, and they can't do it. This is another, I know that's a bad case, but that's a scenario that I run into multiple times. Several times a year, I hear those calls. So this is just an option that if they see a tree is declining, they might be able to apply for this and get that opportunity to maybe get out of the way before something like that happens. So
thank you. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead. No, we're in the second round, sir. You've spoken twice.
Second round.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to take my time. And what was that? Ms. Schott, did you want to talk again? No. Okay. So we have, how much on this again? However much this is. Oh, I'm on the next page. 324,000. But we got $275,000 left in the program, according to the resolutions that have been passed. If we send this to Special Affairs, can we get that dollar amount verified? And then we can, if necessary, amend it at Special Affairs?
I'm not going to say no to that. So, yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a motion to send this to Special Affairs to get the dollar amount verified. And I'm going to ask you guys to do that for us, please. And then come before us and say, yes, that's the right number. Is there support? To send to Special Affairs. Okay, it was supported by Dr. Lewis. Roll call, please. I heard her before you.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
I'm going to abstain until I know how the program is actually working.
Point of order.
What's your point?
As stated before, per the charter, we can only abstain when there is a conflict of interest. We must either vote yes or no. So just want to put on the record that our colleagues continue to break the charter.
Thank you.
Welcome.
What's your point?
County and Second Ward continues to state egregious and lies about what the thing says. It references the ethics section, which at no point says how we should vote. It's an invalid point of order.
Let's go ahead and continue voting.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
He's left.
He's not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. That will be sent to Special Affairs. All right, let's try to get this through. The next, let's go on to the next page. The next one is separation is 240406, ARPA funds, homelessness prevention activities.
Madam Chair.
ESSER grants. Yes, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to move resolution 240406, ARPA funds, homelessness prevention activities, fiscal year 24, 25, and 26, emergency solutions grants match to council.
Is there support to send 240406 to council? I'll support that. Any discussion? Go ahead. I did.
She did. Is this an Emily thing, Madam Chair?
Emily?
Is this yours? I'm sure glad you got your chucks on.
Hi.
Hi. Can you tell us what this is?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
In the council-approved budget that was from October 24th, 2022, there was a $500,000 line item for homelessness prevention. So if you want to look at that, it says homelessness prevention. That's what it said. So we have been talking to all of our agencies in the city that do homelessness prevention work, and those agencies receive money from HUD that come through us. They get money from MISHTA that comes from the state, and also foundations. And what all of them have said is that our federal money from HUD, ESG, Emergency Solutions Grants, has a one-to-one match. And one of the things that they struggle with is to be able to actually find match funds. And so we sadly send money back to HUD every year because of this one-to-one match. And so we confirmed with HUD that, as well as the Department of Treasury, as much as they will answer direct questions with indirect answers, and also Ernst & Young, and everybody has agreed that this opportunity to use these funds for match for as long as we could, we obligate it before the end of this year, but we can spend it through the end of 2026. It will help allow for another $500,000 of ESG funds to have these funds as match, which is just additional services that can be provided while also making sure that we are not sending monies back. So that is the resolution in front of you. It would be implemented by my department, who does the ESG fund process, through HUD every year, and we get $326,000 of ESG each year. And so this year's action plan, we actually are hoping to have those signed grant agreements from HUD probably tomorrow or Friday. There's that 326, although there's some admin out of that. So let's just say 300, maybe 284 or something. So you're looking at people would have to apply to show why they would be eligible to get some of the match funds that this resolution would offer. And it would be something that could apply for this year's as well as next year's, and even possibly into 2026 action plan if we do it soon enough and they spend it.
Okay, and I am, thank you. And I know Suzanne, it was a problem. Yeah, so I know exactly what this is, and we have a huge need for our homeless population. Yeah. And you see them in the bus terminals, or the bus terminal, the bus stops where there's covered shelter. Some sleep on the streets. People used to sleep, I don't know, underneath the bridge. By the old, but it's a graveyard, and it's like a one-way right there. Mm-hmm. And so I know she was, and this has been an issue for a while. I'm not gonna, I support this. I definitely do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Sorry, Emily, I'm gonna put you through the ringer.
That's fine.
Did no one apply for ARPA dollars through this category?
It wasn't, this is not in the community grants category. This was a completely separate category that just was out there, not in the community grants. That's the weird thing. This wasn't even put out. So we want to put it out for bid or for people to apply for as.
No, my thing is we had the ARPA application process that was opened and closed in a window.
Right.
Was there no one that applied in this category that those dollars could have went to?
So the 11 categories that were available for application did not. Homelessness was not one of those 11 categories.
What?
So we had dollars in our budget and no category?
So if you look at the way that the ARPA budget is organized, you've got neighborhood improvement, you've got public safety,
Yeah.
you've got public health, you've got contingency, revenue replacement, right? So there's those big columns. This is actually in the public health column, but the public health column.
Whoa, that was not in my time.
That was not time. That was not time. Was that? Who's doing the timer? How many minutes was set on it? Do you know? Okay,
So-
that's fine. Go ahead.
So the public health column, the subcategories that were able to be applied for
Okay.
were mental health, mental health, food access, and the health equity. The homelessness chunk of money was down below and not part of the.
So we are going to reopen the ARPA application for this category?
We are going to open a homelessness prevention ARPA category for applications by the agencies that we've already vetted that we know actually do homelessness prevention work because we fund them through existing annual ESG funding.
So how many different organizations could this money be split through? How do we know their budgets?
Yep. So that's the beauty. For ESG, which is again, annual HUD Emergency Solutions Grant, for ESG, we already open up an annual category. So every November, roughly, we put out the RFPs. They're due by the end of January. There are 3 categories: CDBG, home, ESG. So we already have the applications. Recommendations have been made for this year's. And then it'll happen all over again. We already have full project budgets. We have full descriptions of what every cent will be spent on, and we have the history of what previous expenditures have been and who has been good at spending money properly and who hasn't. And all of that is part of the Genesee County Continuum of Care, which is the umbrella. That is the collection of agencies who provide services for homelessness and unhoused individuals and have to participate in a coordinated entry process to be able to actually make sure we are serving people as good as possible.
So how many different organizations is this going to go to?
Continuum of Care, there are about 20, maybe 25 active members of the Continuum of Care. However, on average, we award between 4 to 6 ESG grant awards each year.
So this 500,000 is going to go to 4 to 6 of them?
Well, but it's applicable for this year as well as next year and the year after. So roughly, it depends. I mean, it's how are we looking at for the match funds? They need to show why they need match. So if, let's say, they have a grant already have been approved right now for $100,000 for rapid rehousing, they would need to show, in order for them to actually get the money from us, they have to show their existing $100,000 match. They might apply to this fund for 50,000 of that because they only have 50,000 from a foundation that counts as match.
Why aren't those individual things being brought to us versus this lump sum that doesn't tell us anything?
Do you really want to have more meetings? I mean, I'm happy to give you every application we receive from ESG, and you can come to my office and read through them, but I don't know.
I would like to know who the dollars are going to and what they are going to use them for. I understand homeless prevention, but what does that mean exactly? Are they using it to hire staff? Are they using it? Are they using it to, put housing on the market? Like what?
So nope. So ESG already has categories. Emergency Solutions Grant has categories: rapid rehousing, street outreach. Those two plus rapid rehousing, street outreach, and then.
Because
I think it's our coordinated entry process.
Because I would like to know what I'm voting for. Like, we allocated $500,000 for homeless, but what does that mean? Does that mean that?
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So just really quick,
I see that you are looking to take the money out of public health and youth development.
So that's actually where it's already been budgeted from.
I'm looking right now.
Okay.
Just give me a minute.
All right, cool. I'll give you a minute. And the reason why I'm a little concerned about that is because we haven't, to my knowledge, I don't think that we have gotten to the youth development category. And I also know that that we still had some public health dollars left, and I didn't want to. Well, I know that we were looking at erasing some medical debt in the city of Flint. So I don't know if that's utilizing those funds. I know I brought it up a few times, and so I don't want to drain that without. Without confirming that we have enough funds to do that. Because we said before how Kalamazoo County and other places throughout the nation, they were able to help individuals erase medical debt before it hit their credit report, so their credit report won't suffer. So that's what gives me a little pause as far as this go. However, this homelessness is a public health and it's also a youth development problem, because it's kind of hard to develop as a young person when you're moving from house to house. I was just talking to one of our community heroes, and they were out providing shelter for a mom and her young daughter. So, I can't imagine being 10 and under, not having a stable place to live. And so that's why this is very much relevant. And moreover, I have individuals that's sleeping under a tree behind a building. So this is, right across the street from Cyrus Park. So I'm glad that they feel safe and secure enough to know that they can sleep across the street from a park, a well-kept park. But who wants to sleep outside when you can have a home, when you can have resources to help you with this? Madam Chair, did you see?
I'm looking. I've got it in my office, but I'm looking here.
Okay. And so, Emily, do you know how much money is left in public health?
So I'm going to just say this, and I'm going to try to be really. So the public health category has subcategories for what was funded community grants. This is a totally different part of the public health category. It wasn't part of the community grants at all.
Oh, so it's not?
So so in public health, I think you had the subcategory of food access, mental health services, health equity, and those had, each of those are the subcategories for which you could apply for the community grants. There was then a line item below that was a homelessness subcategory that was not even put out for bid. And so if you want us to just bring you $500,000 of existing applications now, we can do that. But then we won't be able to, we would have to then spend all $500,000 and put it under contract by this December. What we were hoping is to say, no, we're going to be able to use this a little bit more strategically over the next 3 ESG grant cycles. So then that way, instead of just saying, well, each of you 5 agencies that got ESG funds this year each get $100,000, it could be much more determined of, well, how much match do you actually need? What's your actual gap? So then and we could do that and spread it over the next 3 grant cycles.
So I just want to be clear. So none of this $500,000 will come out of the community grant. None.
Correct.
All right. Yes, you have my support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anyone else? No. Just hold on just a second. You've already spoken the first round.
Are we in the second round yet?
Nope, we're not yet. Any other discussion in the first round? Okay, now you can go.
Thank you. Emily, I just want to say thank you for knowing and understanding the needs of the community, because I know this is a problem that, struggled, that we sent back funds and then would be subject to not ever get the funds again. And so thank you for making sure. I will be supporting this without a doubt. And I like to see good work going toward actually helping the residents. So thank you for this. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion? Go ahead.
I do see the homelessness line item for 500,000. Like I said, I just
Yeah.
would like to know
Okay.
how the $500,000 is going to be spent. Because like there's so many different things that you could use to help homelessness. I would hope that do you have a percentage of what the ESGs go to each category just off the top of your head?
Yeah, street outreach, let me think of the budget. You've had transitional housing, that's the category I can remember, of the roughly $300,000, it's primarily agencies apply for transitional housing, and that can be used as hotel stays or to actually help pay first month's rent for that transitional, getting them out of homelessness into housing. It does not pay actual rent, so I shouldn't say first month's rent, but it could kind of be like a 1 month rent is the rule around transitional housing. It can't be permanent. So that's going to be about half of that 300,000 is transitional housing, and then you do have the rapid rehousing category, which sometimes that is more of the hotel stays can be in there. They have different uses. And then the street outreach, I think, was $28,000.
What is exactly street outreach?
So the street outreach is a new category that is for the first time we are funding, and it is to quite literally pay a staff person and or a driver to be able to drive around, respond to a phone number if people call the lead agency and say, there is a family sitting on the exit, the edge of the exit ramp of 69 eastbound at Dorr Highway. Can you come talk to them and see if we can get them in a shelter? And so there is a phone number you could call, so then that way the street outreach team could go to that person, that individual or people. So it's a new category just this year, actually.
Okay.
So.
And none of this would actually go to help stop homelessness? It's just once they're homeless, they get help?
That currently is how ESG funds are to, once they are homeless, then it helps. That is correct.
Okay. So someone going into tax abatement isn't going to help?
Thank you. Any other in the second round? Any other in the second round? Seeing none, I'm just going to take my time. Thank you for that comment to Mr. Pfeiffer, because I have someone whose house blew up, burned up, whatever you want to call it. He's living in the backyard in a tent in this vacant, burned out shell of a home. He's a mentally ill homeless vet. We've reached out to the county, neighbors have reached out to our public health department. No one can seem to help him. So this would be a good solution for him, possibly, that can actually reach out and help him. And we have been working hard to get this guy some help. He seems to think he can recover his home. It's not inhabitable, so thank you very much. I appreciate that. So this is the vote to send Resolution 2404006 to Council.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Excuse me. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to Council. Our next resolution is 240407. It's the reallocation of the G-card allocation to city staffed or managed home repair. I will entertain a motion. Go ahead. Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to send it to council.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, Emily, or Ms. Dora, I'm sorry, how much of this is actually going to, how much are we allocating for staff and how much is actually getting allocated to the actual roof repair?
Yep, I have an existing staff person that we are going to, who is working on a grant program, but we'll be able to, that grant program is kind of paring down, and so then they'll be able to just get this started and kind of ramp up. And so because of that ability for them to not have to be being paid full-time for what initially, when you set the lottery up and putting things out to bid, is not a full-time job. 5% is the admin that we will be having. So 5% of this $850 is the staff time, and then the remaining 95% will go towards roofs. So, and the estimate was roughly, we said that there'd be 72 roofs, so 8 applicants from all 9 wards is the estimate. Some roofs are going to be 8,000, some roofs are going to be 10, you know, it depends on the size of the house.
The city is putting something out to bid to solicit for roofs?
So we would actually be putting out the bid to companies in batch, so we would say, okay, you know, these 5 addresses we want to batch it. So
we're going to perform the lottery first and then put it out to bid.
Correct.
So that they know exactly what they're bidding on.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. And so the goal is to be able to do that lottery over these winter months and have the bids ready, and as soon as they don't slip off a roof by ice next spring, the roof companies are moving.
So explain the lottery process to me.
So this was something that I know multiple council members have talked to me about, that the home repair programs that currently are funded with ARPA, when they put their applications out, which there are applications that are being moved on by both Metro and Habitat, but those applications that they're moving on, when they put their applications, I guess, on the mostly out through social media, it was first come, first serve. And so it felt like it was not necessarily done in a fair way for people who have less technology awareness or didn't hear as quickly as others about it. And so because of it, the thought would be we would have an open lottery for a month, tell everybody, you know, in many ways as we can. And I mean, we might collect 5,000 applications, and that's good data. Frankly, that's great data, frankly, that we can then use for hopefully other funders. But we will then divide it up by ward and then pick. And the thought is again, there's about enough money in this $850,000 less the 5% admin to do roughly.
So who is going to pick, and how is this?
We can televise it if you want. I don't really care. We could make a game. I could host it at my store. I mean, I don't really care how we do it, but we will have it be some type of way of, here's the pot of names from Ward 1, and we pick them out. I don't know. I'm just being honest.
No,
we'll figure that out.
I get it.
Yeah.
You know, there's just going to be questions about why I didn't get picked or anybody else. I just want to make sure it's a transparent process, and what are the criteria? That's the only thing I care about.
I will reiterate that the good standing, so these residents will have, because of ARPA, they will need to be in good standing, but they do not have to have insurance. That is not a requirement for ARPA. So insurance is not required, good standing is. And,
so good standing meaning property taxes and water bill?
Correct. The residents will have to be in good standing, and we will conduct that good standing.
And there's no income restrictions.
This is ARPA is 300% of the federal poverty level, which is quite, I mean, it's way more generous than area median income, than normal HUD stuff, But we will conduct the good standing prior to the lottery, so then that way we aren't having that issue of well, this person was not in good standing, but they got picked, and now we give them a week to get in good standing. That just gets...
So good standing at 300%. That's the requirements?
Correct.
To have your one ticket in the in the drawing?
It's like Willy Wonka, I guess, yeah.
Who's
I
got
mean,
the golden ticket?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that's the questions I have.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair, I know this was,
Your time is up.
right as soon as I talked, So this money was the money, and I want to give credit to our colleague who, we had a conversation, Councilman Jarrett, and this was a concern, like as money was going out, and he made a call to you. And there was discussion him and I had about roofs, and that the person at G-Card, they phased out that job in June, I believe, and the money was coming back to the city of Flint. And then for you to say, because you are staffing your department, which is wonderful, because you're able to do this, and to get it done so that we will be able to say, we did put on some people's roofs. And that is important as residents have come into these council chambers, many of them, and they needed roofs. Where some were sleeping in their cars because they needed roofs. So I think this is a great, the need I know is more. The lottery service where you're stating, you know, you're gonna put it in and, you know, how long you're gonna leave that open for people to apply. I would hope that we make it very clear, fair and equitable and transparent more than anything. Yes. Transparent, because this is something that is needed. I don't know if we'll have, I think all of us have a part of our ward, you know, who may need it, but if some of the better wards like 8, 9, and 7 don't need it, you know, slide that over to some of the ones that really may need it. I don't know how that process, if they don't need the 9. I know there were monies that were given, we did give ARPA, I believe, to Ward 7, I believe for windows, paint, and I think 20-something roofs. I thought it was 20 roofs to be done, and we haven't done, there's a big need. There's a huge need. So you're looking at a timeline for spring?
We would like to be able to get the application out, have the lottery window open for applications to be submitted, check the good standing, have the lottery in a very transparent way, and be able to then bid them out and have all of that work, which, I mean, it does sound like a lot, but it's also, it's that thing of like, it takes an hour or two and then you gotta wait, right? Like you get the work done and then you have to wait. So that's why it fits really well with blending the work with an existing staff person. And so then hopefully then the goal is to have all that ready for the spring to actually have the roofs be able to.
So we're doing a total of 72 roofs, and are you looking for one contractor or two? How are you doing it?
So we've had a lot of conversations about what those batch looks like. Do you batch out 5 at a time? Right. Do you batch out, a different one for each ward? We have to figure that out. We also, I think, need to make sure that we look at the quality, like what. And the bid pricing, like if there's somebody who is just so much a better price than others, and their quality is there, then obviously we want, because the more roofs we could do, the better. So, I mean, we will have to make sure that the bids are both looking at the pricing that they're giving us as well as what does that quality look like, and our building inspectors have a sense of, I'll say that we know the people who don't like to pull permits or who don't like to do a good job when they get inspections. So obviously there's going to be some different oversight.
Okay, because it would be a good opportunity for people who normally don't get, if you're batching out in 5 or 10 at a time, to where smaller companies, small business can have an opportunity to make some money, because you can buy shingles and, in the larger quantity, you can get savings. So I'm glad that we're doing this. I know it's not enough, but I would like to even shift some more money. I don't know if we can take that, what was that, 86,000, or was it 84,600, and pour it into this category so that we can do some more roofs, because the G-Card was not able to. They lost their, I believe, was it their funding for their person?
What they shared with us was that their weatherization department or division was no longer going to continue, and that was the staff division that was going to run this ARPA program when they had applied.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any discussion in the first round besides that?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Emily, thank you. This program, it sounds really, really good. I think it's great that it's going to be distributed throughout the city among the 9 wards. And the lottery process, I like that because, you know, it's just going to be fair that people, you know, apply to this lottery and somehow, you know, they get selected. I like this. This very creative, a very creative way to get some roofs on the residents' homes throughout the city, not just in the 5th ward or the 4th ward or the 2nd ward, but throughout the city. A very fair process. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
through you to Ms. Dewar. So thank you for the work that you've and your group put into this resolution. I have a question around the taxes being current.
Mm-hmm.
Is it taxes and water bill or just taxes?
The city's good standing requirements are both taxes and property taxes and water.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If in the time between the resolution getting approved and the notification to residents for application, if we are able to procure grant dollars to help pay taxes and water bill, is that something that might be able to be because I mean, if what's standing between a safe and healthy home is $1,200 in taxes on the high end for likely the homes that are going to be impacted here. I know we've been talking a lot about some of the wonderful philanthropic organizations throughout the city who have done great work in times past and just need a program that would show a value. There might be opportunity. We're talking about at most 72 homes, so that likely is going to be less than $100,000. So if maybe for less than $100,000 we may be able to identify some grant funds, might that be able to be paired and leveraged here to open up the door for as many as otherwise are able to apply?
I guess I'll say the other home repair grants that both Metro and Habitat received, and actually this one to G-Card, was to be up to $15,000 per home, with the understanding that some of that could be used, up to $4,500, could be used to get the people into good standing. So that was how that program was designed, and that happened at this point a year ago. This one, we did not choose or opt in to design a program where these funds were used because we wanted to get as many roofs in as possible.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So that's why this is more of like about $10,000 focused on the, versus the $15,000 that included getting people into good standing. That was the other program. If there were other funds, I mean, I know that we have amazing resource navigators here at the city who work with people all the time who are in trouble, a housing navigator. So, I mean, we are always talking to people who are in trouble, who I'm sure they would love to help run that program. I think the question is, at least how we had designed it, you have to be in good standing to be able to then be considered for the lottery. And so then it's how do you as a homeowner then make sure that you get in good standing and then are able to apply. However you want to do that. There were state dollars. My half, it was the Michigan Homeowners Assistance Fund or something, and we encouraged many people a year ago to be using my half to get into good standing. However, those my half funds have expired.
Okay.
So yes, sure.
I just wanted the yes. That's all I wanted.
Sorry.
Good. I got a yes. So we'll start. We'll see how we can identify some grant dollars that might be able to assist in paying those taxes so that the repairs can be done for those homes that are lucky enough to be pulled out of whatever hat, can, bucket, whatever it looks like.
Probably glass box. That way there's no.
I think otherwise I'll be done. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So I just want to also elaborate on what you just said to enlighten my colleague in the 9th Ward. We had, through the Michigan MyHat program, they were giving out $25,000 grants. And we had council members that took advantage of utilizing this program to pay taxes, water bills, things of that nature. And so what I don't want to do, and I don't want to use any more of the ARPA funding when people had enough time to position themselves to be able to eliminate debt and also water bills. And so I'm definitely totally with finding out other outside sources like we were with the state of Michigan. And also I think it's a brilliant idea that the city, that they're allowing the residents to utilize a portion of their grant funds to pay for those things so they can proceed with the cost. But we know that I don't think it would be a good idea if we were to allocate any extra monies from ARPA towards getting people, paying people's taxes and stuff when we had an ample amount of time and opportunity to get that done. So with the money that we have left, we definitely want to make sure that we focus exclusively on the home repair. And so I just wanted to add that part because they were giving out a lot of money. Not just that, the navigators here, they were helping, like you said, they were helping the people navigate the process. They were walking them through every single thing because I had people in the 2nd Ward. They were able to take advantage of the health navigator services to help get them together so they can apply and they can be in good standing. So when it comes time to apply for these funding or even receive these funding, they'll be in good standing. So, all right, so thank you.
Okay, any other person? Seeing none, I'm going to take a few minutes. Emily, thank you so much for taking Dr. Lewis's and my suggestion in that long meeting about doing the lottery. We were really pushing that on our home repair partners. One of our suggestions was to put their name in a bingo ball thing, swing it around, have everybody in here, and draw out names already pre-approved so that they knew and that everybody knew it was an open process. Thank you very much, and I am in favor of this. So I'm going to call for second round.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, ARPA funds could not be used, and there were programs. I don't know what other ones, because people still do have. And those funds did, I believe, ran out, which were state funds. There were some other funds that were available. But we can't use ARPA funds to pay taxes anyways. Our funds, we cannot. And that's part of with the Department of Treasury and the guidelines. So our community is very different. One, with the water, we know that people were protesting with water. And we have that issue. Then there was funds to help the city didn't apply for because we didn't have someone to manage or to apply is what I believe she said. And so we missed out on those funds. This is a great program, and I think that on a positive note, I was thrilled. I was excited. I was excited for when Councilman Jared When we were talking, he said, hey, you know that there's 850,000 coming back. And to be a forward thinker and a progressive thinker, and it makes a difference. And when you're able to work with someone, your intent is to really help the residents, not take shots at all, because shots constantly get made, but it's about the people. It's always about the people. And this is going directly to help the people. The people told us. We had 4 meetings. The mayor had 4, and roofs was like the #1 home repair in the city of Flint, because the cost of supplies went up, and people just couldn't. It wasn't obtainable. And if you drive around in many of the wards, blue tarps are coming off. They're tattered, and there's a need. And so I think this is great. Like I said, moving some, around to do even more. I don't know how many Saginaw did. I thought it was 200 and something, but I'd have to look it up again. But I appreciate you saying, I have the capacity and I have the talent to get it done. And that's so important when you're talking about you got an ideal that you can take it, mold it, and run with it. And I appreciate you for that, because that's really working for the people. And that's what we have to forget. It's about the people. Because the people told us we want roofs and we want furnaces. And we're coming into a cold season. They'll be cutting on their furnaces and praying and crossing their fingers that it'll cut on. So thank you for what you do, and thank you, Councilman Jarrett, for saying, hey, that idea popped into his head to move forward. Thank you, Emily.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other? Seeing none, this is the vote to send resolution 240407 to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin is absent. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. Yes. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That would be sent to council. Our next separation is 240410. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to move item number 240410, contract complete towing, Police Department services, to council.
Is there support? There's been moved and properly seconded to send 240410 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you to Mr. Edwards, because it looked like you're the only one left. So this is I'll start talking because the clock is ticking. So this is a 2-year agreement. I don't remember seeing 2-year agreements with complete. Is there a reason why we're doing 2 years now?
Yeah. Through the chair to Councilwoman. Unfortunately, Chief Green had an emergency, so he'd be the best one to be able to give you an idea. This is the first time that I've seen a 2-year agreement, but I'm not sure what was negotiated to get to terms on this particular agreement.
So with him not being able to answer, because actually I would like to know, like the other bids, what, because Complete keeps getting this towing contract.
Right.
I just can't seem to believe no one would bid, and every year they just happen to get the bid. And I think we end up getting change orders with them.
No.
We haven't had any?
No.
Okay. Well, look, we can't check, our laptops mine don't work. What?
I think we did have one.
We did have one change order,
but
too?
I can't quote.
Yeah, okay.
It's just my opinion.
So I guess, and then I'll let my other, because a 2-year contract, I'm not fond of this, not at all. It's like I wasn't fond of Priority, who won't go and pick up people's trash now. And at 7 o'clock is a hard one, and some of them have actually had it out. When we get these no no bid and different contracts. So I'll let my other colleagues, because I guess those questions, like I said, you don't know any specifics of it.
No.
Because he's not here. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead.
So, do we know why, and I believe when we were temporarily over at the county, we had a change order.
Yeah.
Do we know why the dollar value has went up so dramatically? I mean, we were in fiscal year 20, we were $139,000, and now we're $430 a year. Like, I know inflation, but inflation hasn't hit the tow truck industry by 300%. So, what were the other bids that were submitted? Usually we say that they were they're the sole bidder. So they were the sole bidder and they went up almost 300% in 3 years?
That would be a question you would have, yeah, for Chief Green and his staff. Okay. You approved. You see that you approved 428. I think it is for the last fiscal year. It's in the staff resolution.
Okay. I don't. I would like to know what, because I don't remember the 428, because just seeing the 139 from fiscal year 20, then it went to 185, and then 242. I would like to know if they were the sole bidder for each one of these years.
Okay.
You know, if they were the sole bidder every single year, then I've got serious questions. Because it seems like they are just escalating their price year on year, and it doesn't make sense that they were the sole bidder. So, through you to Madam Chair, to the clerk, Madam Clerk, can you pull every one of these resolutions for me? For that is in the staff review.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, can you pull these resolutions and email them to me? The ones that are noted for each of the years for complete towing. The resolutions are listed in the staff review. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them.
Yes.
I would like to see if there's a pattern that they are the only. And I'm not saying that there's bid rigging or anything else, but that's just crazy that they go from 139 to 430. Are you aware, did any of the services change of what they're providing in those years?
Not services change per se, but I often get information regarding amounts, numbers of vehicles, storage, just, you know, the dramatic costs related to that aspect of it.
Okay. That's all I have. I just seriously question the escalation in the dollar value and why we can't seem to get more than one bidder. That's my discrepancies with this one. I'll yield.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Seeing none, any discussion in the second round? Okay, this is the vote to send resolution.
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
I'd like to make an amended motion.
Go ahead, what is it?
I'd like to keep resolution 240410, contract complete towing service, police department towing and storage services in finance.
Support.
Okay, This is the vote to keep 240410 in finance.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamy is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That will stay in finance. Our last resolution of the night is add-on number 1, a year contract for our auditing firm, Ryman. I will entertain a motion.
Send to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution, or add-on 1 to council. Is there support? Support by Ms. Mashat. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I separated this just to reiterate that what happened in the change order for 30,000 wouldn't happen again. And then also, are we able to, I know that there was issues with nobody wanting to work with the city, so have we tried putting this out to bid, or Madam Chair, do you know?
Is that to me?
Through you to you.
Through me to you. Okay, so I've actually discussed this issue with Mr. Moore in the past, and what we have is we've agreed to do a 1-year extension with it going out to bid as soon as possible for the next prior years. But in order to get to that point, we need to have our 2024 audit completed so that they can see that the processes that the city has done has improved and will be able to reduce our costs. So Mr. Moore and I have discussed many times that we want closeout every month of the accounting records, and which they've been doing, correct, Mr. Moore? Yeah, so they've been doing a monthly closeout, so that'll increase their accuracy and the less work that the auditing firm will have to do, so it should reduce our costs.
So if we're doing all of that stuff to reduce cost and they're getting those monthly reports, this is not...
We have to have 1 year showing that we've done that, of audit, and then we can send it back out to bid.
Raymond isn't giving us any credit for that per se, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's on this one contract, and then next year, hopefully, Mr. Moore, do you have any idea how much? Come up for me so that you're not back there. I sent you home. Mr. Moore has had conversations with other firms across the state, as well as Treasury.
So, Mr. Moore, you think we'll be able to put this out to bid for fiscal year 25?
Yes, I do.
And will in your humble opinion, we'll be able to save dollars for sure?
I would hope so, but it is a bid process, and I think I've been talking to a number of firms that I think will bid. In the past, we didn't have much luck getting any competition, but I think this next time we go around, I think we'll have some competition.
Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing it out to bid, and hopefully this process this year for fiscal year 24 will prove better than 23.
Yep, absolutely. Already it's better.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Chairperson, for working with this. That's how you.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, from me to you, Mr. Moore, come back, just real quick. Can you give me an idea of where they are? Because I've not spoken to them because of the cyber attack. Have they been back on premises?
The cyber attack set us back a little bit.
Right.
I asked for an extension for the end of September, and I received that. I don't think it's going to take that long for us to complete it.
Okay.
We're very close to wrapping up, and it should be very soon. They do have to go through a two-partner review, which takes some time, but they're confident that they'll get it done in time.
Do they have all the minutes, Madam Clerk?
I believe there might be some special council meeting minutes missing from.
That they have to have all minutes completed in order to be complete the audit.
Yes,
And
we're
I'm
working
saying
on
this
that.
publicly because we've said it privately, but I want to say it publicly to put it on the record for my colleagues to know that I have been following up with this process all along, even though you haven't been hearing about it. So the minutes, we have to get these audit done. There's some very important financial implications that are happening. And if without our 2023 audit, we can't do our 2024 audit, and we can't make financial decisions. Thank you very much. Okay.
Request for information.
Yes.
Has this minute thing been a requirement before? Because
minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
For the audit?
Yes.
Yes.
That is standard auditing procedures.
That's standard practice. They have to review all the minutes up to the date of the
I
issue.
got a hard time believing that we've met that every year.
It actually was in my auditing class in the late 70s.
We've met that requirement?
I can't speak about in the past, but that is a standard for auditors, is they have to read the minutes to the date that they signed the letter. So.
Because we've been behind minutes since I've been appointed to this chair, or elected to this chair. So it's astounding to me that we've ever met that.
I'm just saying what the auditors have said to me, but also telling you that was what I learned 40 years ago. Gosh, 40 years ago. All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. You can go home now. I'll give you permission. All right, any other discussion? Okay, this is
Madam
the
Chair.
vote. Yes.
Just for the record, this resolution, again, was an add-on. The description was not described for the record.
Oh, okay, sorry, thank you. I'll read this. Be it resolved that the appropriate city officials are authorized to do all things necessary to engage the services of Raymond Robson LLC for fiscal year 2024 auditing services for $259,000 plus out-of-pocket expenses not to exceed $10,000. And this is a one-year contract extension per their bid. Roll call.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That motion passes, or that will be sent to council. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Support.
Roll call. I did get everything.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns.
Present. Or
yes.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
I'm reading.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamy is absent. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 11:35. What's next? Okay.
No, it's gotta be legislative.
I'm not staying for legislative.
It's gotta be legislative. It was posted, followed by legislative and government ops. It was that's their posting. I mean, I don't care, but that's the posting.
We have to. Okay.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
we can do government ops, correct?
Speaking to President, you have done them out of order. So it's at your pleasure.
Point of order. Can you, we're not even in a meeting yet. What did you say? Could you please repeat that?
I'm speaking to precedent, and you have done them in different orders at your pleasure.
Okay, thank you.
All right. The time is now 11:36 p.m. on Wednesday, September 4th. I call this Government Operations Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Wimpy Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett? Present. We have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. It is now time for public speaking. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per,
Agenda changes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just going off of what's on here. Are there any changes to the agenda? We have 1 item. Seeing as how there are no agenda changes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to point out, and it's just administrative for
I can't understand you.
an administrative change, resolution, the only resolution on the agenda, 240340.1. A staff review was provided at the last council meeting. So there's a staff review that it was given out the last time. It will be added to this resolution as it moves forward, and it was mentioned at the last meeting, but it wasn't added to this agenda packet, so I just wanted to point that out. So I'm just going to give you the staff review that should be a part of this resolution.
All right, thank you. Can we go into public speaking now, Judith? Because there's nobody else.
Absolutely, I'll be glad to let you.
Thank you. It's now time for public speaking. Members of the public should have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. Open Meetings Act and disorderly conduct rules do apply. First speaker, Madam Clerk. It's literally only 2 people here.
First speaker, R.L. Mitchell.
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. For the record, welcome this new guy, Zach. Councilman, welcome aboard, sir. I guess I said your name right? Yes, I'm with the city. Right. And I noticed you left before when all this commotion stirred up in this Zyper attack on the peoples of Flint. But you will seem like you'll do good because you over there sitting down, but nobody never asked you questions. My lawyer was Fred Tucker, and Michelle Young took over after they found him dead in this. Anyway, enough of that. And through you, Madam President, through Ms. Shack, you're right. It's a fly in the building, and you can give him legs, and he can go, and then he can run into the pot and stir it up and make it poison, just like this opioid. Yeah, get the dope money and give to the building. Don't be taking our opera money. We the people. Like for instance, and like the city clerk done messed up the old man. They don't act like they don't know how to sign a paper, and everybody running out of here and don't want to talk up, and they study having them little cyber attacks, thinking people don't know no better, and running all over people and Eveline talking that stuff, say another word, you out of here, and talking that junk. I mean, Eveline is Lewis, doctor, by the way. And another thing, thanks for speaking up. Tanya Burns, talking about checking the beat about that stuff and all that. About, you look like my mama got that hairdo like my mama in 1948 when they won that war. Before one of them was on the scene. That's a pretty hairstyle. I mean, and you can, my daddy is Freddie Lee Mitchell, and Google that up, and for Mr. Murphy, talking about how you land in the hospital and you wonder how everybody got your business in the street. That's how all you got to do, just like this, for instance. Look at Miss Burns. And then, yeah, look at my daddy. After they beat them Germans and hit all that stuff, and that mama, I saw the picture. Yeah, put that up and see her, Miss Burns' hairstyle. This mama had it. I wasn't even born yet. And they had took a picture right in Georgia after my daddy come up, had an army suit and everything. And I remember their hairstyle. And all that. In America, and all this dude, this Scottish dude, all that kid got in 3 years he been here, he ain't gave us no money. This Scottish dude was standing here with Miss Woods and all that junk. Who you think we color people's ears in up? You got, now take that.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Kenneth Miller. He's not in. David Peachy is not in. Arthur Woodson is not in. Carol McIntosh, not in. Yvonne Penton is not in. Doug Matthews, not in. Joe Tolbert, not in. Rich Jones, not in. The last speaker for this meeting is James Moore.
Good evening, James Moore, resident of the city of Flint. I'd like to thank you all for hanging in here through the late night hour to hear us speak. I just want to say for the windstorm that came through, a shout out to the administration for what I seen them out there doing and moving split trees and whole trees throughout at least the north end of the city, because that's as far as I could go. I'd like to inform you guys tomorrow, if you would check with the farmers market either by their website or their telephone number, but the local Democratic leadership will be over there holding a forum at the farmers market. And from my understanding, the Democratic Party this weekend, Saturday, at the 501 Union Hall on Dordt Highway, will be hosting a barbecue for the city of Flint and Genesee County. We would hope that you would reach out and you all would come, as well as your constituents, and lunch is on them. And another thing, a request has came from the city of Fenton on some things that they're doing down there, and they're asking for support from the city of Flint, and that is currently it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, we will now move on to council response. Is there any council members that wishes to address the audience?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. To Ariel and James, thank you for both being here, because I know you support him, and he's probably going to be you will be taking him home. Because I know we take care of our own. And Ariel, this hairstyle is like 1940s, and my grandmother had her hair like this, and it's easy just to whip it up when I wear my own hair. So not the hair I may have bought. So I pull it up, and I just put a clip, and I keep it moving. So it is a 1940s hairstyle, and it has always worked for me. And thank y'all for staying. Before you go, I need to talk with you, Mr. James, Mr. Moore. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other council members that wish to speak during council response? Seeing as how there are no more council members who would like to speak during council response, I will now entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to approve to send the consent
There has been a motion to send the consent agenda to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the second ward. Are there any separations? It's been separated by the councilman in the 8th ward. Now we'll have discussion. Councilman in the 8th ward. Absolutely. Our city assessor is still here. Thank you for hanging in with us. This is why I was like, we should do this one first. So thank you for staying with us.
I don't see it costing us much. Currently, we only have 110 applicants that are approved yearly, and it's not always the same applicant, so it does rotate. So hopefully this would increase it somewhat, maybe even double it. But with it only being even at, $250, it's really not that hard on the budget. Also, this also qualifies people for the pay-as-you-stay at the county, so it would decrease the amount of tax foreclosures as well in the long run.
So can you throw rough dollars at me? If the program doubles, what was obviously?
Probably, you're looking for the city itself, probably under 25,000. For the city itself, it's probably under $25,000.
That's what it would cost us? That's it?
Yes, because they still are required to pay 50% of the taxes. So it's not like they're getting a full tax exemption. They're getting a partial.
So this isn't going to help that many.
No, it should if the problem is we don't have that many people that actually apply. So even getting everything out there like we have the last couple months, we still haven't seen a huge influx of people applying at all. Another hindrance is that it seems like a lot of people don't want to give us their financial information. So it's just more education that needs to be out there. Yes, absolutely. I was too when I actually queried it out for the last several years to see, and it's pretty much 110 every single year, 109, 110, 111.
That's how many applicants, and if that many applicants, it still only cost us $12,000?
No, probably about 20, yeah. It really does, it's not a huge hit on our budget at all.
So $25,000 is this new change?
That's my estimate, yes.
So if it doubles, you're saying previous years with 100 some applicants, it only cost us $15,000?
Yes. Because you got to remember, we're a very small portion of the mills paid. So as much as we collect, we only take 19.1 mills ourselves. So you still have the county that collects all their millage, the airport, MTA, schools, and all of that. No, they get a reduction on them too, so it does affect them somewhat.
So in the county, is that 200%?
Yeah, everybody, so what we do is just take that taxable value and cut it in half, and then the millage rate is times that taxable value.
No, I'm saying is the other mills that are out there, they had a 200% to request a reduction as well?
No, this is all done through the city itself. They don't have a separate program.
So they don't have to say so?
Correct, they do not.
So the schools or whatever else just don't have to say, we approve 200%, they get what they get?
Correct, that's the way the law is written. It stays at the local government.
I'm really taking it back, I thought this was a high.
Yeah. It would be nice if it was a higher value, and hopefully we'll get to some point where it might make a difference, but as of right now, it really does not.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to the speaker. Good evening.
Good evening.
So I just want to
try to understand, are you, the $25,000 that you have as a guesstimate, is that you think because only a small number actually qualify and apply, or because the tax bills are lower?
Probably in a combination of both.
Okay.
Because a lot of our people that do apply have been in their homes for years, so they do have a decreased taxable value because of that capping. We normally don't see too many people that are purchasing homes apply. So it is normally your retirees that are on Social Security. They normally always, those are my constants that always apply. And so their taxable values are around, 10, 12,000. So we're reducing it to 5,000 for that taxable value. So their taxes aren't that high as it is, but it's still a great help to them.
So you believe another great contributor and factor is that they don't want to provide financials?
Yes.
Okay. How do we and how can we, and I'll use this term sort of blanketly, not ascribing that we don't do well with it, but how do we communicate this? How have we been communicating, and is communication a factor maybe in response?
Yes, we actually have been communicating it more so this year than we have previously. And I think the fact that we have rebranded it the HOPE, homeownership property exemption, I think that'll help as well, because when you put that stigma of poverty exemption with it, most people don't want to admit they're there.
Okay.
But we have it since the last 6 months. I actually have it on our website where it's front and center. If they go to online services to pay their water bill, it's right there so they can see it. I have applications down at the Clio Road property, so that way they can get it there. Most people know throughout the city now more so to send them to our department if they have any questions or if they state that they're having problems paying their taxes. I know the county with the pay-as-you-stay, they send them more to us as well, so that way they'll qualify for that program. So we are getting the word out, but it's still kind of hard. And I know we've said too that if anybody wants us to come to the community groups, I'll gladly come speak on it there.
So I'm just baffled that persons would not want to provide their tax returns, yet they file City of Flint taxes. I don't get
it. I don't get it either, but a lot of people just don't. They've come and picked it up and stated, well, I don't want to give you any of my financial information. To me, if they're not willing to give it to me, there's something they're hiding, and they're not going to qualify.
All right. That's enough. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair, just real
Councilwoman
quick.
in the 4th Ward.
Not everybody does file an income tax return in the city of Flint.
No, and there's
They
paperwork
don't
they have
need
to
to
sign.
because they don't have any pensions aren't taxable. Social Security isn't taxable to the city. And if they make more, or my favorite from my clients is they live in the city, work outside the city, and not have taxes taken out of their paycheck. Thus, if they do that, they don't want the city to know, which we will starting in 2006, I believe, that they've got a job and that they're not paying their income taxes. Yes.
What is your request?
Isn't that next year when the state takes over?
It's, I think.
25.
Is it 25? Okay, 25. Oh, thank God. Okay, so I wasn't sure what year. It's late. 10:30 is my bedtime, or not bed, but that's when my brain stops thinking. But I wanted to let council and other people know why people might not want to be willing to give their financial information.
What's your request?
It's also bank statements and assets too. It's not just tax returns, right?
It's just tax returns?
Yeah, it's just mainly tax returns or their SSI statement.
And we're asking.
And then if they don't make sense with what they're paying out a month and bringing in, then we do ask for additional information because that does help.
Are you
happen
asking
quite a
for their
bit.
federal return or just their city?
Federal.
There you go. That's the hint right there. I know that when the state starts taking over the income tax collection, that we're going to see a lot more money in our city coffers.
What is your request?
If we don't ask for bank statements and everything else, how do we prove the not to exceed 15,000 of assets?
I'm just talking about the income. I don't know about the rest of it.
So
that would be
if you
for
would
your
like
second
to,
round.
if you would like to,
Yeah, that would be okay. Screw me. No. Okay. No, thank you. Go ahead, Stacy. Could you answer? I asked that question.
We are working on through some of that because I would like to start getting more bank statements. So I'm trying to get some other policies from other assessors on that because it's never been practiced. But you'd be surprised at how many people are actually honest on the applications.
well, yeah, they think you're going to ask for.
Okay,
other
so
information.
I just wanted to inform my colleagues of that. And what I've seen as a tax preparer over these many, many years, I don't want to think about how many years. So thank you very much, Stacy. I'm done.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round? Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round? Seeing as how there's no one else, this is the roll call vote to send Resolution 240340.1, which is the amended resolution guidelines granting hardship exemptions, property taxes to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240340.1 has been sent to council. I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
It has been moved and probably supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. So the time is now, I'm sorry, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. As of 9 p.m. On Wednesday, September 4th, the Government Operations Committee meeting is adjourned. Now, the time is 11:59 p.m. on Wednesday, September 4th. I call this Legislative Committee meeting to open. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett? We have 6 members present.
There are 6 members present. I will entertain any requests for agenda changes. Seeing as how there are no requests for agenda changes, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. Rules of the Open Meetings Act, as well as the Disorderly Conduct subsection and council rules apply. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Mr. R.L. Mitchell.
I'm R.L. Mitchell, and I'm speaking on this cyber attack situation attacking the public for they don't act like they don't know what they're doing. Like, for instance, MTA with the new making laws as they go. I was told I was supposed to come down there and take a picture, and here's the picture. And my pay don't know how to get the bus pass no more, but they say they took me in this room, the security guard, and locked us up, and they terrorized me by saying, "Now, hey, sir, now what's your real name? What I stand for? What L stand?" And this thing right here, gold pass. They say you got money on the thing, but the bus drivers and my pay, that's just like the Venus talking about signing this stuff up here and don't know when to, and people's like who running this city like Tarzan over there, for instance. Since he been on the thing, y'all been hassling him all the time because he a president, and you think he ain't gonna check you back, Dr. Lewis, and all that junk, and the new guy over there got his hand on it. He curious about you. You attacked him the other day. And Ninth Ward? Yeah. And got these new peoples coming in, just sitting there, and you won't, he cool so far, but y'all won't answer the question, but he's supposed to answer. He's supposed to take the peoples of the city and you up. Like I say, this card, I ain't got my bus pass yet. Like that on the first, you can't get on in the food stamp. I was talking about the food stamp I'm on SSI. They're using my SSI money to pay my own food. Like I don't know about that stuff though. When you don't get down there, about 3 o'clock, you ain't getting up food, Mr. Mitchell. And I went, and I got, like to say, you got this woman over here talking about tax. I'm in good standing because I own a home and I pay water bills and all that stuff. Like people's, where you gonna, like you gonna do something to the people's kicking, but they doing something to themselves, running. The Mr. Woodson was asking how you sign up for it, then he got frustrated, and then Miss Lewis gonna talk about get out of the building, brought them deputy marshals in here having a conversation, and you see Nan Flint police in here, like the country bunker's gonna take over Flint, and all that junk. The big dude coming in and then having a conversation with Miss Priestley, like a nephew did with the rifle and stuff, and he ain't nowhere around yet. Intimidating people like that. Who you think you is? You, George? I see why my mama took me out of Georgia and brought me to Flint. When that white lady up there busting somebody, me and my brother out. I mean,
thank you. Next public speaker, please.
All other public speakers are not in, so the last speaker for this meeting is James Moore.
Once again, James Moore is Flint City resident. I know it's late. I'm going to try to be quick, hopefully so you can hear me. I did give them praise about moving the large trees from the street, but the problem that we're running into, and I hope with all these red trucks riding around, they can kind of locate and turn in, but people are setting their limbs out in the street, and when you drive at night, sometimes you look like you're about to be shish kebab and trying to cut over to another lane or in someone's yard, because some of them are quite far out in the street. And I know it's a part of the cleanup effort, but it's the second part. We need to do something about it. And the third part, which I'm going to address to my council person in the second ward, Dr. Lindell Lewis, they're starting to dump in Salvers Park. And there's a lot of work that has been put into that park over the years and throughout the year. And I hate to see where people are taking their limbs up and depositing them in our park, Salvers Park off of Wisner. So I don't know, the mayor was doing a thing where they could bring limbs to a location and they would chop them up. I wish they would kind of put that in the mobile situation and get these limbs up before the snow comes. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, it is now time for council response. Any council member wishing to respond at this time? Seeing as how there is no council member who wishes to respond at this time, I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
So moved.
There's a motion for the consent agenda, and it has been supported by the councilman in the
Separate
8th Ward. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward has separated the only
Madam
agenda
Chair.
item. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Make a motion to send 240168.1 to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 240168.1, which is the amended ordinance for Chapter 4 Air Pollution Control, Section 14-4-13, which is open burning. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved
Madam
and properly
Chair.
supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have
Make
the
a
floor.
motion to move 240168.1 to special affairs so that the fire chief can be in attendance.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution, amended motion on the floor to send resolution 240168.1 to special affairs. Is there support? I'll support it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Mr. Jarrett.
Alrighty, we are now back. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no, so that motion fails. We are now back to our original motion. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, go
So-
ahead.
Here's where I'm at with this one. I am not opposed to this one at all, but I can count how many residents on one hand who have called me and supported it, and it'd be 0. I've had only opposition to that, so as my duty of what residents want, I cannot support this. So there's too many issues or requests about narrow lot lines and 15 feet and people's health and breathing, and so at this point, any wood burning, I would be strongly opposed because that's what the residents want. If this was only propane, and the same propane that you use to cook on a grill, if it was only propane fires, I would relook at it. But if it includes wood burning, I have to be strongly opposed. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th
Oh,
Ward.
sorry, I already spoke.
You did. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
My sentiments exactly, Mr. Councilman in the 8th Ward, and it's the exact same issue. I have not had any support, although they're nice and they're decorative, and I've had one before, but the close proximity with our homes in Flint is of concern, and so I have not had support. I've had only people call and say they do not want them in my ward, so I will not be supporting this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So Councilwoman Priestley, I do support it, and I haven't had any residents that reached out to me that are not in support, probably because they were already outside doing it illegally. Nevertheless, I guess we may have to, whatever alterations the colleagues say that they may be, willing to be into to get this where it needs to be. Something to consider, but again, in the 2nd Ward, we have many residents that do exactly this, and so this would bring in money. This will also provide fire safety education, all at the same time, and so I definitely see your bigger picture. So thank you.
All righty. Is there anyone else who would wish to speak in the first round? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round, anyone in the 2nd round?
Madam Chair, quickly.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
You know, I've had more residents support it than I have not, although I have had discussions with people who don't support it. However, I can tell you that in your neighborhoods, you are seeing them, you are smelling them, you are hearing people around their fire pits. I can tell you that within my little neighborhood that borders Davison and Robert T. and Center and Averill, that there are probably 15 that I know of that have regular burning during the summer. This would make it legal, this would make it more controlled, but I understand my colleagues don't support it, so I can't say anything else. I'm done.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the second round? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round, I will take my time. I have gotten multiple calls about this. The 7th Ward is not in support of this. I was willing to send it to Special Affairs so that maybe the fire chief could speak on it one more time. But it seems like it is not going anywhere tonight. And as with my colleague in the 8th Ward, I will be voting the way that my ward wants me to vote. So unfortunately, I cannot support this. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Excuse me, Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
And the vote is 2 yes, 6 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 6 no. It can't be 6 no.
2 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no. This ordinance fails. There's a motion to adjourn, and it's been supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is, I'm sorry, you said 6 yes, 0 no?
Yes.
The time is now 12:13 a.m. and I call this legislative committee meeting to a close.